sculpting material, and it happens to be from nature, by the way, too, which took away your synthetic beavers. I think beavers would argue that their little branches are not synthetic. They didn't manufacture them. They just basically cut down trees and put them in the way. Yeah, of course.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they built them. Right, okay, but we're going to take your example. Right, so let's take the beavers out of the situation. The tree caused the water to stop. Okay?
How about an earthquake and a landslide upstream, which caused the water to stop? There's another example.
Was it? Okay, so nothing had to do with numbers. It was just the tree or the rocks.
Yes, it did.
No numbers were involved.
The severity of the earthquake plus the amount of matter that was suddenly landslided into the path of the water to cause it.
It's not the number. It's not the abstract number, dude.
Yeah, because
it's not the abstract number.
Stop the water, but hundreds of thousands of them will. Thank you.
One boulder can stop the water. Doesn't matter.
It matters on the size of the boulder. A pebble not going to do it.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. A small boulder about, let's say, 2 feet across on a 5 foot.
Wait, no.
On a 5 foot. Describe.
Does the quantity? Does the weight? Does that have Absolutely. Is that causing things?
And okay, it's a natural cause. And I'm sitting here.
Okay, so natural cause, great.
On a number that you can't understand.
Friend, I want you to see if a number will stop something.
It's a dumb argument. You're asking me whatever fallacy you're throwing at me because I'm not a debater, but it sounds like you're using one.
It's not a fallacy. Okay, just show me a number of something stopping something. Just a number.
The number represents something. The number is the mathematical number that I said. This is how you marry mathematics with science. Now, how does mathematics become a science?
Okay, you're rambling. I just want you to show me the number blocking something. Okay, let's see if the math is a cause. Go ahead.
Give me a second here. I'm going to give you a mathematical situation why math's a...
No, I just need you to show me math stopping something.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out that math does not become science, or you would just have science class, not math class and science class separately, for fuck's sakes.
All we need is the math being the cause.
Are doing science, and you can look it up yourself. Because you haven't got a mathematical education that goes that far,
I don't need the ad homs, brother. I just need you to either show me the math doing something or a number doing something. Trees and rocks, yeah, they could stop a water flow. Numbers cannot. Okay? So qualitative, not quantitative. You have to understand this. This is basic. Do you get it?
I always thought that natural science was everything in the world and supernatural was the pseudoscience.
No.
Like dark matter?
Outside of this room, the rest of the world thinks that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So is he going to tell us next that there's no such thing as a category error? That math is science?
It's a law of identity violation.
Oh, these people don't believe in laws of logic. Come on, bro.
Oh, my bad.
See, they went so far off on the deep end with thought experiments and mathematical models and mathematically describing things that they think that math is science because they need it for their pseudoscience.
Correct.
All right, so when somebody's like looking for prime numbers along a long list of prime numbers and some kind of pattern of why primes show up the way they do. Or, for example, the Riemann hypothesis, which is probably the most famous unsolved problem in mathematics, it's the distribution of these prime numbers. It deals with the zeros and so forth, and I'm not sure exactly what the function is. I think it's the zeta function is what they're talking about. Anyway, those are all scientific endeavors right now to solve a mathematical problem. That's done scientifically. They try out different variables, and that's exactly a science in mathematics. That's using mathematics as a science. So
what's the naturally observed phenomena?
Occurrence is the occurrence of these prime numbers and their relationship to other numbers within that string of numbers.
Where are they occurring? Where are they occurring at?
From
Where can I
zero
go find
on
this?
out. That's the point. You
not
can
the abstract.
Yes.
Sorry, not the abstract. I want to see where in nature these things are appearing. Where can I go touch them? Can I get a sample of these prime numbers?
Where can you go touch them? You have to write them down. You have to start from zero and.
No, not the supernatural, not the abstract. I need to know where I can go touch one of these prime numbers that are appearing, apparently.
They're not appearing. They're being identified as prime. Do you know what a prime number is?
Oh, it's an identity, so now it's still abstract. We're still dealing with the not physical, not natural. We're dealing with numbers, quantities that are abstract, descriptions of things. So I'm not going to be going to any prime number trees, is that right?
So again, I'm going to try to tell you that when you have a particular example of a mathematical problem that has been solved.
So still mathematical problems and no real prime numbers showing up in nature. Or is it Optimus Prime? Is that what you're talking about? What are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with the abstract or the physical? You tell me.
We're dealing with a butthurt person who can't.
Okay, so we're not dealing with the physical. It turns out we're dealing with the abstract. That's what I thought. So this isn't natural science or physics. It's the abstract. It's math. Go figure.
It's typical 24/7 mute.
Yeah, no, I'll mute you until you can show me the appearance, the apparition of the prime numbers. Or Optimus Prime, I will accept either one.
When I come in here and I start talking.
Don't need to hear your whining. I just want to see the prime numbers in nature, bruh. Pretty simple.
Fuck you. You mute me?
There you go.
That's what you'll
There
get
you
every
go.
time you mute.
Well, all
There
you've
you
been
go.
doing is ad hom, and all you've been doing is ad hom attacking whenever you're asked something, and so you're not really. You don't have legs to stand on when you're doing that. So of course you're going to keep getting muted. Don't cry about getting muted when you come off mute. Just follow through, bud.
One ad hom attack does not
I don't think
count
he's
as
ad hom.
muting all the time. Fuck you all.
Are prime numbers, are they physical?
What's going on? Oh, you're still talking to him. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I just want to see if prime numbers are physical.
Numbers themselves are physical. You can make a physical
wow.
number by simply putting any object in front of you and saying, I have one of this object. That's a number.
Where's Clipcord at? Is Clipcord around? Clip that, dude. So you can show me a box of nines then. There's a 9 tree.
I can show you a box of 9, sure. You go ahead and buy
Right.
from a toy store any number 9s and put them in a box. I guess you got a box of 9s.
Those are toys. I'm asking for
Symbols
nines.
of the number 9. The number
Oh,
9.
it's symbols of the number 9. I thought number 9 was an abstract descriptions of how many, toys you have.
Can you explain to me how things fall? You don't see what causes them to fall, but you can explain, right? Well, is it density? Is that
No,
what you're saying?
I can't tell you how it happens. I don't know why you're going down this red herring path, but can you get me a box of 9s really
Same
quick?
thing. It's
quickly?
something that's not.
No, it isn't.
You can observe a phenomenon, but you
not.
can't seem to describe it. What's causing?
I'm observing no, descriptions and explanations are two different things. You understand the difference? What's the
right.
difference?
And numbers are descriptions.
Okay, descriptions of what?
And the explanations are the results of those descriptions being arranged in such a certain way that you can't seem to understand.
Incorrect. Okay, can you just get me the citation for that really quick?
I'm the citation for that one. You, Jesus.
Oh, see, he's the citation. Look at Clipcore. Get that one too, bro.
Can I be my own citation when I put my water in a vacuum chamber and I pull the air and the water turns into gas, proving that gravity's not holding water down and debunking outer space? Am I the citation now?
Yes, you are.
That's crazy good.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You're going to need a quality before you can express it numerically. I mean, that's just how it goes.
If there's anybody else new that's got a question, feel free to speak up.
Why? They'll just get muted.
No. We just spoke to a Globe believer for like 2 hours before you got here. He wasn't even muted one time because he understood how to have a civilized conversation.
A Globe believer is different than somebody who absolutely understands what the reason is behind the globe. And he didn't understand. I was listening to him. He absolutely had no clue what he was talking about.
Okay, so if I hand you a shape, right? Let's say it's a circle. What experiment are you going to do to find out that it's a circle or a sphere?
What do you mean to find out? I'm looking at it. I can see it's a circle.
Okay,
Did you
so
draw it on a piece
what
of paper?
experiment? No, let's say I hand you a cue ball. What experiment do you do to find out that it's a cue ball? What experiment could you do?
Lots of experiments first. What do you want to know about it? Do you want to know its diameter? Do you want to know its curvature? Do you want to know what its circumference is? Which one would you like to know?
Just pick an experiment.
You can. Well, the point is that you got to give me a reason why I'm doing an experiment. You have to have, if you're asking me, this is a cue ball that compared to all the other cue balls that I have, something's wrong with it. I don't understand why, but every time I use it, it doesn't seem to hit the balls exactly the way.
He already asked you to do an experiment to see if it is a cue ball. Very specifically asked you the question. Please do not divert and just answer it.
You can't do an experiment without the hypothesis. So what's the hypothesis? What are you trying to demonstrate?
You tell me. You're the one that thinks
we're asking you.
Me the cue ball. You said here's a cue ball.
Oh my gosh.
Bro, you're the one claiming that you can use a scientific experiment to prove a shape. So please give us an example of how you do that, because we're just ignorant flat earthers.
Anything in science. How many times do I have to tell you that? You mathematically prove it. No, gee, there's where math comes in and does a proof on the fact that
wait a minute. So math is science, but you can prove things with math, but not science. Do you hear yourself, Professor?
You can prove the formula that's being used to demonstrate the size of the cue ball. That is a proof.
Okay, can you give me an example of an experiment that I could do on the shape of something? Go ahead. I'll wait.
I don't understand what you're asking. If you're telling me, here's a cue ball, what shape is it? I don't have to do an experiment. I can simply look at it and tell you what shape it is, based on the fact that all the other spheres that I've held in my hand over the course of my entire life, from tennis balls to basketballs and so forth, they're all round and shaped like a sphere. Oh, what a surprise.
Is math science, bro?
Math is science. I don't give a damn what Feynman had to say.
You can prove
didn't
things
look
with
at
math,
what he
but
said
not
later
science.
on when somebody asked him, are you sure math's not a science? Because then they demonstrated several examples where, there is a science.
That's why you have to be muted sometimes, right? Because you just said you can't prove anything with science, but you can prove things with math. But math is science. Do you know many married bachelors? Do you know a whole bunch of girls who are kind of pregnant?
Got him.
I know a lot of married people who behave like bachelors.
That's not what I asked, though.
Well, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
Mm-mm.
A married bachelor, a guy who's married and just screwing around like he's.
You know what binary is? It's either you're married or you're not. So you can prove things with science, or you can't. You can prove things with math, or you can't. Math is science,
you cannot
or it's
prove
not.
anything with science. Don't you understand that? Math,
But you can prove things with math, right?
absolutely, and logic. Those are the
Math
only
is
two
science.
things that proofs are.
Math is science, right?
No, let me explain something to you first.
No.
We clear
Oh, he
this up.
finally got it. Yay, he got it. Yay.
Let me explain something to you before you go off on muting me. Math and logic are the only two forms of studies that have absolute proofs in them. Science doesn't have any proofs in it. Science has conjecture and agreement. And as a result of those agreements, when scientists come to conclusions, they're agreeing on something, and they're flexible enough to know that if more evidence comes to light that changes their conclusion, they will change the entire assessment of what they're observing, or they will never ever call it a proof. The fact that you guys love to use the word proof, throw in the word theory when you don't even understand what that means, that's not my fault. That's a your fault thing, and you need to fix that, because that means you're incorrect.
Are you telling me that I can't prove that it's actually heat and pressure that holds down the oceans? I can't prove that?
No, you cannot do any of that kind of proving. None. And neither can I. And I can't even prove that it's gravitational anomalies that are causing it to stay to the Earth, or for that matter, mass and the bending of space-time.
Why
Whatever you want to
teach
use.
things to children that you can't prove?
It's not a case of teaching things to children we can't prove. It's teaching things to children that we have come to the conclusion to believe that this is the cause or the reason why things happen and why we observe stuff the way they are, because of the preponderance of evidence. But as you go along,
Hold on, I'm just going to ask, is this Joe Biden? Sounds like.
You have to see which Joe Biden, if it is Joe Biden.
Okay, well, there we go. So you're going to insult me by my age?
No, we don't care about your age. We're just
Apparently
joking.
you do. One of them does.
We're trying to make
Are your feelings getting hurt, Muffin? Are your feelings getting hurt?
So back to
I can prove in a room that's now going to pick on the old guy in the room.
Prove through cause and effect, right? Using the scientific method.
You cannot prove anything.
Heat and temperature hold down the ocean water.
You
because
can
if I
come to a conclusion, but you can't prove it.
Hold on, bro. Why are you interrupting me mid-sentence? Are you afraid that I'm going to speak and say something?
Because you did it to me when I made a misstatement. Somebody jumped all over me and said, "Oh my goodness."
When you're hogging the mic 90% of the time, you can't complain about being interrupted, then can you? Okay, with enough heat and pressure, right, or the lack thereof, on one or the other, you can make the water turn into steam, right? Choosing to believe it or not is up to you. But I don't have to believe it because I can demonstrate it with a gas pressure container, right, with a vacuum pump hooked up to it. You remove the gas pressure, it starts to boil at low temperature. Or you can put it in a tea kettle, and it starts to boil at low pressure at high temperature. This isn't something that you can argue against unless you don't believe in the rain cycle. It's scientifically proven that it's heat and pressure that holds the water in which state of matter that it's going to be in. It's dependent on heat and pressure.
Correct, and I don't have a problem with that except for the word proven. It's demonstrated, and the conclusion that you came up with is correct. But to use the word proven is incorrect.
So let me get this straight. You can prove things that are completely abstract with mathematics, but you can't prove things that are completely observable and physical and repeatable and empirical and testable and falsifiable. You can't prove those things in your worldview. Is that correct?
You can, exactly correct. And not only that, if you demonstrate with logic, again, that is also something that is not tangible that you can do and make proofs for. But in science, everything is brought to a conclusion and agreed upon, which is where the word theory comes in, where preponderance of evidence over time allows you to make a theory that, for instance, the temperature the water boils, you could theoretically call it a theory. The water will always boil at a certain temperature at sea level and at a different temperature at a higher altitude and so forth due to atmospheric pressure. And the same thing with having to deal with inside a vacuum pump. You don't need temperature to cause water to boil. Just simply remove the atmosphere and you'll cause water to boil at room temperature. Those are things that are just basic, not proof.
Temperature. What's temperature?
And temperature is just a simple measurement of, again, using mathematics to demonstrate and represent, variations in the excitations of the molecules and how
So
fast
heat.
they're exciting. The heat.
So heat. Yeah. You just
Yeah,
said
but that's not a proof. It's actually just using math, not as a proof there, but as a demonstration of or a representation
Wait, what
of
what if we got
what
really
the phenomena
stupid
you're
with, what if we
observing.
got really stupid with this, and I said, hey, I want to see if I can cause water to boil with by turning on my light in my bedroom, and I turn on the switch and it doesn't boil. Did I prove that it? Did I scientifically prove that it's not causing it to boil?
You didn't prove anything. Again, you demonstrated that turning on the light had no effect on the water. Now, you might want to take the temperature of the water and see if the extra energy from the light created enough heat in the room to raise the temperature of the water at all. That is not a proof again, and you keep saying proof, and you don't know what you're talking about.
He's running away from proof because he can't use that word in his worldview. In order for the globe to exist, he's got to live in a topsy-turvy world where the opposite means the truth. So to him, he has to have that. Yeah. It's exactly what's happening. I've been listening to you, and the way you're proposing. You want to make it sound like all you got to do is have mathematics, and therefore you can understand the Earth's a globe. And in your worldview, everything that's demonstrated is not proof because that would destroy your worldview if you could prove that the water is level on its surface. So yeah, you have to run away from reality in a way that you're going to make mathematical constructs be the evidence of the reality that we live in. That's exactly what you're saying. And you want everybody to take this jagged pill and accept your idea of reality as if that's what the truth is. And it's not. It's exactly what Larry's been saying. And everybody that's been showing you demonstrations of reality, and you're running away from it like your old man mind wants to do so that you can make everybody believe that your mathematics are what trumps everything. And it doesn't. You got it?
See, I tell people all the time that the science isn't settled. All they have to do, if you want to prove me wrong, is you manipulate your presumed cause of what you think's holding down the oceans. I think you guys always use the word gravity, but you can't ever manipulate anything and cause the ocean water to go up and down like I can. So if you want to prove me wrong, all you'd have to do is use my presumed causes, temperature and pressure, as your control variables. Right? Because you don't want to manipulate buoyancy or density to prove that gravity is holding down the water, not buoyancy or density. That would be cheating, right?
You can't have buoyancy without some form of force accelerating towards the center or down straight down. You won't have buoyancy with that.
Prove it. Manipulate that force.
Water doesn't find its level. Take water up into an airplane.
You see, everything's
not what we're talking about.
I'd like to finish.
We use water as a horizontal.
You want to use proofs? Can I finish?
We use water as a horizontal reference. You understand that, right?
Use it as a reference, and I'm going to demonstrate
as a horizontal reference.
How many flat earthers have said water always?
Dude, sometimes this guy needs to stop, and he wants to turn everything upside down in Bizarro world. Like, it's just not going to happen. He can't continue to make it sound like he has a point with proving that what we're showing with demonstrations are not proof. Like, that is just asinine.
I was about to
he just did a non sequitur. That's why he got muted.
About to debunk him dropping water in a zero G flight. That's air pressure holding it together. You're debunked.
Yeah, there's all kinds of proof we can demonstrate to him, but he's going to keep saying it's not proof. And he's just going to blatantly lie that that's not proof. It's like, that's exactly what it is.
Well, that's just an instance where water is seeking its level. It just hasn't found it yet.
He's going to do more of the same. Once he gets unmuted, he's going to continue to tell you that that's not proof, and he's going to go on his rant on how the opposite is true.
Well, we did have other folks in here that were speaking. We were talking to prior to him. He wanted the stage, and he got granted the stage, and well, here we are.
Yeah, who else do we got in here?
Yeah, that's the thing. If we could have a conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Larry. I was just announcing who's here.
Yeah, that's the thing. If we could have a conversation with a guy where he's not, avoiding what we're talking about and then making up excuses and then making all sorts of fallacies where math is science, but you can't prove things with math. I'm sorry, you can't prove things with science, but you can prove things with math. Like, you can't say stuff like that. It's not logically consistent.
You had him on that, Larry. That was a total contradiction. That he said science can't prove anything, math proves things, and then in the next breath said math is science, totally contradicting his whole paradigm. Yeah.
Yeah, he studies
about
bugs.
Nihilism. Go ahead, bro.
No, he studies bugs, and he's been in this chat for a while. He's an anti-flat earther to the bone, like this guy. So he won't. He's clutching his pearls. He'll never let it go. He'll always stick to the fact that what we say with demonstrations and evidence that the Earth is flat. He'll always say that that's not true. So it's just nah. Totally he says contradictory things, and that's what he does. But I'd rather, you guys were saying, talk to somebody else.
I got the impression that he
So just to recap, science doesn't prove things, but when math is science, it does. Is that about right?
Correct.
So the abstract math that you can just make up a whole story out of cloth, or not even cloth, just make it up out of nothing, and mathematically describe things that don't exist. That's how you prove things. But when you're actually dealing with naturally observed phenomenon and cause and effect relationships, you can't prove anything there. That's crazy. But they're both the same thing at the same time. That's dialetheism, if you guys didn't know.
You guys got Crouton that's in here. Crouton, what's up, man? I don't know who Flat Earth Gator is, but somebody named Flat Earth Gator's in here. Lag Switch is in here.
Yeah.
We got some guy's named Savart, whatever. Savart, if you're there, say what's up. Welcome to the panel.
This is not flat Earth. Don't be deceived. What does flat Earth really look like?
Well, you can go outside and you'll see that the Earth isn't curving anywhere, right? But if you want to know what the globe looks like, you definitely can't go outside. You have to go back inside and turn on your TV or open a magazine or some form of media, right? Because you only see the globe on TV. You've never experienced the Earth as a sphere ever in your life outside of media.
Yeah, because the Earth is pretty big. But anyway,
that sounds like an excuse to me. What is that, like the Ron Jeremy fallacy?
You have to be I think it's 35,000 feet. Anyway.
Oh, you're not high enough. That's the Snoop Dogg fallacy. You got any more fallacies?
I don't know what you're really talking about. Well, I'm what does flat Earth look like? I'm just wondering.
You ever been outside Do you see any curvature? Do you experience the Earth as a globe?
Bro, you fucking idiot. That's not what I'm asking you, bro.
He's telling you to look at reality, dude.
Yes, what does the flat Earth look like? I'm asking you to go outside and observe the Earth, and you're like, that's not what I'm talking about, bro. So if we're not talking about the Earth, what are we talking about?
I'm talking about a picture, bro. Can I see a picture? Because
oh, you like cartoons? Like, I used to get up when I was like 5 years old, like early on Saturday morning to watch cartoons. Is that what you're talking about?
Bro,
'Cause I'm talking about the actual Earth.
Oh my god. Bro, literally in your side chat, this guy says, this is not flat Earth, don't be deceived. So what is? That's what I'm asking, bro.
Are you assuming that guy's a flat earther who said that?
He's speaking about the meme that I post saying, "Flat Earth. This is not flat Earth. Do not be deceived." Meaning the floating disc in fucking space, and he's acting like a child. He's not being mature at all, or showing you any respect.
Bro, you're not what? I literally am asking, what does flat Earth look like?
You were telling him to shut the fuck up and shit, or tell him fuck off or whatever. I heard you swearing at him, bud. You're not showing the man respect.
Yo, you're tripping, bro.
No,
we're not claiming to be able to. We're not claiming to be able to achieve that vantage point, to have that perspective of the entirety of reality. No,
What
nobody
does it
is
look like then?
making that claim.
I'm curious, what do y'all think it looks like?
And he told you, go outside and open
This is not an
eyes.
This is not an opinion forum. Okay, so
bro.
if you're asking for our opinions about things, why would you want to know what we imagine something to look like? That seems weird.
What do y'all think it looks like, bro? Like, what do y'all?
Yeah, why do you care about my opinion about what something might look like from, I don't know how many ever thousands of miles away? Why would you want to know that?
Bro, I'm literally just asking you if that's so. Y'all don't think it looks like that, then, right?
Looks like what?
Bro, what he sent? What flat Earth man sent? Or flat man?
Yeah, we don't. Does it say that nobody here thinks this? This is not flat Earth? Yeah, because nobody has that point of view. So we're telling you that we don't have that point of view. So I don't know why you're asking us why we would try to tell you how our imagination works. It's a silly question.
And you're not completing the sentence in the meme. It says, "Do not be deceived." Like, do not confuse flat Earth knowledge with a cosmological image of your heliocentric model, like a flat disk with the moon and the sun going around the disk. Don't have that idea in your head. That's what the meme says. That's not flat Earth. It's not a disk floating in space in the solar system.
So what is it?
It is a measurement of the Earth that you live on. Everybody measures the Earth flat.
That's why they have so many excuses about refraction. That's what started the conversation with the old dude earlier.
If it's not it's not a disc floating in the solar system, then what is it? Like, what is it? Just like
It's the Earth. Nobody knows, man. Nobody knows.
Like, so
I'll help you out. Space is fake. Now you don't have a disc in space. How's that?
Like, how so?
Well, okay.
Like, nobody
What is
walks
space
on the
supposed to
moon?
be?
Nobody ever will. Sorry, go ahead.
So space is supposed to be an ever-expanding void, right? With a very large vacuum. Isn't that what you understand space to be?
No, it's ever expanding.
Right. The claim is that in deep space, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, an extremely high vacuum. Are you aware of this?
What do you mean by vacuum?
It's void
Okay, so
of
there's no
matter
such
from
thing.
the... Sorry, go ahead.
Right, to a certain degree. So there's no such thing as a true vacuum where there's no matter or energy within a space. However, we start classifying vacuums and high vacuum somewhere around 10 to the negative 4, 10 to the negative 6. Bradwin would probably correct me on this, but high vacuums are pretty much anything after 10 to the negative 2. Okay? So extremely low pressure, extremely low pressure. To give you an example, one of the larger vacuum chambers on the Earth has concrete walls that are meters thick, not feet, but meters. All right? And they can get down to somewhere in the ballpark of like 10 to the negative 4. Okay? Space, deep space, is supposed to be 10 to the negative 17. That's the claim. The problem with that is that you and I, we live in a pressurized system. And gas pressure is defined as the collisions or the force of the collisions of the molecules of the gas on the walls of its container. So how do we have a gas pressure to breathe when we're supposed to be in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
What do you mean, the atmosphere?
Yes. It's sitting
The
next to
air.
a vacuum.
Why do you guys say atmosphere instead of like atmosflat or something like that?
Because it's
No
the
worry.
nomenclature
No.
that you're familiar with.
Yeah, we're just trying to speak your language. How about this? How about Atmo? How about Atmo?
Because
You
it
guys
is
say
a contradiction in terms.
You guys actually say atmo, or do you like? It's like sphere.
We're doing that for you because you're spurging out. So we're holding your hand through this process.
It's good enough.
Atmos is good enough.
It's like is the sphere a trigger word for you, or like globe or anything like that? Is there
No, you're the one freaking out. I don't know why you can't stick with the conversation. I asked you a question and you haven't answered it yet.
No.
How is there gas pressure if we're supposed to be in a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
The atmosphere.
Okay, what is the atmosphere?
Layers of I don't know, air.
Okay, can you give me a demonstration of air holding air?
I mean, air holding air. Like, you know how
Yeah, you're saying that.
it's like lighter than another gas. Like,
Yeah, that's not air holding air, creating pressure. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I'm not too sure what the atmosphere is made of. I'm not a I don't know what it's called when you study.
Way
Why'd
to
you-
defend the position.
Yeah, why'd you bring it up then?
What? No, all I was asking was if that is not what y'all think it is, and like what is it? And then you went on this whole like rampage and started crashing out on me.
Yeah, we're ripping on we're ripping off the Band-Aids for you because you live in this paradigm where you think that you're on a spinning ball in an ever-expanding vacuum, and we're just tearing that apart piece by piece. And you want to know what we think the Earth looks like when we've never seen it from the vantage point that you're asking about. You want our imagination. You've had nothing but silly questions since the moment you entered the VC. How old are you?
I don't know. You tell me. Anyway, so
He seems young. Let me
By
try to
your
put it in English.
questions,
you all have to guess. Like, oh wait, what was I gonna say? Maybe-
I would guess 15, 14. Is that about right?
No, but hold on. You know, let me think. You lost my train of thought here.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
Let me help him out. Let me put it in like plain English that anybody around 20 years old can understand. Okay, so hold on, bro.
It won't affect
Hold on.
me. It doesn't affect
Hold on, bro. Can you hear me? I don't know. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Come on, guy.
I hear you.
Okay, so let's say you have a propane tank, you know, like your dad cooks with outside, right? Because you're definitely not from the South. Okay, so if you want to buy propane tank and you want to buy propane, right? You need the tank to have the gas pressure, right? You can't go to the store and buy propane without the tank because you're not going to have enough gas pressure to cook with. So how do you have Jupiter, which is allegedly a gas giant, sitting right in the middle of a vacuum if you need a tank to have higher gas pressure next to lower gas pressure like you do when you grill propane on Earth?
Just like explaining why there's no gravity in a space. Or do you wait? Oh, wait, y'all don't think gravity's real, right? Or I'm not very educated on your space.
Bro, you can't even focus on one topic at a time. We were talking about gas pressure, not gravity, remember?
You just gotta mute me. That's it.
You tell us what gravity is.
It's when a big object like the Earth, you get pulled to the center of it. You know, it's the gravitational pull.
Prove it.
That's a claim.
Prove it. Okay, so when you're like not floating in the air right now, you're like when you jump, you come back down to the floor.
So what about when I get on a surfboard and I'm floating on the ocean? Where's the gravity there?
It's on the water. Like you're staying on the water. If there was no water there, you'd just go right to the floor as well.
Okay, so it's not about mass, it's about mass over volume then, right?
No, it's still about mass because the Earth is so much bigger.
But wait a minute. We just showed that you can actually float, right, on a surfboard in the ocean
on water.
You're not floating?
You're on water.
You're not floating on a surfboard?
No, because you're on water. You're not floating. Like
So you can't float on water? Is that what you're saying?
Like floating is being in the air. So you can't, unless like for a split second.
He doesn't know that you can float on water. So you
guy's
never
stupid, man.
experienced this as a kid, like you'd put on your floaties and you get in the water and you float on top of the water so your big ass bowling ball head don't fall down?
Oh, yeah,
you never experienced that?
Buoyancy.
Exactly. You said it was all about mass, and I said no, it's mass over volume. Then I gave a demonstration, and you're like, no, you can't float on water.
You're talking about buoyancy, though.
Right, because buoyant force makes you float, right? Like a hot air balloon, a helium, a Zeppelin.
Yeah, just like how big, massive cruise ships don't sink.
Archimedes principle, right? Eureka. So now you get it. So what they told you about gravity, it isn't true. It isn't true because you can't manipulate mass only and make things go up and down like I can when I manipulate mass over volume, or relative density is another way to say it.
You're kind of a red herring. I'm talking about why, so you, wait, let's get this point.
I'm passing the mic.
Do you think, okay.
Go ahead.
Gravity is real or not real?
Well, nobody's actually demonstrated or shown us any gravity before. So the onus would probably be on you to show us gravity. Can you show it to us?
Yeah, okay, ready? So here, I'm going to do a live demonstration. All right, so are you sitting down right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get up real quick and you jump, I don't know if you can or not, but if you jump, you don't keep floating all the way up in there and hit your roof. You come back down to the floor. That's what gravity is.
You're more dense than air.
You're
more dense than air. You're more dense than air.
Well, let's evaluate the logic sequence. Okay, so which one is demonstrating which?
What do you
What's
mean?
proving what? Is gravity proving why you go down, why you jump up and go back down, or is jumping up and going back down proving gravity?
Gravity is when you go back to the floor. It's like pulling you towards the floor. That's what gravity is.
Yeah, that's your assertion. So you jump up and come back down.
I know that to be
and
true.
you're asserting that the reason for that, right, is something called gravity, which is a pulling on you. Correct?
Yeah.
Right. So how did you validate that?
Towards the Earth.
How did you validate that?
I jumped and I...
By jumping, right? That's circular logic, sir.
How's that circular logic? Circular logic is like, if I said, what's a woman? And then I'd say a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. That's kind of circular logic.
No, because I can show you, right? I can demonstrate to you. So,
okay.
We know gravity's real because when we jump up, we come back down.
Yeah.
And we know that we when we jump up and come back down, that's showing that there's gravity, right? There's gravity. Gravity causes things to fall, right? It causes me to jump up and come back down.
It's a force between masses, yes.
Right, that's the assertion, right? And then I say, what's the validation for that? And you said, we'll jump up and you will come back down.
Yeah, because that's like what gravity is, pretty much.
So gravity is just the act of jumping up and coming back down, or is it the cause of you?
It's the
is it
force
the cause?
It's gravity is the force between masses.
Right. How did you validate that? By jumping up and coming back down?
Because the force between the Earth and me, the gravity is the force and pulling me back down.
What force? You haven't proven a force yet.
So gravity, because things fall because gravity. That's literally circular logic, bro.
That's not what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying gravity is a force between masses, bro.
Okay, how did you validate that?
You don't understand that.
How did you validate that?
Oh my god, bro.
How many times is he gonna be wrong and just keep repeating himself?
Like a second grader that can't like comprehend. Oh my lord!
That'll be you, sir.
No, I'm talking to you don't
Yo,
sound-
Light Switch.
you
Check
don't
this
sound
out, dude.
very hard. What?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Check this out, dude. How do you differentiate? Okay. Okay, so you say you jump up and you come back down. How do you make a distinction between the claim that A, the ground is pulling you down, versus B, the air is pushing you down? If one were to posit those two things to you as being two distinct reasons why the phenomena you're witnessing of you going down is occurring, what would you do to differentiate one from the other?
Just if the air pushed you down,
Right. Like if someone just proposes to you that these are two different possibilities as to why the phenomena you're witnessing is occurring, what would you do to demonstrate one over the other is being the true cause?
Okay, because like if you take a gas, for example, well, let's just talk about air pressure. Okay. Do you know like stuff about that?
Yes, sir.
It pushes in all directions, not just downward.
So your point being?
So you would, if you're saying it's because of air pressure, then you would float not just down, but in all directions. You know?
No, because what if, for example, what if you have the gas floating around you, like you said, is pushing in all directions. So therefore, some of the air is pushing down, right?
Yeah, but if it's pushing in all directions, that means it's pushing you left, right, and up too.
Well, that's the point, right? So if the air is pushing in all directions, it's going up, and then somehow pushing back down, for example, right?
That's okay. That's the reason you don't feel like crushed, because the pressure from above is balanced by the pressure from below and the sides.
Homeboy doesn't know, but he just debunked gravity.
Yeah, my question to you was, what do you do to make this to differentiate both reasons as being potential causes? What did you do to say, oh, it's this versus the other thing?
Because, well,
all you did in your statement is, as was it T-Dub or Timbo stated, you just went around in circles. I see, this. I jump up and I come back down. It must be this reason. But here I am proposing to you, another reason, potential reason on the table, and you're choosing one over the other. Why?
Okay, well, you asked if it's air pressure that's pushing you down or something about air, and I said it can't be air because it would air pressure pushes you in all directions. Gravity is different because gravity is pulling you down toward the earth.
No, but here's the thing. If I have gas on top of me, gas beside me, and gas below me, right? There's more space above me, therefore there's more gas. Therefore, there must be more gas pushing down than there is gas pushing up.
Okay.
So therefore, I go down.
What about on the sides of you?
It could literally be anything, right? It could literally be anything. Like, so I could propose some sort of cause, like there's invisible green leprechauns that are flying around, and they're magic, and they make sure that once something goes up, that it has to come back down, right?
Yeah, I was just going to go there. Thank you for that. Exactly.
That's all right.
How do you know? That's the whole point, Lag Switch. What are you doing to demonstrate one thing over another, as opposed to just reasserting the phenomena and reasserting the cause without actually doing it?
For my hypothesis, right, I can just appeal to the effect. I jump up and come back down. Therefore, my magical invisible green leprechauns are real.
Yeah, Lag, if you dissect your own logic, exactly what T-Dub just said, someone could state the same thing using different terms, and it would be equally as valid as the logic you propose. I jump there, right? If someone put more formally, I jump up and I come down, it must be because there are green leprechauns pushing me down. I jump up and I do come back down, therefore it must be the green leprechauns.
Okay, well, gravity is not just that. Okay, and also, all I'm doing is disproving.
How do
your
you
point
know,
about
dude?
Air pressure.
You're not disproving anything.
Dude,
you haven't said anything.
I literally just told you if air pressure is pushing you down, it would be pushing you left, right, and all other directions.
No, it wouldn't.
That's
No, it
why.
wouldn't, because there's more.
Say
No,
you
it
go
wouldn't, 'cause
skydiving,
there's-
right?
No, it wouldn't, because there's more air above me. So therefore, more
why
of a
don't
higher
you go
pressure
left and
going
right?
upward
Why don't you go left and right?
Equally in all
No,
directions on you. Air press is equally in all directions on you.
Yeah, but there's more air above me. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just positing to him that there are
Bro,
possible
it's air
reasons.
pressure.
He
It's
hasn't
air
said
pressure,
anything.
not fucking air, bro. I'm not talking about the fucking space, the amount of air. And anyway, okay, say your logic is true. Why don't you go flying left or right as well? It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
I don't know. Maybe it's leprechauns too. Maybe they
See
have
what they're trying to what they're kind of demonstrating to you. Hold on. What they're demonstrating to you is there's ways to find out what the cause of an effect is. You have to manipulate the presumed cause to see the effect. That's what an experiment is. A hypothesis test is an experiment. So, what do you need to do to find out if it's the gas pressure that's pushing you down? You remove the gas pressure and see if you float off. Now, we know that humans boil in low pressure because we're mostly made of water. So that's not an experiment we need to do again, right? So what do we do now? Well, that's a null hypothesis. So it's not the gas pressure that's holding you down. What's actually holding you down? Well, if you put a human on a surfboard in the ocean, that holds them up. What happens when you remove the buoyant board made of wood? Well, he kind of sinks a little bit further. What happens when he lets all the air out of his lungs? Well, in salt water, he's certainly going to go down. Why? Because of gravity? No, because the relative density. That's what happens when you manipulate one variable at a time. And that variable that's isolated and manipulated, you can have a null hypothesis or prove something. Does that make sense?
The reason they go down is because their density compared to the water is different. It's okay.
Exactly. Has nothing to do with whatever you said about mass attracting mass. It's actually mass over volume. And Newton would have figured that out had the apple fell in a pail of water.
So you're saying that it's because you're more dense than air, or what?
Exactly. The air can't hold you up. But the water can, especially if it's salt water, because salt water is more dense than distilled water or pure water. Right?
Okay, so if air
That's
can't
why I
hold me
would.
up, if air can't hold me up, then why can I use a leaf blower and put something on top of the leaf blower, turn on the leaf blower, and boom, air is holding something in the air.
Because the air can hold a leaf up because you added a lot more pressure because you have an air pump.
It's not an air pump, it's a leaf blower, dude.
A leaf blower is not an air pump? It's not pumping air? Really? You want to write that down and publish it with your name attached to it? Go ahead, bro.
Retarded.
It's not pumping, bro. Yo, Flat Earth Ranger, you haven't said anything, and you sound like you go and
Yeah, you're retarded.
gangbang,
Air
bro.
pump
Like, you
isn't
like
air pressure being pumped. What's wrong with you?
it's not pumping it, bro. It's not pumping. There's no pumping movement involved.
Air pump isn't pumping. Got it.
I said leaf blower, bro. I don't know where y'all got air pump from.
Leaf blower isn't pumping air. Same thing. Yeah, you're still dumb.
There's no pumping process in it, bro.
How come
Dude, it's a fan. It's a compressor.
Blower that I can reverse the tubes on it, and it will become a leaf vacuum. What's going on there?
Okay, we're kind of going away from the topic about leaf blowers. Bro.
A leaf blower is literally an air pump. It's a compressor.
Does your compressor or your bike pump blow air?
Yeah, because my bike pump, I'm pumping down the thing, so it pumps the air.
And what's a compressor do? What does a compressor?
What?
What does a compressor do?
We're kind of getting off the topic about. We're talking about air leaf blowers. Let's get more on about the gravity.
All right, good point.
Wilbur,
So there's no gravity. You haven't
brought up a leaf blower. Sorry, bro. You brought up a leaf blower, and you're complaining about us changing the topic. Fucking Globers, bro.
Compressor.
Absolutely.
All I said was what if I take a leaf blower and put it up, and you said it's because it's pumping air, and I said it's not pumping it, and then you went on this on and on and on and on. I said,
yeah. Anyways, there's no gravity, so we're back to that. So there's no gravity then.
Okay, so please tell me who said that again? Okay,
Don't worry about it. Just show me the gravity is an independent variable in any experiment. I'll wait.
whoever just talked, tell me, what do you think is holding us down?
Friend, I just need you to show me gravity is an independent variable in any experiment.
No, please tell me. I'm wondering what you think is.
No, I'm wondering from you if you could show me some gravity somewhere. That's all I need to have.
I already told you why.
So you don't have any gravity then?
Okay. Do you know what a black hole is?
Okay. Do you know if you can get me a sample of gravity, or can you put it as an independent variable in any experiment?
Yes, bro. Gravity is. Oh my god! How many times do I have to say?
Just get me the experiment then. No worries. Get me the experiment. Put it in the side chat.
Okay. Get a ball.
No. In the side chat, I want the paper, right, where they did the experiment where gravity was the independent variable.
Sure.
See, the problem is it doesn't exist, right? Because when they asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, "What is gravity?" he said, "We don't know," or something like that. Next question, and she said, "Oh, did I ask you something that I wasn't supposed to ask you?" Which is something a journalist who's a real journalist would never say. But I digress. The point is that they don't know what gravity is, right? They say gravity is what holds down the ocean. Well, specific gravity, maybe, but it's not Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, certainly not those two, because you can't manipulate the cause to see the effect. But you can manipulate the relative density between an object and a medium that it's in and make it go up or down. For example, an apple in a pail will obviously sink to the bottom. But if you put water in it, you change the relative density between the apple and the medium that it was in, specifically the medium, from air to water, and now a fresh apple will float to the surface and mostly stick out. Well, mostly submerge, but partially stick out. So that's a huge problem for anyone who's claiming that it's mass attracting mass alone and not mass over volume relative to the medium that it's in.
Heavy and light objects float regardless of density. If you're I forgot. You don't believe in space. You don't believe in. Okay, dude, you can do this. I want you to do this. So, do you know those planes where it's like you can experience zero gravity?
Hold on, Chief. Okay. I asked you for a paper where gravity was the independent variable. This is not it.
Is the independent variable presence of gravity? Anyway, I'm talking to this guy real quick.
No. I will not allow you to continue until you actually get me the paper I'm looking for. You understand me? Yeah. So get me the paper where they used gravity as the independent variable. Don't scoot past this. Yeah. Don't use your stupid AI.
You're a little loud there. You wanna calm down? I did though.
No, I want the paper. I want the gravity as the independent variable, not them appealing to gravity being present. That's not the point. It has to be a cause of something. That's why this isn't actually an experiment. I want the paper with the hypothesis with gravity being the independent variable. If you can't get that, then I want you to say, I concede, gravity has never been an independent variable.
Bro, can you let me talk for 5 seconds without your...
No, I want the thing I'm asking for because you've been gish galloping this whole time. I don't want you to talk about gravity again until you prove its existence instead of begging the question.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've been talking about gravity since the 1680s. So there should be an experiment if they validated it vigorously through experiment. It should be a piece of cake to demonstrate it, and there would be a paper for it.
And it's always, trust me, bro, it's real. As I said, there's a big difference between testing and repeatably testable and verifiable facts. That's what's always absent in all of these discussions about gravity.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. You want to know why? It's because gravity is a constant. It's a force of nature.
I need a sample of that force of a constant. I need a sample of it so we can test it. Can you get me a sample of the gravity?
It's a constant, bro.
Do you think that saying something is a constant is all of a sudden going to pacify me when I'm asking for you to show me the gravity? And I don't want you to show me the observation or the effect and call the effect gravity. I don't want you to say it's a constant as if somehow that's going to solve your problem. I want a sample of the motherfucker.
Yeah, that's best. You probably just keep your fucking mouth shut then.
Oh, you unmuted me. Finally. Okay. So, do you know what a constant is?
Why don't you, inside chat, post for me constant, the definition of it, and we'll go from there. I don't need you to ask me any questions.
Instead of a vowel.
Rage quit.
He gone.
Yeah, he did. Sick of this bullshit.
Going to get another burger or something.
So a constant, that would be the opposite of something that varies, right?
Yep.
But there's this thing about light being the speed of light being a constant, but it's changed over the years. And Dr. Rupert Sheldrake had a very interesting, I think it was a TED Talk about it, or maybe it was the Thunderbolts Project where he talked about Set Science Free. It's a book he wrote. And he said that when he pointed out that the speed of light had changed over the years, they said that they didn't have to worry about it because they came up with something called intellectual phase locking. Intellectual phase locking means that they tied the speed of light to the length of the meter, so if the speed of light changes, we'll never know because it's tied to the length of the meter. Anyway, if y'all haven't heard about that, that's definitely worth looking up.
Or he just popped back in and left again.
Larry, you would have loved the conversation we had with Leaf a few hours ago, where he was claiming that your perception of reality changes, based on the speed of the observer. So the faster the observer goes, your perception of Earth changes. So he was saying, he literally said, yes, Earth will, the dimensions of Earth will always measure flat, but in reality, it's curved. And all you need to do to see the curve is go faster, or something like that. It was really weird.
Is that the Dale Earnhardt fallacy?
Oh man, that's funny.
I'm not familiar with that name.
He's a famous race car.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a NASCAR driver. No, I was getting at the fact that the difference between people who seek truth based on verifiable, repeatable, testable evidence, right, of that truth being found, don't just trust things that can't be tested repeatably well, they can't be tested by multiple individuals and get the same result. So it's like, yeah, we're not sitting here claiming to know everything that can't be tested and verified, but y'all just believe whatever can't be tested and verified, and then mock everybody who's like, no, we be able to test and verify things. It's the common problem here. We have a bunch of people that are like, well, no, thousands of scientists have done it. Everyone's like, name one. Oh, I can't. I don't even know. So you're out here defending something that you don't even know based on belief. And that's why we get stuck on these terms. It's like, no, you're a believer, you have no knowledge.
Yeah.
Lag switch is back.
Oh, he's back.
We talk now? Oh my god.
Right, so do you have that sample of gravity so we can see if it's a constant?
It's a constant?
Yeah, you said it was a constant. I need a sample of it. We'll test that.
So the definition is it's like, okay, so it is a constant because it's always present, right? Gravity is always present.
Is it? So what is it? Where is it? Can you show it to me? Give me a sample of it.
Look, you can't hold gravity, bro.
What is it then? What is it?
It's the force between masses.
Oh, I'm sorry. It hasn't been a force for over 110 years.
What do you mean, bro? What, did gravity turn on after?
It was a force in Newtonian gravity, but that has been superseded by Einsteinian mechanics, or gravity. General relativity. You don't even know which gravity you're appealing to in this case, do you?
What do you mean, which? There's only. What do you mean, which gravity? Is there different versions, bro?
You don't even know there's different versions?
Just explained it to you, ass clown. Were you listening?
Bro, you sound like NBA YoungBoy. Shut your. Oh, my bad, bro.
Yeah, he's not listening.
No.
So it's not. It can't be an independent variable because it can't be changed. Like the amount.
So what is it?
Okay, what's density? What's density? Let's get that one. Wait.
What about the electrostatic
Self-loading the question. We know what mass over volume is.
Wait. Let him say it.
So what about the electrostatic force that can be isolated?
Yeah, you're fucking idiot.
What? Hold on a second. I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Why are we talking about electrostatics?
Yeah, he's asking a question and then he's talking.
So what's density? Well, density is apparently a formula. I don't really make a lot of claims about density. So why are you asking me something that I didn't make a claim about?
Well, that's what you said. What holds us down?
No, I didn't say that.
No, you didn't.
No.
Okay, then what is? Is there, or is it?
I didn't say that there was anything holding us down, but you did, and you can't provide me any evidence for it.
I have, though. I've provided you.
Oh, you said gravity. I asked you what is it. You don't know.
It's, bro, I told you. Holy shit, I've said it 5 times.
What did you say it was? Was it was the observation? It was the dependent variable? It was a motion? Or was it the effect? Was it the independent variable? Or excuse me, the cause?
Let me slow down for you. Gravity is the force between.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so you would be able to show me an experiment where we have a force that is measured between two masses. All I need for you is to define for me what mass is, and then get me an experiment where gravity was the independent variable as a force that proved that two masses were being attracted by that force. Get it for me.
Well, the reason is because it has to be a big enough.
No, I don't want to hear excuses as to why you can't provide me the evidence for the claim that you just made. I want the evidence for the claim. Not, here's reasons why it can't be done. Here's reasons why I can't show you gravity, because that would be me winning and you losing. So you'd be best going to get me a sample of gravity and showing me how it was an independent variable in an experiment.
I'm giving you the reason why.
No, I don't need your reasons and excuses. I just need the sample with the independent variable. That's all I need from you.
Okay, that's like saying if. Let me.
Yeah, think about your answer really carefully.
No, I'm thinking about your dumbass saying what you're saying. Hold on. Let me just think here. That's like saying, find me an experiment where a unicorn was an independent variable.
That's exactly my point. Thank you. So gravity and unicorns are the same thing. They don't exist.
You're comparing a fictional animal to a force.
No, you are. You just said gravity was like a unicorn. You just said that.
You're starting to get it.
Dude, how long is this going to take?
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, it can't be an independent variable, bro.
What is it again? Why can't it not? Why can't it not be something that can be used for cause? Why?
Because
what is it?
It cannot be changed. And also,
no, I'm sorry.
It's always present.
Okay, can you show it to me? Since it's always here with us, is it with you in the room right now? Is it telling you anything? Does it have a smell? Does it have a color? Does it have a taste?
No.
Does it have weight? Doesn't have any of that shit. So it's like an imaginary friend.
Unicorn.
Dude, it's not a fucking... It's a force.
So the only evidence of gravity is somewhere you can't go ever.
Can you taste oxygen? That's like saying
what a convenient truth. You can't prove it because it can't be proven. Oh, but it's definitely there.
Trust me, bro.
You can't verify.
You can use gravity in experiment. It just can't be an variable.
There you go. Okay, well, where's the gravity we can use in the experiment? Show me where do they get it, and then how do they use it in the experiment?
You want to look up an experiment right now?
I want you to, because you told me that they use it. So what is it, and how did they use it?
You're making his head hurt. You can hear shit popping out of it. There's all kinds of weird noises coming out of it.
I'm burping.
Right.
Do you not know what that is?
The seed oils are strong with this one.
Seed oil. Don't even get me started.
You already did. It's quite evident.
Okay, so...
Or you're going to talk about seed oils?
According to Whole Lag Switch here, apparently unicorns and gravity are synonymous. I'm glad we got that out of the way.
You want a whole thing about gravity experiment? There you go. Watch that video.
No, why am I going to watch a whole video? I just need you to tell me what gravity is and how it's used in an experiment.
You said, find me an experiment with gravity. I didn't.
Okay.
Have you watched it? Could you summarize it?
Yeah.
Video, bro.
No, so what's in? What am I going to see? What am I going to see?
Go ahead, watch it. You said you want to.
You don't even know what's in the video. You're not going to elephant hurl something in here unless you show me what gravity is and how it was used in this particular video.
You said find me an experiment with gravity. That's what I did.
Okay, so what is gravity? And if it's in the experiment, how did they use it?
Gravity is a force between masses, bro.
Okay, what's a mass?
Oh my god, bro.
Define mass, please.
Do you not know what masses is? Do you not know?
Well, apparently you don't because you're not telling me. So can you define mass, please?
It's matter, a large body of matter.
No, matter is matter. Mass is something else. What is mass in physics?
Bro, do you want me the real definition? I'll look it up right now.
Yep.
A coherent, typically large body of matter with no definite shape, like I said, bro.
So a large matter is mass, and that's in physics. That's the physics definition. Can you give me the citation for that, please?
Yeah, look it up on Oxford Languages, bro.
No, this is your claim. You're going to get me the citation.
Yeah, look up mass definition, bro.
You're going to get it for me, or I'm just going to boot your ass out of here because I'm bored with you already.
Oh, I can tell you're not very smart. I know you're lazy. There you go.
I know way more than you about this, and you're not going to just say, I'm going to get you the Oxford definition. I want the physics definition, and I want the citation.
Do you believe in God?
Dude, why are you jumping to this now? Is this your last attempt?
He doesn't know what to do anymore. He's just going to start asking weird shit.
This is the stupidest shit. Bro, get me the citation. Okay, get me the citation that I'm asking for, the physics definition of mass, and then we'll start talking about how apparently gravity works between them. Yeah, I bet he is. No worries.
You know what's even stupider? The video that he posted. Oh, it's so funny. I just took a look at it. It's a little contraption, that these guys set up, where they took like a paper plate, cut it out, made like a sort of like a funnel with a straw or something. They took a little cotton ball, put it inside the funnel, blew air into the straw, and they see the little cotton ball float up, and then they stop blowing air into it, and it comes back down. Therefore, gravity.
Oh my gosh!
Did you not? It's worth a watch if you want to take like 10 seconds, tap through it. It's fucking stupid.
Okay, just for the audience, we're talking about the cause of that phenomenon of the cotton ball falling down. We agree that cotton balls fall down if you pick them up and drop them or do whatever was done in that video. We're wanting to know what the cause of that thing falling down is. So that's the difference between big G and little g. We don't disagree with little g. But what's the cause of it?
Well, what do you know? He's back.
Right after I said that, or did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
I think he jumped back in right at the end.
Yeah, if he burps on the mic again, if he burps on the mic again, just mute him again, because I'm tired of hearing that shit.
No, okay. You said why does the ball air pressure? The reason it floats is because gravity is also pushing down on it. That's if you watch the whole video, it explains that. Just wanted to let that in. Also, I'm not gonna
prove that gravity's pushing it down. We're tired of baseless assertions.
I sent him on a 40-minute timeout.
Yay.
What do you think causes things to fall, then?
Does everything fall?
Most things.
Oh, so not everything, then?
No, not everything.
Okay, so then I guess if some things go down and some things go up.
What's the difference
what happened to
between
gravity?
Those two things?
Air resistance?
No, what's the difference between those two things? If you have an empty balloon and it goes down, and a helium balloon and it goes up, what's the difference between those two things?
Because the gas compressed inside the balloon is lighter than air.
Causing a buoyant force. So is that why things don't fall down when they don't fall down, maybe? Maybe that's worth investigating? I don't know, maybe we should form a hypothesis? So we can do an experiment to test that out? So let's get an egg, right? We drop the fresh egg in distilled water, and it sinks. But then we get some saline solution or water with a high salt content, and we drop the egg in that cup, and it floats. I wonder why. Maybe it's all that mass attracting all... No, it has nothing to do with the mass. It has to do with mass over volume. Does anybody disagree? And if they do, all you have to do is manipulate your presumed cause by holding my presumed cause constant.
Let's do a different medium. That's water, not air. You can't use that.
Okay, let's do Mercury. you put a pull of mercury in a tub, and then you put an anvil in it. You said let's do a different medium.
Is mercury
I didn't say
air?
mercury. I didn't say mercury was air. I said you could put a steel anvil in mercury and it floats. I wonder why. Is it the mass, or is it the mass over volume?
It's the medium, not the mass.
So, do you think there's a difference between air and its mass over volume and mercury and its mass over volume? And if there is a difference, do you think that might be the cause of it floating? The steel anvil floating?
Yeah. Yeah.
So not gravity then.
It's a different medium. It's not going to be gravity.
And then what's holding the bodies of water in place?
Yeah.
Like the ocean.
The extreme gas pressure holds it down, and low temperature.
I suppose that could be debated with, steam and things.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and show me that when you remove the gas pressure, that ocean water doesn't boil.
What's Daz doing?
I guess that could be debated, right? According to this guy, let's debate that. So if I remove all the gas pressure with a vacuum pump, well, go ahead. Show me your evidence that gas pressure doesn't hold down oceans.
Yeah,
because if we remove the gas pressure,
all my lunch.
Hot mic.
Find that card. The Rite Aid.
Mike,
I
your
asked
card.
Marge, where do you
Rite Aid
card. Rite Aid in the Nob Hill parking shopping
Hot
center.
mic.
Go in there.
Who's hot micing? Somebody mute him.
I got him.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So who wants to debate with me? Because some guy just said that we can debate that gas pressure doesn't hold down ocean water. What's your evidence otherwise? Go ahead. I'll wait. Don't run. Don't delay. I'll wait. Think he said that's debatable. I hope he comes back. Because I sure would love for somebody to debate with me that the rain cycle doesn't work based on temperature and gas pressure. That's going to be an easy debate. Because it can be demonstrated all day that that's the cause of water staying in its liquid form and not turning into clouds. Gas pressure and temperature. Not gravity, whatever that is. Where'd that guy go? Did he run? Guy who wants to debate. Where did he run to? See, these Globers always pretend to debate against us, but they got no cowbell. It's all hot air. So they use hot air to prove that gravity holds things down. You guys got any experiments? That gas pressure doesn't hold down the oceans? Because I'd love to see it. I know the government told you that it was gravity that holds down the oceans, but what if the government school or public school lied? Oh, that's crazy talk, right? That's conspiracy theory stuff, except for you can fucking prove it with a vacuum pump that pumps out all the air and then water boils at low temperature, at low gas pressure. And it's hard for water to stick to the bottom of something if it's boiling the fuck off. But that's debatable, according to Globe Earthers. That's debatable. Who's next?
Yeah, it is debatable.
Okay, give me your evidence. Make a claim that if you suck all the gas pressure out of a container half full of water, that the water doesn't boil at low temperature, and then that gas pressure that is now water vapor gets sucked out and it continues to boil. After 3 days, there's no water sticking to the bottom of the container. So all you have to do to prove me wrong is demonstrate that not happening. With a strong enough vacuum pump and a perfectly sealed container and enough time, there will be no water to stick to the bottom. So you going to debate, or are you just going to pretend to debate?
I'd just like to point out too that within the globe Earth paradigm, gravity prevents gases from escaping when exposed to a vacuum without a physical barrier in between.
All right, well, I'll manipulate temperature and pressure, and that's going to be my presumed cause, that once the phase change happens and it goes from liquid to gas, it's going to fuck off and not stick to the bottom of the container, whether the container is an ocean or a gas pump or a tea kettle, right? And you just hold those as a constant. Don't manipulate the relative density in your experiment, and only manipulate gravity. And let's see you make gravity go up and down like I can. Go ahead. What's your presumed cause? What's gravity? And can you manipulate it and make the water go up and down like I can without manipulating buoyancy or density? Go ahead. Still waiting. Been asking this question. Still waiting for an answer. You can't just say gravity and drop the microphone and do a victory dance. That's not how science works.
Gravity.
Mic drop, victory dance, wipe the crumbs off my face because I was eating a sandwich and I got summoned like a demon. That's a Neil deGrasse Tyson video reference for those of you who don't know. So there's people in here pretending that they can debate. They'll use the word debate, they'll use the word gravity, but there's no substance. You guys got any substance or experiments? Please and thank you. Mic out. Can anybody demonstrate curvature or axial rotation? We'd love to see it. We keep hearing about it. I guess the globe is all out of evidence. Fresh out. Nobody willing to defend the globe. I'll debate you. Exit stage left. Run like hell. That's how Glover's debate.
God, I love it when they just run, but then this asshat Naps is in here, going off like a dumbass. And he knows fucking good and well we're going to roast his stupid ass. I'm so fucking tired of these idiots. It's a globe because my teacher told me so. Oh, but don't you know everyone's lying? They're all
I
in
saw it
on
on
it. Even
TV.
your
Has to
teachers.
be a
Yeah,
globe.
exactly.
Has to be.
Here's the one thing
Why
I
would
want
the
to answer all these globetards. First and foremost, people ask, well, how can so many people keep a lie? I'm going to tell you right now, it takes one damn person to push a lie effective enough for a lot of people to believe it and then perpetuate it. And that's how the lie gets going and stays going. The fact of the matter is you cannot prove that we live on a ball. There's no experiment that has been done that you can prove that we live on a ball. Now, I can look out across the water and I can definitely see a horizon. And there's a reason they call it a horizon, because maybe it's horizontal.
But why would the tell lie vision tell lies?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe because it's a program.
The mental programming box. Stay tuned for your next scheduled programming.
My dad called it the idiot box my entire life.
So did my grandfather, my mom's dad. By the way, my mother is in here with us.
Yeah, hi, that's me. I have a whole equation that actually proves the flat. I mean, well, I wouldn't say prove, but definitely gives some evidence to our claim. And so I don't know why in the world. I don't know. I can post it 100 million times, but I still don't think the globetards are going to get it. I think they don't know how to think. They're told what to believe, not what to think or how to think. These are the same Riris who wore face masks and face diapers for a couple of years. Jesus Christ. So funny. It's crickets.
We got Bruh1 into VC. Sup, Bruh1. I think he knows better than to unmute himself at this point. I don't know. I never see him come off a mute.
Nobody with enough balls to defend the ball?
No balls.
Nobody with noble blood enough to defend the ball?
No. Man, I heard Lag Switch in here earlier, just a bit ago, and that dude, oh, he's funny. I was cooking him the other night. It was like, I don't know, I couldn't sleep. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then dude wants to tell me that we should go look at the sky with a microscope.
What?
I'm not even kidding. You want the clip? Because he said it multiple times. I'll post the clip here in the chat. It's so funny.
Oh. How could you ever show your avatar after saying something like that? That's big oof. Ugh. I feel bad for that guy.
Man, it's almost as bad as saying math. Math is science.
But you can't prove things with science, but you could prove things with math. That's bad too. Hope somebody clipped it.
The worst part about it is that guy goes to bed every night. That guy goes to bed every night thinking he's the smartest guy on in his fucking township.
If anybody can play it on the bot or they want to play it on the bot, I posted it there in chat. Lag Switch suggests that we look at the sky with a microscope.
I guess that's how you prove gravity or the Earth's a globe. What was he trying to prove by doing that?
Earth curve or something. I don't even know. I don't even know. Bro one put his fingers in his ear. Oh, maybe they listening. Yeah, y'all gotta listen to this fucking. It's so good.
I feel bad for these Globers sometimes. I get it if he misspoke, like if he said it and then corrected himself, or you pointed it out and he said that he misspoke. But if he said it multiple times, that's bad. That's really bad.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, because you noticed how I kept being like, oh, a microscope. Like I'm trying to get him to catch his error, and he just kept repeating the error.
All I can hear is the merry men. That's bad. That's bad. That's really, really bad.
I love that. That's bad. That's bad. That's very, very bad. Mr. Hood.
Yeah, that is a golden clip. Holy cow. You could listen to that on repeat for a few.
I'm gonna have to go listen to it.
Yeah, I think he needs to listen to that again. I wish he could have pulled that up while he was still here. Oh my God.
Yeah, the chat was super busy. I did post it while he was still here. It's too damn good. I have like an extended version, and it's of me just roasting the crap out of him. He just straight cooked for hours, and he just didn't get it. He just went in circles.
He must have meant telescope and just had no clue that they were different devices. I don't know.
Well, he said it like what 3 or 4 times before he was like, "I meant my telescope." I'm like, "There you go. Yeah, there it is."
I don't know who said it, but the seed oils are strong. This one was golden comment today. That was freaking
That
hilarious.
was good. Whoever said
I
that,
was
yeah.
yeah, I was rolling. Oh my God. Sometimes I'm listening and someone says something like that, and I'm like laughing. My children, Dad, what's so funny? What's so funny? I'm like, don't worry about it.
Glad you liked it.
Who was that? I got to give you props. Whoever said that. Who was that?
That was me, sir.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Mike, dude, that was great. That was awesome. That was awesome.
See, we got Raiden in here. He still holds a very staunch belief that Earth is a globe that goes around the sun. And he says that we should go look at science journals because that'll validate that. Okay.
Hi, Jenna.
What's up, Superman? Can you see across the earth yet?
Oh, you guys were talking about something. What did I miss?
Funny things that Globers say, like there was somebody in here telling me that I need to go look at the sky with a microscope.
Oh, I see. Instead of a telescope.
Yeah, he said it like 3 or 4 times before he was like, "Oh, I meant a telescope." I'm like, "Yeah, there you go, buddy." Yep.
Okay. I'll tell you one thing. I'm still waiting. I think I said this before. I really hope that it happens. I hope you guys get your message across to the mainstream. It gets recognized.
Oh, trust and believe. The mainstream already knows, and they're doing everything they can to make sure they put a little box over everything that censors flat Earth and says that it's a archaic, outdated belief or whatever.
Well, there's
That's
this
already hit mainstream.
there's this quote that I like to quote. What's true is not always popular, and what's popular is not always true.
It's also the mainstream is shifting in that we got all these podcasters and smaller, like Candace Owens, for instance, who are or smaller creators who are like getting more and more popular. So the chances of us being able to get onto these platforms is much greater than the legacy media.
We're also watching the smaller podcasters become the new legacy media, though.
Yeah, it's happening, but in the process, there's more chances for us to get into the scene before it all clamps down onto certain individuals who are the most popular and the masses flock to, kind of like the old legacy media. But that's one of the beautiful things about this new environment is that you have all these new people rising up, and who want to and think that they can become like Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, whatever. And so that creates all these opportunities for outreach.
Well, plus there's the... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we even just hear Flat Earth being mentioned more and more, even just on shows like Tim Pool. Even though Tim Pool clearly is not a Flat Earther, he uses it in a derogatory term, almost, but regularly he'll be like, well, what about the firmament? Or some stupid stuff, which is adding more publicity to it. It's adding more people are going to be like, why is everybody talking about this? And that's always good for us. All publicity is good for us, even though like we get a bunch of negative publicity from people like misrepresenting our position or attacking some fringe position of some single dude.
Yeah, well, let's not forget how Rogan got his hand slapped. No, sorry, Drace.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was saying it's just like when Rogan got his hand slapped doing a couple episodes about how he fucking moon landings were faked. And he had a little sit down and then had to have Master frickin' DeGrasse Tyson on his show to fucking sun him in front of all of his entire audience.
Well, he always had, or regularly had, Eddie Bravo on the show, and Eddie was advocating for Flat Earth hard. He hasn't been much on the show after that incident.
Remember, an exact quote was, "There's no way that we went to the moon." He's like, "There's no way." So you already know he was convinced that no way we went to the moon. Then afterwards, he's like, "No, we definitely went to the moon."
Check this shit out. My mother actually sent it to me, and I was like, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Dude is running around like, look at me, I'm on the moon. Look at me. Yeah, there we go. Check the chat. Oh, the mountain, the hill, the terrain, it's all the same. Look at me, I'm on the moon.
Yeah, back in the day, before Joe got his podcast, he was always a staunch moon landing denier, and he was on MTV once where he said like, "If you guys tell me the truth, I'll sell out my mother," and some other there's a recording of him basically appealing to the powers that be that if they told him the truth, he would lie for them. So I don't put a lot of stock into someone who does that. I do like listening to Rogan though, or his guests.
Well, at this point, look who he's having on the show now. It's like
Neil deGrasse
he's like a poster boy for. Yeah, he's a poster boy for propaganda at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's mainstream.
He just had what he had. He had Kash Patel. He had frickin' Trump. I mean, people you're going to have on your podcast that are going to, be mainstream news. It's ridiculous. He's like taking over for CNN or some shit.
You notice all the former leftists are now the Republicans? That shit is so funny to me because if that doesn't tell you that it's like WrestleMania, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
It's like Hulk Hogan. One day he's like Hulk Hogan. The next day he's like Hollywood Hulk Hogan. And now he's the bad guy because he dyed his stubble? I don't get it.
It just what cracks me up even more is the amount of people that, well, he's on our side now. Definitely on our side. Guys, come on. How fucking gullible do you have to be? It's like they obviously know what you want to hear, so they tell you what you want to hear, and all of a sudden you come on. It's like the
people in power are not on your side. They're in power because they're on the side of getting more power.
They tell you what you want to hear so they can give you Palantir, drink a beer, go to sleep.
It's like the 20-year-old bombshell that's like, I'm really in love with you, Mr. 75-year-old billionaire. It's like, come on.
We'll let them use Palantir on the Mexicans. They're taking our jabs. They're taking our jabs. They'll never use Palantir on us. Never. The government always gives back emergency powers once they claim them. Oh, wait. History doesn't actually show that. It shows the opposite. It's almost like they're installing a technocracy laid over the oligopoly.
Laid over the cosmological delusion.
What did that one blind guy say? He said, "People say the Earth's a globe. I guess you'd have to see it to believe it."
Yeah. I just think it's so much easier for them to hoodwink people into these problems that we're having today when you have them accepting contradictions, you have them accepting fallacious logic. And so the smartest people they know, the people they look up to, use these logical fallacies, so they must be reasonable, and then they apply them to their own lives and to the world around them and just accept nonsense.
Well, it's because they identify as astronauts. How many times have we heard the phrase, "we went to the moon"?
And then everyone trusts these same people that have that we know, like we know as a fact, right? Who used to say it all the time? Jesse Ventura, right? Freaking, we know that they lied to get us into these. Like it's like Vietnam, right? I mean, like all of these different wars that were being funded by both sides are being funded by the same people, and it's like well known now.
Weapons of mass destruction.
No one seems to care. Yeah, no one seems to care, right? But oh yeah, they wouldn't lie to us about space. It's like, come on, guys, they lied to you about to get all of your youngins into war back in the day. You didn't give a shit, and you don't care that you're bad about that. You're to think that like, oh no, they're still trustworthy about this other. Like, come on.
Yeah, how many people fought in Vietnam, World War I, and World War II that were under 18? You think the government didn't know they had boy brigades?
They lie to send your children to war, but no, they wouldn't lie about space.
Yeah, they wouldn't lie to try to get the population to stop being more religious so that they could put more draconian laws in place that you would accept because you're now a nihilist materialist. No, they never do that.
Hello? Hello?
Hold on one second.
Hello, Rob Noxious.
Hello? Politics. There's Discord server. We meet again.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where the globe goes to die.
What, bro? Let's join up, and I'm gonna smoke you guys like this joint. Yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
Who's smoking who? What?
Ain't no lucky
Oh, it's Rob Noxious. What's up, Rob?
What up?
Still believe you living on a spinning ball, huh?
That's the consensus, dude.
Yeah, he has
Dude,
a TV.
I think that you know at this point that the Earth is flat and that you just like to be oppositional for opposition's sake.
My appeal to authority.
Such a troll. No, you don't.
Soon you will know the power of the globe side.
No globe. Can't find any curvature. Like, where's the curvature? That's the only thing a globe needs to qualify.
Oh, I assure you the curvature is quite present.
I mean, in your imagination, I sure, yeah, I bet it is.
My Seattleites
Yeah,
will be quite functional when you're left rebels.
Yeah, on a serious note, though, back to what we were discussing before. The other sad thing is that people are waiting for these people to be arrested, not realizing that they're not subject to maritime law because they own their birth certificates, and they'll never bring that up on like any of these, especially X, like free speech, whatever. Like Hillary Clinton, anybody, Fauci, any of these people, they're not held liable under maritime law, which is the types of laws that people go to jail for. It's not common law crimes. So
Hillary Clinton tried to call me a pervert and with their fucking tonsils out, Feder Sherbert.
I can appreciate your stoned antics.
Well, I'm going to sleep soon. And I did make a new song if you guys
Good
want.
night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go.
Yeah, put on a song, but make sure we could actually hear it.
Yeah, I already gone over my settings. My settings should be good.
No, that's not what I meant. I said make sure that dude can't jump in over it. That's all.
I already muted him.
All right, cool.
They call me Trace, don't get it off base. Let's talk about the Earth's face, let's just investigate this case. First off, reality is my place, while fantasy is your space. Fallacy is your grace, while measurement is my ace. Second, we know your claim by heart, destroying it has become an art. All the evidence amounts to a fart. What happened is you put the horse before the cart. Take it on faith, or know what you know. Nothing to show, all your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours, do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water hill, the hill. Water hill. Third, don't interrupt and don't cry. Try to be a reasonable guy. We will forgive and forget if you have humility and regret. Fourth, don't imagine opposition, a faulty composition. It's okay to be wrong. Blind pride does not make you strong. Take it on faith, or know what you know. Nothing to show, all your wisdom choice is yours. Do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water hill. Water hill. Take it on faith, oh, know what you know. Nothing to show, your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours. Do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water. Fifth, it just measures flat. No doubt about that. You just believe it's fat, like an obnoxious brat. They call it locally flat. Dropping the globe to the mat. You're proof and aloof cat. You claim exists, but where's it at? Take it on faith, oh, know what you know. Nothing to show, your wisdom will grow. The choice is yours. Do what you will, but be prepared to die on that water. Sixth, open your mind, if only a smidge. Discard the globe, the undetectable ridge. Let your mind be free and see what you see. It's your choice who you choose to be. You choose a fool or a man on the mend, on a earth lacking its bend. And so we come to the end, my friend, the end.
Dave Hinkle, are you still existing in whatever this meat suit carbon-based life form is?
Currently still existing. I hope you heard my story. I won't cover it again, but I'm good, man.
Well, I'm glad you're good. I didn't hear your story, but glad you're all right, bro.
Always good to hear your voice,
Keep me at the end. I'll tell you, I've already took up airtime telling it. So
It went something. Yeah. We're glad you're doing okay, man.
I still exist in whatever this is. Y'all continue proving this globe. Go ahead.
You say you had a heart attack?
Yeah, I was out not beating for 15 minutes, had been brought back with a paddle. But I backed into a certified nurse that knew CPR, so that's the short version, man.
Yeah, good on you,
What
Dave.
a fortuitous event. If anybody you needed a rear end, it was her.
Almost like divine intervention, right, Larry? Who knows?
That's something else. So, can I recommend kimchi and also some cayenne pepper?
I haven't tried kimchi. I'll give it a shot, man. What does it taste like?
Shit. It tastes like shit.
Yeah, I never tasted shit. So I might try it.
Now, kimchi is an acquired taste. It's fermented food. But vitamin K2 is good for people with plaque buildup.
Well, damn. I must be doing great. I eat the hell out of some kimchi.
Me too.
I love
it.
I'm like the Bionic Man. I got a little ticker helper in my chest now. I got a little piece of metal, so I'm like RoboCop or something right now. I don't know what I am.
Well, I was going to make a joke about the cybernetic organism, but now that I know that you are a cybernetic organism. Glad you're still here with us, bro. Keep on keeping on. And get you some real kimchi. You only need to eat like a little bit every day. But it's an acquired taste. It's
Where you can buy vitamin K2 off Amazon.
My bad, guys. Discord dropped me. I'm back now. Go ahead. Eat kimchi and what else? What was the other advice?
Cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper. All right. I'll throw that in the diet, man.
I'd probably put some cayenne pepper in a little jar around your neck, and if you start feeling funny, put it under your tongue. But I'm no doctor, and this is not medical advice. It's really tasty. I just want you to have some really exotic food before you kick the bucket. That's all.
That sounds, I gotta be honest, man, that sounds more like voodoo than being a doctor, but I'll try it.
Have you ever eaten cayenne pepper before?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I was younger, but I'm gonna try it again, but
it gets the juices flowing.
Yeah, get the blood flowing, right?
Yeah. It gets everything flowing pretty good. And then the K2 takes the calcium out of the plaque and puts it in your bones where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, boron does the same.
Okay, enough about
You're a
my
moron.
issue. Who's in here proving the globe right now? Let them go ahead. Let's get some globe evidence on the table. Go ahead.
Well, boron is evidence of a flat Earth.
Bingo. Maybe Raiden has evidence. I don't know. He comes back in here, and I think that maybe he comes back in here because he has globe evidence, and then he doesn't.
I always have some globe evidence.
You like to think you have it, don't you, Matthew? You never have it, though.
Exactly. No, I do like.
What's your globe evidence, Raiden?
No, that's Matthew learns. Matthew has refraction on his side.
Oh, Matthew. Hi, Matthew. We all know you're a closet flirt.
Oh, I don't think I'll be a flurf unless there's a better explanation from the flat Earth side. I don't see one coming yet, though.
Explanation? Does that trump observation? Does explanation trump observation?
No, explanations explain observation.
I have a question about flat Earth. How can Earth be flat if my dick's curved?
Wow.
Because they're separate things.
One's a lot bigger than the other.
But how does that explain the curvature?
There's your fellow globe believers, Matthew. That's what they got. Come in there.
Isn't gravity pulling my curvature to the shape of the Earth?
We were talking about Dick Earth back in 2015. You're not amusing.
Well, this was said before. I never knew that.
Just another idiot that's going to die on the water hill along with Matthew and everybody else that wants to believe the globe.
Matthew, it's hard to learn when you think you already know something, right?
So how can you have? So you believe the Earth is what, a disc, like a flat disc, like a plane?
Did we say that?
I'm just asking. I'm assuming.
No. We don't think the Earth is a disc. We think the Earth is the dirt outside.
No, how about what's the shape of the Earth?
Who says it has a shape? I mean, did you ever go to the sand and without somebody manipulating it, it had a shape?
Okay, it has to have borders, like boundaries, right?
Yeah, because we are breathing gas pressure right now.
So what's the shape of the Earth?
I don't claim that it has a shape. You do. So
how come
where's your edge? Hold on. You're the one claiming to have.
How do you go to space?
We can't, bro. Like, you and I can't go to space. Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson and all those other people who claimed to went to space, they didn't really go to space, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So nobody's going to space, not even NASA. Because the astronaut said, what did he say? I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond, but unfortunately we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
All right, so
end quote.
Why, when I look up
so
in the
you
sky,
can't go to space.
What's the shape of the moon, and why are there stars in the sky?
Bro, are you going to just ask questions all night long? The moon looks like a sphere, and I can't tell if the stars have a shape or not.
So why does the moon look like a sphere, but the Earth is not?
Because they're two different things, like your dick, remember?
But it doesn't make sense that everything else out there that's solid looks like a sphere. But Earth
okay, the ping pong ball's a sphere. The soccer ball's a sphere. Does that mean that the American pigskin?
I'm talking about celestial bodies. I'm talking about celestial bodies.
Oh, so they're not the same thing. So they might be different, right? Like the American football is different than the international football.
But why do they have that shape?
Well, that doesn't mean it's a sphere, right?
How
does that work?
How come the Earth is the only thing that doesn't have that shape, according to you?
You've been told the Earth is a planet. Have you ever seen the planet wandering in the sky? You ever seen the Earth do that?
What's the solar system and the galaxies and all these other?
It's a model. It's just a model.
Is it a
you know what a
hologram?
model Porsche?
Is it a?
You know
is it a
what?
hologram?
No. You know what a model Porsche is? It's not a Porsche. You know the difference, right?
So we've been all.
So I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Do you know the difference between a model Porsche and an actual Porsche?
Enlighten me.
What?
Enlighten me. Go ahead. Tell me.
One's a model, and one's the actual real McCoy.
So how do you see the real McCoy?
You go to a Porsche dealership.
So how does it explain anything?
I'm trying to explain to you the difference between a model and the real thing.
I want you
Do you
to
know the
convince
difference?
me. I want you to prove to me that you're right.
That
Well, what
model
would you rather
Porsche is
have, a
not.
real steak or a model steak?
No, tell me. Show me what the real Earth looks like. Show me what it looks like.
Go outside.
Do you have a picture?
Go outside.
There's
From outer
billions of photographs of
Do
the
you
Earth.
have a picture from outer space?
The outer where?
From outer space.
Yeah,
You're
that doesn't
obviously not
exist.
listening because he just stated that no one's going to outer space and gave you the examples.
So are there like
You're not
ice walls around this around Earth?
Don't know. That's a globe claim, yeah.
Globers are the ones that claim that Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth. And Globers claimed that they did Operation High Jump, not flat earthers. So that's a globe Earth claim.
I just don't understand
guys,
how someone can.
Can we take a quick time out from this idiot and see if there's anybody in here that actually wants to have a
You got
conversation?
an Appalachian here. That makes sense. I understand why he believes in this.
Can we take
Well,
a
you
quick
believe-
time out from this idiot and see if somebody wants to have a real conversation? Go ahead.
But how come I've been into outer space?
You have.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos. He took me up.
Are you Jeff?
I paid $1
Oh,
million
this
to
guy's-
go up.
You got the psychosis, huh? It's got psychosis real bad?
How did I go up there? How did I see it from the?
The psychosis brought you.
How did I see it from the window?
Yeah, so let me just ask you:
Psychosis showed
if you went with Jeff Bezos, surely you remember the name of his company. What's the name of his company?
But how did I see Earth from the window?
You don't know.
It's Blue
You went
Origin.
No, the name of the what was the name of the spaceship you went on?
Dragon 6.
Dragon 6. What year did you go?
2018.
I don't believe you. Just for the record, I don't believe you.
I don't need you to believe me.
Well, would you believe it if you saw it on TV, Matthew? That would help, right?
That was a
Well,
private
yeah, if I
event.
see it on TV, I'd believe that it happened, but I don't think he was one of the people on it.
You want a
That's
picture?
the thing with you Globers. You guys believe stuff because you see it on TV, whereas
No,
I
because
don't
it's more
believe
reasonable.
anything I see on
But
TV.
how can you believe your eyes if your eyes can deceive you?
So you can believe what you see on TV, like the Earth being a globe, but you can't believe your own fucking eyes.
So how can you know what's real? How can you know what you believe of the Earth is real? What if you're being deceived by your eyes and you have a misconstrued version of reality?
Coming from the guy who thinks the Earth is a sphere, even though I'm outside right now looking at
No,
the
I
Earth,
think
and
I
I don't
the
think
Earth
it's a
is-
sphere at all.
I think the Earth is spaghetti.
No, you don't. Why
Put
are
him
you
on
lying?
mute. Put him on mute. Seize him. He's not an honest person.
Yeah, he's
Too much to ask for honesty, but we should have muted him at Dick Earth. So, Matthew,
Yeah, what's up?
so you believe the Earth is a globe because you saw it on TV.
No.
So where did you see it?
I didn't see it. I believe it because it's the best explanation for the observations that I do see.
Can you give me an example?
Sunsets, moon phases, seasons, GPS, satellite TV.
Sunsets. You know what's wrong with the sunsets?
Nothing's wrong with sunsets. They're beautiful. What do you mean?
Yeah, a sunset on a globe would not be. You would not be able to watch it with your eyes without damaging them.
Well, you probably shouldn't look at the sun while it's setting, but you can look. You can use solar filters, and if it's hazy enough, you can look at it.
But billions of people have looked at sunsets and not damaged their eyes because there's enough atmosphere between the person and the sun to protect their eyes. That would not be possible on a globe.
That's interesting. I never heard that before.
What does the atmosphere have to do with the shape?
The atmosphere attenuates the light, which makes it safe to look at the sunlight during sunset and sunrises without having to protect your eyes.
Yeah, I think that's a great explanation. I believe it.
A sunset on a globe would look more like a solar eclipse.
Solar eclipses are usually high in the sky, so they have less atmosphere, so you shouldn't look at them.
Yeah, well, there's less atmosphere. If you calculate for atmosphere, the atmosphere doesn't get very much denser as you go horizontal. Because as you're going higher and higher up, it gets thinner and thinner.
So I didn't want to interrupt because you got such a good argument. But Matthew, I just wanted to say, because I'm going in for the night, the Beatles wrote a song about you. It's called Full on the Hill. Please give it a listen. Thanks. Have a good night.
Full on the Hill. Haven't heard of it.
Please continue.
Yeah, if you look straight up at the sun when it's overhead, like at solar noon, you're only looking through, 5 or 10 miles worth of atmosphere. But if you look at the sun setting over the ocean, you might be looking at 30 or 40 or 50 miles.
No, you're looking at more like 4,000, 5,000 miles of air.
I'm sorry. 4,000 miles of air. I mean, 40 or 50 miles of air, and then more of non-air.
which is why you don't want to say it. No one's ever observed the Earth.
Find some evidence.
No one's ever seen the Earth tilt its 23 degrees. No one's ever seen this shit, and you know it.
Dang, can you at least wait for someone to say something? Like, actually, it's actually getting kind of annoying.
Okay, so who observed the Earth orbit the sun, and where did they observe it from? Oh, he left again. I don't know if he has a bad connection.
I don't know. Sometimes I can hear him, and sometimes, I mean, I think he's also just kind of mumbling sometimes. Maybe he went to get that observation for you.
Oh yeah. If someone, they Glover say the darndest things. That should be like a show we do.
Maybe he's going to do it himself. He's going to go, I'll show that Indio. I'll see the orbit.
No, I told him earlier that because like you should have heard what he was rattling off to me and Lance. He just kept going from one thing to another to another to another. I told him he should apply that to like botany or like zookeeping or something like, if he would like take that where he's like memorized all this ridiculous stuff and use it for something useful, like he could memorize plant names or, animal feeding schedules or something like that. That would be nice. I think he'd be good at that. He's not really good at reasoning in the moment. But that
he also do, what is it, the international, what is it? What the hell is it called? Where they name where they got the Ophelia and all the species and all that stuff. You can sit there and just memorize all the like Latin names of plants and animals and moss and freaking fungus, and you can do all that.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because he's like obsessed with these weird little stories that he just keeps reciting for us. Like he could do that with something that's real. I feel like he could be of some use to society. Yeah.
A mushroom walks into a bar. Just kidding. I might as well finish it. The bartender says, "We don't serve mushrooms like you." And the guy goes, the mushroom goes, "Why not? I'm a fun guy."
Oh God, Jesus!
Well, you started off with Globers say the funniest things. Bill Cosby used to have a show. Kids say the funniest things. So we could have a show.
Kids, man. That's what I was thinking of. The Kids Say the Darndest Thing show, right? We'll have a Globers Say the Darndest Things.
Globers say the darndest things. Yeah, they sure do.
That would be a good show. Yeah, we just have a little bit of clips. There was a few earlier that some guy that was talking to said some really funny things. No, I can't remember what they were, but yeah, we just have to start collecting them. Oh, he did. Actually, that guy did say, I am the citation, just like Zanuck used to say. That was one of the funny things. He said, I am the citation.
Zanuck was quite interesting.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear? Sorry, go.
No, dude, I was just thinking about all the nutty shit he did, dude. He just used to say the word trigonometry. They're like, I'm trying to end a debate. Like, if I say the word trigonometry in angles, I'll like scare them away. He used to just do, like, he didn't even know what it is. He just say it, right? Like, because Zanuck is like a debater, right? He's just trying to win the debate. You don't care how he wins it. So it's like by hook or crook. As long as he wins, he's got like that competitive streak.
Yeah, he's kind of like an advanced version of this kid, because I used to accuse Zanuck of doing that, just like reciting the science glossary. He would just like, somebody would say a word, and then he would just start like reciting definitions as if like that was some kind of proof or something. Yep, that's this kid in 20 years when he just starts to like learn how to actually communicate. If he ever does, I don't know. Maybe he won't.
I don't think that kid's gonna be on Zanuck's level.
You're right. Yep, I've got him as a zookeeper. I told him he should go work at the zoo. I hope he takes me seriously.
I hope so too. Please go work at the zoo.
Yeah, or the horticulturalist handbook, like something like that. You're right.
Or like he could work, in like the plant nursery where like people come in and they say, "Oh yeah, I have a lot of shade in my yard," and then he'd be like, "Oh yeah, you should have this plant, this plant, this plant, and this plant." Yeah, something where his little stories would be of use to someone.
Oh man, he'd be a great archaeologist, right? He can like go to a site and like sit through dirt for half a decade where nobody sees him or has to talk to him for a while.
That's right. He could just be kind of chanting to himself. I told Indio. I told him it was tilting. I don't know why he didn't listen.
I said hemisphere like 10 times. That should have been a clue.
I don't know why Indio still doesn't know. The Earth's tilting. I told him. I looked it up. I Googled it and said that. Don't know what his problem is.
I said ChatGPT. Ask DeepSeek AI if the Earth is tilting for me. They're like asking AI to do their work for them. AI, ask the other AIs what the answer to this question.
Yeah, Indio, don't you know the Earth is orbiting around the sun? Come on, the internet says so.
Oh, he's still arguing with Miguel in the chat there.
Oh my God.
AI is hopeless. I've been following, Moneybags 75, whatever his name is. He's all like about the Mandela effect. Right?
Oh yeah.
And he's been asking, asking Bing AI questions about like iconic scenes in movies and music clips and just pop culture and stuff like that. And it keeps giving him the Mandela affected answers. And he's like, wait a second. I thought, and then he says, are you sure? You're about accuracy, right? And it says, yes, I endeavor to be as accurate as I can, blah, blah, blah. That's what Bing AI is all about, And then he says, well, are you sure? Can you just double check that for me? And he goes, I'm sorry, Evan. I was incorrect. It was a black suit, not a white suit, And then he's like, well, how come, where did you get that information from? And it won't tell him, and it won't admit to being Mandela affected or anything like that, because it can't be, of course, right? But he's just showing up how fucked up Bing AI is.
Yeah, so a lot of these AIs, if you ask it what date does your data set end? Almost all of them end at it's like October something 2023. So there was a company, because it takes a long time to train the models on the data set, and all these companies, that's why they all seem a lot alike, because they're all trained on the same data set. There's a company that made this gigantic data set of the entire internet, and all of them, because it's easy and it's free. I think Harvard did it. Figures, right? So, of course, it's the freaking Libtard University freaking thing makers. But all of these, like DeepSeek, ChatGPT, Gemini, they're all trained on this same data set, and Claude, or whatever. So they're looking over at the same thing. So if there is a Mandela effect, like historical thing, it'll be in the data set somewhere, right? And then when they ask the question, they'll spit it out. But asking again might trigger something. If you have to look at it, you should really ask a bunch of different AIs what their answer is.
Yeah, so I might suggest that in the comments actually. Why don't you try this out on Alexa or something, or some other DeepSeek or something,
I'm trying to think. So Facebook might have used their own data set. They might not have used the one that everybody else used, because I know they got popped for using a bunch of pirated shit. So that's the Llama. It's open source. So maybe that'd be different. I mean, there's ways to check all this out. You can see something very interesting about all this set.
Right. What's interesting too is like he won't even lead it. Like he leads it a little. Like he said, about Nirvana. He's like, oh, you remember the Nirvana's 1993 live show, right? Unplugged, and it was like, oh yes, that was brilliant performance, and when it just started going on this whole spiel about the details, right? And it mentioned the white candles gave the air and feel of like a candlelit vigil sort of thing, right? And then he's like, oh yeah, that's what everyone remembers, right? White candles, yeah. And he says, are you sure they were white? It's like, and it comes back like, and often it just disappears on him. Like he'll like question its accuracy, and it'll just disappear, and then he'll have to start a new session with it, like it's so crazy.
Yeah.
Un's back. I guess Miguel's asking you to prove Earth is moving, Un. Is that why you came back?
He did claim that he did claim that the Earth is moving with the air.
Earth is moving with.
This is good. Keep that.
Wait a second.
As the Milky Way is
blah 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 blah. So, explain to me if the Earth is moving with, let's say, the air atmosphere. How can the planes fly?
And also in the gift you sent me,
why you are over talking? Why you are over talking?
Why aren't the clouds moving? Well, the clouds aren't moved by the Earth moving. They're moved by a wind.
Can you hear Miguel Sousa talking?
Anyway.
No, he can't hear Miguel when he's talking, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's a time waster. It's not listening. It doesn't want to listen.
Yeah, we just need to take turns when we're talking. And I'll just keep. Before when you were talking to Indio, I just kept muting you when he was talking. So we can do that. Just kind of tiresome. Like you could just take turns. That'd be cool. But you have improved your mic since last time, so that's an improvement. Good job.
I like how confident they say the Milky Way galaxy is rotating, as if they knew any such thing, dude.
I know.
It doesn't know shit.
Yeah, it's the same mic. That's fine. I think you're putting your mouth in there more, or you're speaking more clearly or loudly. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. Yeah, so you understand what we're trying to get at here is you're just repeating these stories you've been told. You have no empirical evidence. We ask you to go and find some empirical evidence or to state when it was observed or when an experiment was done, was what Lance was trying to ask you earlier about gravity. And you haven't come up with any of that. You just make another claim of something that you searched up on the internet. So we're just trying to get your head back into reality here. Do you ever do any kind of, I was talking to you earlier about how you might want to explore botany or zookeeping. Do you ever do any natural observations like in nature? Do you ever go for a walk in the forest? Have you ever done that before, Un?
Yes.
Yeah, so do you like that? Do you like observing the plants in the forest?
Most of the time, usually when it's on a trail. For some reason, whenever I go into the woods at my actual home in Tennessee, it always feels like I'm being watched. Probably just because it's it's owned by someone, but it's only you're not really trespassing because they just don't care unless you're actively hunting on it. It used to be a farm.
Yeah, I have a place like that where the neighbors don't mind if my sons and I go walking in it, and we just don't go there during hunting season. Yep, I totally got you on that one. So, but yeah, I'm sure they're not really watching you. I'm sure it's fine. And yeah, usually people don't care that much what you're doing. A lot of times you just think they care, but they're really not paying any attention.
I have met the owner of it once.
Mm-hmm.
He was just, I think he was just surveying the area, probably looking for it, because I think he was hearing some hunters around there.
I did post. You see these clouds? They are moving in different directions. Can you explain this? he did make a claim that the Earth is moving with the air at the same time. I don't see it. Don't post it. We are talking to you directly. But you are writing. You have 2 years to listen, even. So if if the Earth was moving with the air at the same time, how can planes go against that?
The reason we're not feeling movement,
1,000 miles per hour,
actively feeling the movement of Earth.
You are making up shit.
Could
you have a citation? Earth is moving with the atmosphere because you are making up shit. Anyway, you are just making up shit. Nothing more.
But maybe this will be more productive. Let me ask you a question.
Why the Earth why we're not moving?
So you're gonna say the Earth is moving and then argue against evidence that the Earth is moving, which is crazy to me. You guys are funny because you guys, Globerts always do this. You go, well, the Earth is moving, and then you start to argue why we don't detect the Earth moving, and then you say the Earth is curving, and then you argue about us detecting the Earth curving. It's like you argue against your own claim right after you make it. So, but that's a side note. The real thing is, you've been saying a lot of stuff to us, right? So we all know the stories. Said like the galaxy's rotating. Okay, fine. You're saying a lot of things. How do you know any of it's true?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you real quick.
This is a statement about you. So you better tell us about how you know it's true. You.
Okay. One question I do have for you first is how do you know the Earth is flat and that it's so
observe it that way
and it's not moving at all? Like
we
if
detect no motion.
You're moving with the car. You're not moving in the car, but the car is moving and you're in the car.
Want to know what also?
The movement because you're inside the car.
Okay.
Most cars now have roofs. So
that's what I do.
Yeah, that's
Want to know what also you can't detect moving? Something that's not moving.
You don't feel any movement, but does that mean they're moving?
Yeah. You know, you don't feel any movement on things that aren't moving.
So can't the same logic apply to
no
Milky Way, the Earth, and the Sun moving? Why not? Like you don't feel the movement in a car, but you know it's moving.
Okay. So first of all, you're conflating two different things. A curvilinear path is not a linear path. A car taking a turn, you will feel motion. And if you're on the surface of the ball, you're taking a turn, right? You're not going in a straight line. You don't feel movement in a car going at constant speed because you only feel accelerations. But if you're on the surface of a rotating ball, that is an acceleration. And you ask me how I know the Earth is flat. We observe the Earth to be flat. How do I know it's not moving? Because we observe it not to be moving. And you made all these arguments about when something's in motion, you can't detect it's in motion. Want to know also when you can't detect motion? When something is not in motion.
Okay, so
why not just
basically what you said is
say, hey,
I can't feel movement, so therefore our Earth is not moving.
Yeah. Is that not logical?
Well, you can actually say that about a lot of things. Like if you're inside an airplane, do you feel the movement of the airplane?
Yes.
You can you can not unless you're really looking for it, you're not paying attention, and you're not gonna find it. You're gonna find it.
You can feel the motion of an airplane.
Most likely, unless the airplane is crashing.
You can feel the motion of an airplane.
But usually you're not gonna feel any movement in. Therefore you could say, I'm not moving. But that's not true.
Okay. I've never been in an airplane. God, okay, listen now. You asked the question and you answered your own fucking question, which is fucking dumb as fuck. If you're gonna ask us the question, we're supposed to answer it, not you. Okay? So I'm gonna answer your question now. When you are in an airplane, you can feel it moving. Have you ever been in a plane? I have.
Yes.
I've been in a train. Felt that moving.
I'm not actively looking for movement in an airplane. I'm not feeling
But
it.
you're also
Like you can't, like you could see it, and you can be like once you're at cruising altitude.
No, you
I
feel
don't
it.
see it moving, so I can say,
No, I feel
therefore,
it.
I'm not moving. Like,
Okay.
like if you look at the chat, Miguel just sent a GIF of the space jump.
The guy is
and it's not moving.
128,000 feet.
I'm
Yeah, 128,000 feet. Why the Earth is not moving? He's on a balloon, on a capsule, on a balloon. Before he does the jump, nothing's moving below. Can you explain that?
Okay, so I'm gonna explain it real simply. Because it's a legit the space where the dude jumped off is actively moving with the Earth's rotation, therefore giving the illusion of no movement.
If that was the case, we should see some deviation, some Coriolis, and we don't see it. The guy is doing vertically the jump.
Yeah, that's a whole vertical jump as he enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, the Earth is not moving. It's
like
it's 128,000 feet, and the Earth is not moving. 1,000 miles per hour. You see it?
Sorry, your accent is just really off. I sometimes just cannot make out some of the words you're saying.
Your mic. Fix your mic.
I don't even have a mic. I'm on phone. And I can't really understand it. I can't really use a mic on a phone.
Okay, what he's saying is you should have observed the Coriolis. You should have observed the Earth spinning out from underneath the balloon. Okay, if the Earth was in motion.
You're jumping from thing to thing. Like, can we stay on one topic?
Nearly 3 times the height of a commercial aircraft. It's 128,000 feet. You notice he's in like a spacesuit, right?
A spacesuit is because the higher you are in your atmosphere, the lower the oxygen.
Okay, cool. So it's not the air pushing him, right?
It's the fact that there's a lack of oxygen up there that he has to wear the spacesuit. He's not.
Yeah,
really
I'm talking about how does the balloon. Okay, brother, how does the balloon stay with the rotating Earth?
Because of gravity.
Because of gravity. How does that work?
Okay, so I'm gonna real quickly explain it to you. Because the weather balloon is so hot, and helium actively lifts stuff up, which is same with hydrogen. It's going to go up. Mainly.
Great. We want to know why it's rotating with the Earth.
Okay, I'm getting to that. Okay.
So no Coriolis effect, though, right?
Patient. I'm getting to it.
You cooked Coriolis for us. That's okay. Go ahead. Thanks.
I'm trying to explain that. Right on. I'm still on how gravity is working to rotate something with the Earth if it's really high up. How the weather balloon works is that since it's being lifted up by either the helium or hydrogen in it, it's just gonna lift up, and eventually it's to a point where it does not really have enough helium to lift up. This is the same with hot air balloons. Why do they work? One, because they're
great, dude. We want to know how it's staying in rotation with the Earth. You don't need an exposition on fucking.
I know it's getting up. Okay.
No, dude. This is a red herring. It has nothing to do with what I asked you. We don't care about how fucking balloons fly. We want to know how the balloon stays above the same point of a rotating Earth.
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. I'm in the process.
Has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is not a rotating force.
The Earth is rotating. Gravity isn't, but the gravity of the Earth is Earth. So
Is what?
Earth is producing that gravity. Earth is rotating.
Gravity's not a force.
How is it dragging the balloon around?
It's the Earth is rotating with, so the weather balloon rotating with the Earth. Gravity is giving the illusion that it's not moving. Why is that? Well, one, the weather balloon is staying over a consistent point, but that's because it's moving so fast as it gets higher that it's going to look. That's just going to stay with it. It's going to fall a little bit behind, probably about a few miles sometimes, but it is going to eventually be able to be recovered by the people that sent it up. So this, and back to that, and back to when it was back up, it was being held in place by the gravity as it was going up. It's not the,
Good.
it's
I'm
moving,
definitely
it's
clipping
just being
this
held
shit, dude.
up by the hydrogen or helium in it. It's whatever thing it was to help it stay. That's what I'm saying.
But the balloon is not on the surface of the Earth. The balloon is in the air.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's being,
so how is the balloon?
It's being somewhat held in place by gravity, but it's
What do you mean
moving
held?
a little slow.
What do you mean held in place?
Basically.
What do you mean? It's being dragged along by gravity.
Can I just give you some more examples?
I thought gravity pulls to the center.
Gonna try and just explain it to you. Gravity pulls. Yes.
Does gravity pull to the center? Then how do you have a sideways vector that drags the balloon around?
Okay, so I'm gonna real quickly explain to you. Earth is rotating really fast, like above 10,000 miles per hour fast. That's basic. So that means that it's going. That means that the weather is going to fall behind. Gravity is just holding it within Earth's gravitational field. As it kind of reaches a somewhat of equilibrium with Earth's gravity and the hydrogen or helium inside the balloon.
This is the craziest word salad. Okay, so you just admitted the balloon would fall behind. Miguel showed a video where the balloon doesn't fall behind. So what's going on?
Okay, can I just real quickly explain that?
Yeah, you said 10,000
I don't fully understand the science right now because I am legit just exiting 7th grade.
Oh, you're what grade?
Hey. Are you old enough to be old enough to be on Discord? How old are you?
Yes, I'm above third. What is the age requirement?
I'm gonna wait now.
I don't even remember the age.
You're already here. Like, what does it even matter what it is at this point?
He said he just came out of 7th grade. Okay, come on. Yeah. Okay, that makes me actually feel much better. Like I was very worried about you, but now that I know that that's your age, that makes me feel much better. Feel like there's some hope for you. Yeah, so you really need to realize, I understand that you came in here, sure, that you were smarter than the flat earthers. You were going to teach us all about the globe and how wonderful it was. But you need to at least consider the possibility that you're wrong and that the globe model's wrong. And that's what we've been trying to explain to you the whole night. It's a failed model. We understand that you've learned all these things, you memorize things, you regurgitate them well at school. You might even get all A's. You get all A's?
I mean, I do have there's some who managed to qualify 100 on the science TCAP. I don't even know what I did.
Mm-hmm. No surprise there. So what we're trying to tell you here is the things that this is like, it's not even science, the things you are doing in your science class. If you're just like reading these little stories, it's science fiction. You're just reading this stuff that other people are telling you has happened, but you're not verifying any of it. You're not using the scientific method. You're just repeating stories that you've been told, and because you regurgitate them the way that mainstream society tells you that you should, like a good little soldier, you're getting all A's. If you would ever like to actually, learn how to use your brain to reason in the moment and not just come into a room of full-grown adults and try to teach them about the fantasy globe model, when we've researched it for ourselves, we've gone out in reality, we've seen that the drop over distance, which would be found at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, increasing at an exponential rate The further away the thing was in the distance would make it more likely to be behind a large curve, and in fact, that is not what we see in reality. The curve is not measured in reality. That's what we've been trying to tell you all night. That's why I'm trying to tell you, like, maybe take some more walks in the woods, like just get more in touch with actual reality. Get your head out of your Google search. That's what we're trying to tell you here.
Okay.
Yeah, Flat Earth isn't on Discord. It isn't on the internet. It's outside. That's where the Earth is to test, out there.
Yeah, so like for example, I guess it was earlier when you were saying
I
that
feel bad for ragging on.
Well, don't feel bad, Indio. I mean, yeah. Actually, what Latz and I thought was worse than him being in 7th grade. So, yeah, that actually makes me feel better. So I won't say that in public. But what I showed you at the very beginning of our conversation was the skyline of the city of Chicago as seen across Lake Michigan. So, yeah, and I don't want to be like just totally saying like, you are doing a bad job. I mean, actually, the fact that you are that young and had the confidence come in here and lecture us as if you knew better than us, it's kind of like, well, you got some confidence there. If you actually like had some ability or like did some like serious study to back that up, like you could look up the equation of time that India was explaining to you, and then you would realize that your claim about the seasons proving a globe is not verifiable in reality and so on. Like you could research some more like, obscure information on the internet, and then you actually could put your brain to use. Because the stuff you're doing now, like a robot could do. That's why when you first came in, I was like looking for proof of life. Like you were just like reciting stuff. It's kind of like, yeah, robots can do that. Like we should be able to rise above the level. Don't you want to rise above the level of a robot? Actually be able to reason in the moment. So anyway, there's the pic. Do you see that image there? 52 miles away, should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. Yeah, so that's one of the examples that I'm talking about. That's the one that I've seen personally. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so can you cite your sources for all the evidence you've just said?
You want the sources, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess there's so many sources about the long distance observation. I could start with, I guess, just giving you a diagram of how the 8 inches per mile squared is calculated. That would probably be a good start for you.
Well, he's used to Google. He can just Google curve calculator.
Yeah, curve. You could just get the. I mean, you could just. There's many mainstream curve calculators that you could, if you. I mean, that's we're testing. What we're testing is the mainstream model. We're testing what is being claimed by the geometry of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles.
I was just going to say, I wonder what Matthew Learn's favorite calculator is.
What do you mean? I just use like the Windows calculator that's built in.
For the Earth curve calculator.
Oh, I don't usually use those. I mean, I just Google it if I'm going to do something like that. Yeah, that's a good one. The Berserker put in. I do like the celestial navigation calculation, though. It's a proportional equation.
Yeah, you might actually. I don't know, Matthew. You might be able to get through to this kid. I have no idea.
He knows a lot for a 7th grader.
Yeah.
I mean, not even Harvard graduates know the cause of the seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to because like to get all A's in a school these days, even though they might like prop you up and be like, so great, like that is like the lowest bar. You've got to do something more than that. You've got to like at night be researching your own information, whatever field you're most interested in. Like you've got to stretch yourself more or you'll just become lazy. Even when you get to college, like getting, you can get a 4.0 at a high school and then depending on what college you go to, you will struggle because, I mean, maybe colleges aren't even like that anymore. Who knows? But you gotta like stretch yourself more. You gotta like go beyond like just the bare minimum of what they're expecting you to regurgitate. Because I'm sure you see the people around you are just kind of like brain dead zombies. Yeah, they can't even like repeat the thing that was just said, back to the person. You can do that. So that's cool. But then, maybe you want to go to the next level. Like what field are you actually most interested in? Is it outer space? Is that the one you love the most?
No, it's more so welding.
It's what?
Welding.
Welding. Oh my gosh. Praise God. Hallelujah. Definitely pursue welding. I think that's great. Very practical. Love it. Yeah. Do you do welding at your house? What'd you say, Indio?
It's a scene from. There's a scene in this movie called No Country for Old Men. He says he's a welder. He's like, MIG, TIG. He's like, yeah, I can weld anything. Braze. He's like, yeah, I can fucking braze. Funny. Welding.
A long time ago.
How is welding a field of study? I mean, underwater welding maybe. That's super difficult. That pays a hell of a lot of money.
I'm probably not gonna take underwater welding just because of how many health risks are associated with it. Because there's a lot of
Just wear cloth mask, you'll be alright.
Or and also decompression sickness is a factor.
I think if you're worried about health risks, then maybe you shouldn't be a welder. All right.
Like especially with underwater welding, like
to me, you don't sound like a welder.
Yeah, gosh, these guys are discouraging you from the welding career. I was just happy that you liked welding more than outer space. I don't know.
Okay.
It'll be a different type of person to be a welder.
Okay. Hey, what field do you work in anyway?
Talking to me? I'm a builder and a plumber.
Okay.
I'm a Walmart greeter.
Liar.
Midnight toka.
I'm a recycler.
Yeah, you recycle bullshit.
No one can leave until I check your receipt.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I see your receipt, please?
Well, what's your second favorite field of study then, Un?
Honestly.
What?
I like history.
History.
You'll never learn anything.
The trades are a good profession. Your lifetime earnings will probably be higher than if you go to university because university costs a shit ton of money nowadays. But welding, you don't really make good money in that until you've been in it quite a while. Or are doing a dangerous aspect of it, like underwater welding.
Yeah, plumber, dude. Make heaps of money.
Plumber? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, these plumbers I have here, they charge me a ton. I really want to put another outdoor spigot on my house because I had to pull the hose like way over to the other side, but they probably charge me like some outrageous price to do that, wouldn't they, Timbo?
It'll cost you more than an extra hose.
Keep going with my hose. Yeah, buy another hose. And Because I had to pull the one hose around one side of the house, then pull it back and pull it around the other side of the house. But you're right, just getting a second hose is a better idea.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can get like one of those. They're one of the ends that split the hose in two, and get two hoses and have one for each side of the house.
Yeah, and then just leave them there. I feel like they look bad just like sitting there the whole time, but I guess I could do that. Or I could like hook it up to the laundry room and then just leave the door open. I thought about doing that because I'm getting really tired of dragging this hose back and forth.
Well, don't buy one of those hose caddies with that roll up the hose.
They're horrible.
They totally are. I know, because then they put like bends in the hose. Yeah, I do have one of those, but I don't put it back in there. I just have it sit. I guess I should just get rid of it because I actually don't use it anymore. Because then it keeps putting like little crimps in my hose that I have to keep getting out of them.
Yeah, that's the thing that people don't realize about hoses. Like, you've got to spend good money on a hose that doesn't stay in the shape that you form it in. So it's more like a rope. Like, you got to get a hose that's like a rope, and you can loop it over something. Because then when you straighten them out, they actually go straight.
I have one like that, but it's not very long because it was so expensive just to get one of those. But I like those. Yeah, they're like like coils. Yeah, they work really well. And then they like get smaller. I don't know. They like shrink and grow. Yeah.
Those ones are awesome. Yeah, they're built with like a copper spring. They're really
That's the
good, those
one.
ones.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that one, but I only have like a little short one because it was so expensive. But cheaper than a plumber, right, Timbo? So maybe I should just get a longer hose.
It's way cheap.
Yeah, maybe I'll just splurge on along one of those.
You get a gravity hose.
Yeah, make some watering things. Drips or something.
You can get it one of those blue 54-gallon drums and just let it fill up with rainwater, and then attach a spigot to the bottom and just water from that.
That's a really good idea. That's what my uncle used to do. He used to, because he lived in Drummond Island in this like rural location, and he actually drank it. And then he would he would tell us, "Yeah, I drink the rainwater, and that's why I'm so healthy because I accustomed myself to the bacteria." And he totally did. I mean, he totally that's what he drank and did everything with. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. It's not good to drink when you're in the city, though.
Yeah, he was way out. Like Drummond Island's an island, and Lake Huron is really out there.
Yeah, that's nice, clean rainwater, man. You fresh water, right? So coming off the freshwater lake.
Yeah, he was fine.
Guys, it's 2024. Come on, now stop believing in flat Earth.
Believe it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
What's 2020? What's 2024 got to do with anything?
It's in the wrong year.
In the future.
No.
You didn't even get the year right.
Wait, you flat earthers, you little monkeys, you believe I said that by accident to monkey.
Mm-hmm.
You're demonstrating your tiny brain.
Yeah, okay.
Monkey.
Trying to cover up.
Yeah, you didn't even know what year it was, man.
I would never make a mistake like
really
that.
upset now.
I would never, ever make a mistake like that, okay? Don't ever.
Princess.
Princess?
Too late. You already did.
What?
Yeah, princess.
I could be.
Princess.
Like if there was to be a fight,
you're allowed to make mistakes sometimes, right?
I don't make mistakes.
If you make mistakes, that's fine, man.
Look, if we're all to fight, you guys are so confident when it comes to being online. You're only confident because you're online. In real life, you'd be like, you wouldn't be saying this stuff.
Oh, no worries, mate. No worries,
Tiny
dude.
punks. I don't know why you're laughing at that, man.
I'm laughing at you, man, because you're a joke. That's why.
You're Australian. What are you talking about?
And what's that got to do with 2024?
Again, you don't even exist in your world, right? That doesn't make any sort of sense. Flat Earth has no Australia. At this point, we should just call it India, right?
So you claim that Australia doesn't exist?
Yeah, so let's just figure this guy out. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
There's so many sufficient reasons and evidence. It's
No,
crazy.
I want to know how you know, not how everybody else knows. How do you know?
Again, it's going to be multiple evidences that show, like the map.
Okay, so what evidence that you have for yourself?
The evidence that I appeal to is going to be the professor guy. I forgot his name.
So somebody else's evidence. We want your evidence.
Wait, there's just the evidence. There's not somebody else's evidence. It's just evidence. Okay?
Yeah, there is. But so I can go do an experiment myself, or someone else can do it. So I want how you know it's a globe, not how you think somebody else knows it's a globe.
Katy Perry went to outer space and came back. Okay,
She landed 2 miles away from where she launched. She didn't go to outer space.
She did go to. There's literally a video on this. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not outer space, dude.
It is outer space. Do you not watch the video? Did you are you just trolling right now?
Did I not watch the video? So I saw Superman go to outer space, spin around the Earth, and make time go backwards, and that's why it's.
Oh my god! You don't know that? You think Superman is real?
Hang on, are all videos real?
Oh my god! You guys are denying the evidence. This is crazy.
Are all videos real?
You really want to talk about the video evidence? Hold on. Dude, you really want to talk about the video evidence for Katy Perry? Really? You really want to go there?
Dude,
think about what
this is like okay. There is multiple cameras showing that it is outer space, and you guys are just denying this. There's perfect video.
When they're on the ground and they opened the door, what happened there?
When they were underground, they opened the door. What happened? The door opened. I don't know. What do you mean?
You don't remember that part of the video?
Not specifically.
When Jeff Bezos went up to it, and he had to unlock them from the door, and then Katy Perry opened it from the inside, and they totally faked that entire part. Did you?
How do you fake that? What do you mean? Why would they fake that? Why would they fake opening a door?
You tell me. You tell me. It was a controversy at the time. You obviously weren't paying attention because at the time it was a big hubbub of why they did that.
Again, you keep saying that, but there's no evidence. So whatever you say.
There's a video evidence. The evidence you have. I'm using your evidence.
I don't think you watched the same video, because if you watch the same video, you would see them floating. You would see them floating. Okay,
I'll post in the chat, bro.
Yeah, Bezos is standing there with he's standing there with his special tool that he's only supposed to use to open the door, and before he even gets there, it opens. Someone from the inside opened it.
Can you explain to me how they were floating then? How are they floating?
Because they were falling in a free fall if they did do this thing that you say. Yeah.
Them floating is going to be
free falling.
Look, if you're on Earth, it doesn't matter. You're not going to float.
It doesn't even matter, dude. How do you know that they went to space?
Because the video shows you, dummy. What a dumb question.
How do you know that they went to space?
Shows you what?
Is this guy not listening to what I'm saying? That video.
Shows you what? Shows you what?
Let's just end this. I can end this real quick. How does zero G planes go to outer space?
I don't know. It just does. The point is, there's video. Stop trying to run away from this.
Yeah, there's a video of zero G planes and people floating in the air. Did they go to outer space?
No, show me the video. Show me the video right now. Go ahead.
A zero G plane.
Show me the video.
Of a zero G plane.
Okay, see, he's running away. Notice how he's running away.
No, I'm asking you. That's what you want.
You said there's videos of people floating in a zero G plane. I'm saying, okay, show it to me right now.
Show me the money.
Yeah, there's plenty of that, dude. Even Stephen Hawking. This video of Stephen Hawking floating in a zero G.
Show me.
I will. I'll get you the Stephen Hawking one.
I'm gonna post a photo of that airplane from NASA.
Like, what made me mad is when he asked the question, like, how do you know? The video's there. The video's right there.
What is doing this airplane going up and down?
It's going up.
Make you mad?
NASA.
No, the guy that said, how do you know? As if the video wasn't what we're talking about.
That's a G airplane.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you confirm that video is a real video?
Dude,
and they went to space.
Dude, the billionaire was there. Okay, Jeff Bezos was there. Come on.
Okay, now I know you're being a retard.
Faking opening the door, which I already posted.
Okay, I guess NASA's faking it too, right, guys? NASA's just like faking everything they have.
Have to be.
Goddamn right.
What?
You You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Oh my god, don't give me that bullshit. Don't give me that bullshit.
So,
Okay.
so you want to post video of people teleporting into midair, dropping things, fingers going through objects, things like that?
People teleporting. What? There's no video for people teleporting. What are you talking about?
Dude, you don't know very much.
Yeah, there is, dude. What are you?
Wait, so,
There's a 6-hour video of NASA bloopers, bro.
Okay,
There's a 6-hour video of NASA bloopers. You're not paying attention.
I want to address his misconception of what it means to go to space.
It means to go to outer space.
What's the rate of? Okay, first of all, how high did Katy Perry go?
Enough for it to be qualified outer space.
How high? How high?
It's irrelevant. The point is they were out.
No, it isn't. It is relevant. Now, how high?
Well, again, it's not relevant. I don't see that relevant.
You're making it up because the FAA says he's not an astronaut. The FAA says she didn't go.
It's crazy to me how they could record it in a bunch of cameras and you guys still be like, oh, it's fake.
What was the altitude?
Again, that's irrelevant to the point. Doesn't matter. They're still up
Yes,
there.
it is relevant to the point. I can show you once you answer the fucking question.
Oh my god. Whatever, dude.
Look it up. Look it
He's
up.
not going to help you, dude.
No. There's no point.
I've already answered your question.
So, hold on.
Like, I've already answered the question for him, but yeah, look it up. Sorry, India.
In the
I'm
chat.
gonna look this up. There's video of this. I don't need to look this up. There's video. I seen the video.
Okay, so there's people floating in a zero-G plane. Are they in space?
So the video. Let me see the video. You said that you have a video of the zero G's plane. Right?
It's well known there's zero-G planes. I don't know.
Show me the video. Show me the video. You still haven't sent the video.
I did. I posted in the
Where?
chat. The one with Stephen Hawking, and there's one right under it.
Okay, let me watch it. Stephen Hawking Adventure Zero G. Okay, let me see.
No, what you said was, my evidence they were in space is because they're floating around. Because they were in a parabolic arc. It isn't because the gravity gets less when they go high. Okay, you obviously don't know how it works in the first place. How free
I do know how it works.
Exactly.
I do know
They
how it
went.
works.
They went to. I'll tell you how high Katy Perry went. 100 kilometers. Okay. What's the rate of fall at 100 kilometers altitude?
That's a very vague question. I don't know what that means. What is the rate of fall?
It's
Like, if I drop a
9.5
feather-
meters per second.
So
as
if I drop
opposed
a
to
feather,
9.8
if I drop a
meters.
feather, then I go
Does
down-
that sound like a? Does that sound like a significant enough difference in rate of fall to be able to make you float around?
I don't know.
No,
I don't
that
know.
means if you get to 100, that means when you get to 100 kilometers altitude and you drop a rock or a ball, it's going to fall at a rate of 9.5 meters per second. In your worldview,
Okay.
So not floating.
not floating.
Oh, okay.
They're falling.
Right. So the reason
They're falling.
they're falling. That's
You idiots! You believe they're falling in the video? You think they're falling down?
They are falling in style. That's all it is.
Oh
They're
my
falling in style. You're sitting there projecting acting like we're idiots. That's hilarious.
Buddy, I don't need the speech. Okay, little
exactly
man.
Dunning-Kruger. There's nothing that we're saying you can't double check, and fact check,
Okay,
bro.
in the video,
Go
when
and
they
fact
go
check
up,
it.
okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the video, when they go up, they put on the seatbelt. When they go down, they put on the seatbelt. They were floating, and they didn't have this.
Space.
Oh my god, this guy doesn't.
Because they're in a parabolic arc.
Right. They get back in their seat and put their seatbelt on before the parachute's deployed, so they don't go fucking smashing into a wall.
Dude, no,
I've
they
got
were.
a seatbelt in my car.
You know, watch the video just to prove you wrong, guys. I'm gonna watch the video right now.
Why don't you go on Google and Google what a parabolic arc is? What a zero G is. Dude, just Google it.
Wait. Okay, no, you're running away. Hold on.
Well, I'm running away.
You said I'm going to watch a video, and now everyone's running away. You fucking idiot.
Who is this idiot just yapping in the back? Please shut your mouth.
Oh, that would be me. That would be me.
Of course. Okay, look, in that video, it's very clear they're not falling, because if they were, they would be crashing. Look.
Dude, they're falling. The people in the capsule they're in are falling at the same speed. So it looks like they're floating. It's just like me and you jump out of an airplane at the same time. We're going to be right next to each other. They're right next to the capsule, but the capsule's falling too. So it looks.
Explain to me. Explain to me why is it when airplanes?
They're in free fall.
So why is it when airplanes are falling, right? Despite us being in there, we get thrown around and like just die. But when they fall there, they're not getting thrown around. Why is that the case? Explain to me then.
What do you
mean? When an airplane crash happens and as they're falling, everybody's pushed to the back, right? They push the roof or something. Because the airplane is
pushed to the roof.
To the roof, yes. Whereas, like in this one, they're not falling anywhere. They're just literally floating. It doesn't make any sort of sense.
Okay,
why would they be literally look up the vomit comet?
Hold on, let me show you. Wait, so you guys believe as an airplane, when an airplane is crashing, like for example 9/11, when it comes from up down to like the building, right? They were just floating in the air.
Analogous.
Were they floating? It's a simple question. Were they floating? Because
They were going sideways, dude.
Okay, were they?
Straight down.
If an airplane goes from top to bottom, they tell you to put on your seatbelt so you don't hit the fucking roof.
Why? Because there's downdrafts that will send the plane down rapidly. Faster than 9.8 meters per second squid. Faster than what you can fall.
I got this.
You see those people there?
I just told you it's called a downdraft or a microburst.
They're just floating up there, and then they push a button.
You know, I'm gonna tell this to that guy. So my brother, he was a Green Brain, and he was at the back of that military airplane. So the pilots at that time they make this surprise to him. So the falling down. So yeah, he's still alive. You see, like those guys. You just experience what those guys are. You see that?
Yeah, but
nothing
hold
more,
on.
Nothing more. He's still alive.
Okay,
You think that he did crash?
Again,
They just did a parabolic.
Sorry, I know what you're talking about when they jump out the door.
They just did a parabolic.
The plane is not falling, you idiot. The people are, not the plane.
You are an idiot.
Sorry.
You are the idiot.
One sec. You're getting confused with a parabolic flight and something flying. So can we just, before we move on, hang on just one sec. Can we distinguish between the two? Do you know what a parabolic flight is?
Do I know what is?
Do you know what a parabolic flight is?
Parabolic flight. Yes, I do know what a parabolic flight is.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
It's gonna be like when it comes straight up and then down.
Okay, in a parabola?
Yeah, that's in the name, right? Parabolic.
Yeah. So why are you comparing that to a plane flying sideways?
Look, the point I'm trying to make is if a plane is coming
No. Why are you comparing that to a plane flying sideways?
Wait, because first of all, the planes weren't flying at the altitude of the Twin Towers. They went down. You do understand that, right?
What are you talking about?
You do understand that, right? So as they went down...
What are you talking about?
Oh.
Holy
cow. Listen, there is a plane called the Vomit Comet, and you can pay to go get on it, and they will do that parabolic arc, right? Once it's reached its peak, and they're about, and then they start coming back down, and they've arced back, and the nose is the plane's nose is pointing down and heading down. You can unbuckle your seatbelt or unharness yourself from the wall or whatever it is, and you can float around and experience zero G. It's a fucking sideshow thing. Like, it's a fucking thing you can actually pay to go and experience.
Okay, I'll look into this because I don't believe you guys.
Okay, no worries. Go and look at it and come back.
I told you that you can fact check everything we're fucking saying.
Dude, you believe in flat Earth. I'm sorry, but it's hard to believe what you're saying.
Dude, just check it.
No. We don't believe in anything. That would be you. You have beliefs, we don't.
Yeah.
That's why I
You
asked
said
you how you know
Rame
the Earth is a
comment.
globe, and you didn't tell me yet.
Rame comment. Okay. Dude, it doesn't show where I could pay for this. This is.
Post a link, you can check it.
You're an idiot, man. Seriously. We're talking about does it exist, and you don't know. You're looking to where to pay for it.
Of
Are you
course,
fucking
Timbo,
stupid or
the
what?
flat earther, is gonna call me the idiot.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
an
you
idiot,
are.
dude.
You guys are so
India
idiots.
already posted a clip of Stephen Hawking going in it.
A fan or something
Yeah, where
down there
did-
to push him out
Yeah,
or something.
where did Stephen Hawking pay for it? Did he find somewhere to pay for it?
Dude,
If he didn't pay for it, if he didn't pay for it, then it mustn't exist, right?
Argument real quick. So before you go to,
I did
Sorry,
post
I can't hear what
information.
you're saying.
Are
What are
you
you
claiming
saying?
that? Are you claiming that we are making up? I did post the information. You can check by
for
yourself.
Stephen Hawking's, okay.
If you are ignorant, it's your problem. Okay.
You do realize if I put
I
a
did
fan
post the
below
link.
me, oh
Did
my
you?
God.
Did you click that link?
I
Explaining
did.
what is
I saw
a
the video.
parabolic
I
flight.
saw the video.
Did you click it? Did you? Yeah. Now click the last link I did post it.
Why
Yeah,
the
I
fuck
just
would I
posted
click your
a link.
link or what?
I just posted a link where you can book a flight, dude. There you go. Click right
Take
there.
your flight into space and be part. Okay.
Before that, the dynamics of parabolic flight. So we are not making up shit. The information's there. You are just ignorant
Okay, hold on.
on that team.
I'm looking it up right now. At 0. Wait. How high do how high do they go? By the way, just out of curiosity.
Why don't you look at it?
How high do
You
Rame
don't believe
come?
us, so you do the research.
They go up to 34,000 feet.
Is that outer space?
And I'm gonna look up. Can I see the curvature of Earth from 34,000 feet?
You get conflicting answers.
See, yes. At an altitude of 34,000 feet, you would likely be able to visually perceive the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, that's horseshit. That's wrong.
Yeah, I can show you 70.
Yes, that's what we're
70
talking about anyway.
I can
Sorry.
show you 70,000
Destroyed,
feet.
little man. So I thought I was wrong.
I can show you a video at 70,000 feet. There's no curve.
The whole point is that you said because they're floating, they went to outer space. You
Yeah.
can float, according to you just admitted, at 34,000 feet. That's not outer space.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I agree. They might put a fan under you to blow the air, like put you up or something.
No, they don't do that, dude.
Okay.
You're
That's irrelevant, though. That doesn't prove your point.
You have too much pride to admit that flat earthers demonstrate that you're fucking wrong.
Wait, how did you prove the flat Earth? Oh my god, I can't even talk anymore.
Yeah, who said to prove the flat Earth? I'm talking about whether Katy Perry went to space and her floating.
She did. There's a video on this.
Yeah, and with her floating, which could have happened at 34,000 feet.
Did you see the windows? There's curvature.
Dude, are you high?
How would I be high?
There's curvature in the windows from 100,000 feet.
Yes.
Okay, so you think you can see curve from 100,000 feet?
Yeah.
What's the diameter of the Earth?
Right.
Like it was 3 something, right?
No, diameter.
I don't know.
8,000.
8,000 miles, right?
I don't know.
You can't multiply the radius times 2, brother.
So I don't even know what that means.
Multiply the radius times 2? 3,959 mile radius times 2?
I don't know.
Okay.
We know you don't know.
So why the fuck does he keep asking me the question?
You can't multiply those two numbers.
Wait, what am I multiplying? What the fuck?
To get the diameter of the Earth.
What? Wait, I didn't even know the conversation was about the diameter of the Earth. I thought you were asking me like the diameter of the window.
Stupid. That's why. This is what I'm trying to demonstrate.
You're not asking me the diameter of the windows.
Dude, I'm trying to demonstrate. That's not high enough to see curvature.
Okay, if I Google it right now.
Nowhere near high enough.
Google said right now at 34,000 feet.
Google said. Well, geometry says no. Geometry says Google wrong.
Yeah,
Wait a
that's just
second.
that's from Quora.com. Yeah, that is not.
Wait a second. When I stand at the beach, I could see the horizon. I could see things fading away, like lowering down, right? So I just realized the whole conversation. I could have just said that if ship is gonna keep going down, right? From my perspective, that proves the Earth cannot be flat. It cannot.
Okay. Have you tested this? Have you seen this yourself?
Yes. I used to live by San Diego, dude.
Where were you?
It's like the pier by San. It's like a. I forgot the name. It's been a long time, but it's. But okay, if you know San
You're lying. You've never seen it. I go by the ocean.
I've never seen the beach. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
No, you've never seen a ship go over the horizon. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so like
You've
if I
never seen a ship sink down like that.
wait a second, I didn't realize that was being put to contention. So if I look up a video of like ship going over the horizon, I'm not gonna see anything.
Yeah, and I'll show you 10 times more videos of ships not doing that.
Go ahead. I'll look it up right now. Ships going over horizon. There's no way you're arguing about this.
Yeah. What do you mean there's no way? I personally watched the ship sail 30 miles away. What do you mean there's no way?
Ships going over horizon.
I thought you saw it. What do you need to watch a video for?
Because I'm trying to prove it to you.
Because you're a liar?
Google
I'm
your
trying to
own.
Oh, keep running away, buddy. Keep running away. Keep running away. Sure.
No one's running away. I'm pointing out that you're a liar, right? And after you post your video of a ship going over the horizon, I'm going to post 10 of a ship not going over the horizon.
That's not possible. Sorry, buddy.
I've seen it myself.
Again, look. Please watch the video. Just watch before you post something. Just
Reset expert, man. He's seen the
Just
Black
watch the
Swan.
video.
We've gone through it with him. He's a fucking moron.
Why is the flat earther dumb fuck saying I'm a moron?
Listen, pal, you cannot see this ship. When you zoom in, why you see this boat and behind there's more water? Explain to us why you don't see the boat.
Okay, just notice how I sent the video, nobody watched it? Because they already have like this bias? That's crazy.
I'm making up shit.
Watch the video. Look, the ship is literally...
Did you watch my video?
Holy
the guy
shit.
flying 70,000 feet, you don't see any curve there.
Can you watch the video? Can you stop crying and watch the video, please?
Yeah, stop crying. You stop crying. Go watch the video. 70,000 feet, no curve.
Are you serious? That's the video you're going to pick.
Just watch that fucking video.
I just did.
Okay.
It's an Imperial Mirage, dude.
Do you see the ship going down? Do you not see that?
Did you see the mirror image under the ship?
The mirror image. I don't see that.
Yeah, there's a mirror image in Imperial Mirage right at the bottom of the ship, between the ship and the horizon. Do you not see that?
Dude, it's far away. How do you even see that?
Okay, there's an obvious Inferior Mirage, buddy.
Okay, keep running away. So pretend like this doesn't prove that it's going
I
down.
didn't run away. I directly addressed it. Your interpretation of an Inferior Mirage is not ships going over the horizon.
Dude, I know more about this than you do, buddy. I'm literally watching the video right now as we speak. Guys, you guys reject the truth. I'm sorry. This is bullshit.
Yeah, more meta now.
Fuck off.
Just meta.
It's not meta. You're rejecting that video. Okay, I'm done, bro.
The radius of the Earth is 6,171 kilometers. The height of the vessel is 50 meters. The distance the vessel needs to pass to get hidden in the 50 meters is 25 kilometers. Time taken on the video is 3 minutes. Average speed of large vessel 35 kilometers. Average speed required to pass 25 kilometers in 3 minutes is 500 kilometers an hour. Do you think that ship's traveling at 500 kilometers an hour?
That's not what it said, buddy. Can you stop? Stop it.
Are you dumb?
I'm tired of arguing with you. You're so dumb.
The size of the Earth is important in this video.
Wait, at this point, you're watching the video with me, but you're just saying it's not possible. Thank you. That's good to know.
No, that's not what we
Yeah,
said. Why are you strawmanning us?
It's optical.
He asked me. Wait, did he not just ask me? Is the ship going 500 miles per hour? I never said anything like this.
Well, that would be the math. 500 kilometers per hour. That would be the math that it would take to disappear over the horizon.
See,
If
he's
the
literally
Earth
denying the video.
No, it's optical. What you're seeing is optical.
No, dude. No.
Yeah, India already said
Okay,
it's
so the
superior
horizon. So the horizon is always in the same place, is it?
The horizon, yes.
Is it?
Yes.
It is always in the same place.
It's not like the horizon shifts and moves away to a different country.
Oh, it doesn't, does it? So what if we show you a horizon at 10 miles from a 1 foot observer height? Would that be enough?
Wait, that would prove my point then, right? Because you're saying the curvature is
That would
going to
not
be...
prove your point because the horizon was supposed to be at 1.22 miles.
No, dude.
No,
No,
okay, not then. So you don't believe in an Earth
Yeah,
that's
he doesn't
3,959 miles then, do you?
I didn't even know it was that big.
He's not smart enough to
Yeah, I
understand.
know, you don't know. You don't know.
T-Dub, why are you saying I'm
But
not
you're
smart
not-
enough to understand?
sorry, you're
and
not
an
Because
idiot?
you're a fucking idiot.
You're the idiot.
You're not
You believe the
qualified.
world is flat, and you think it could go to China.
No, we know it, dude.
Wait, according to T-Dub, if he has some sort of like, any sort of like, what are they called? Those things that let you see far away? You could see China
Here
from
comes
here.
a straw man. Yeah, here
So
comes.
he believes that he's a flat earther.
Okay,
No,
well,
no one believes
obviously
that.
not, right? Because
That's what
if
globe
that
earthers believe. Sorry, Tito.
This guy.
You guys need to be educated on this topic before you start talking, because it
This
seems
guy's
very
such
clear.
a noob. He's like 2014 shit. He doesn't
Okay,
even know Comet. He doesn't know Superior Mirage. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Because none of these points prove your point, buddy. Like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Like, I'm tired of you guys. Just
We're
stop projecting.
refuting your points, dude.
Stop being a sheep, guys. Learn. Stop being
Learn it.
sheep.
You see that T-Dub did post it.
You, someone's fucking this chat telling us to learn. How funny. You were the
see
most ignorant person in this chat. You're telling us to learn. Sorry. Okay.
So you did you see that? Where is the horizon? A, B, or C?
Let me see.
From Berserker.
There's like 10 people sending pictures. I'm sorry. I don't know which one is yours.
Just scroll a little bit. Berserker. Where is the horizon? A, B, or C?
It's gonna be. It's gonna
Behind
be
those
A,
platform?
B, and C. There's like curvatures around there. Because there's curving, right?
The question is, where is the horizon?
Dude, it's all of them.
Dude,
curving
Let's say
everywhere.
it's behind those two all-rig platforms, right?
No, it's all of them. The Earth is a sphere. Oh my God, this guy doesn't
Define
know.
horizon. Define
Do you
horizon
understand-
for us.
Do you understand English?
Look, it's a primitive understanding of. This isn't. Why define this?
Define horizon.
Like it's gonna be like it's some sort of plane, right? That just like goes down, you know.
What is the horizon?
No.
It's like when you look over the beach and then it starts like going down, like the curvature.
Wrong. It's where the sky appears to meet the water. It's the line where the sky appears to meet the water.
Yeah, where it goes down, buddy. That's like this curvature, right?
So in that image, where's the horizon? Where's the
A, B, or C?
line where the sky appears to meet the water? A, B, or C?
Okay, it's gonna be A then, right?
Exactly.
Okay, hey, you know what that means because if you do the math, I can post it. Let's see.
The Earth is curving everywhere.
No,
Like-
stop it. Learn it, okay?
Oh my God.
If you do
You're just chanting at this point.
if you count 10 miles,
You guys are not understanding the basics of what a sphere is. If it's a sphere,
Keep chanting. Just keep chanting. The horizon's the curve. The
Okay, then you tell us then. You tell us what's the distance to the horizon from 1 foot. And you tell us how to figure it out.
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
So shut up and listen and fucking learn.
God,
How do you know? If you don't know what it is, how do you know we're wrong?
No, because he's saying a sphere is only going to have like some sort of one curvature, and I'm saying that's not going to be the case because the Earth, if it's a Oh my god, can I finish?
Listen, you can use is search Earth curve calculator if you don't know it. Okay, you can put. I just posted to you. You know, height 1 feet, target distance 10 miles. You know what that means?
I'm not. Wait, there's nobody that's tall 10 miles
You should
tall.
see
You do
distance to the horizon 1.22 miles. It's there. He's there.
He's saying he dunce. He thinks that you're talking about an observer that's 10 miles tall. He
He's not
immediately
even
fails to
listening.
grasp what you're telling him. Immediately.
1 foot observer height.
That's not even going to be possible because there's nobody that's 1 foot tall. So.
Oh my God! Get on the ground on your belly, dude. Your observer height is 1 foot looking through a telescope, you dunce.
Wow.
This guy actually believes I'm 1 foot. This is so stupid.
Listen,
is this guy that's brain dead or trolling?
It's just
he's trolling now because he got cooked. So
He has to be.
he's resorted
Has
to
to be trolling.
called standby. Now he's trolling.
No, I'd put money that the guy's brain dead. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. No one's 1 foot tall. Come on.
It's so funny you guys call me brain dead, but you guys are the flat earthers, right? Okay, good to know.
Yeah, so what? We're still smarter than you. So what's that say about you? If we're flat earthers, we're
But you're not smarter than me. You're not smarter than me. More about this. You're indoctrinated, you fucking idiots. You believe I'm just bullshit you hear on YouTube.
Keep
I
projecting
actually
yourself. Okay, so
didn't you post a YouTube video?
Yeah, but that's not my only. I have NASA.
Yeah, but what?
I have NASA. You know what NASA is? NASA's gonna be.
Wasn't your evidence a YouTube video though?
Okay, I could appeal to pictures from NASA or something. I don't know. Like, it doesn't matter because everything is on my side.
Where'd you?
Oh yeah, really? You want to know what isn't on your side?
What?
The Earth.
Okay, so the pictures from NASA, are they fake too? Are they not real?
Yeah, because they depict something physically impossible.
Well, the verification is that they're from NASA. NASA cannot lie, you idiots.
How do you know
Really?
that?
Oh, interesting. Appeal to authority.
Okay.
Well, that's not appeal to authority. That has nothing to do with appeal to authority. What are you talking about?
Look at this. This is from NASA. It's Photoshop.
Wait.
Even NASA is saying it's Photoshop.
Yeah,
like,
plus,
you guys don't know what you're talking about. Please stop this.
No, you don't know it.
Plus, check this out. Go grab a Kleenex, okay? Cry, and then come back. Because it sounds like you're going to fucking shed a tear every time you speak.
So what you're saying is wrong, and you pretend like you're smarter than me, buddy. I don't
No,
care.
it's absolutely true, dude. I swear. Go listen back. It sounds like you're about to cry. Okay?
I'm not going to cry.
Go gather your thoughts. Shed a tear. Cry it out. Come back after. Because it's not productive. And it's obviously getting in the way. Because you're not thinking straight.
So it's like you guys are scared, and you guys want me to leave because I'm showing you guys facts like NASA. Okay.
You didn't show any facts, dude.
You realize,
NASA's gonna be. Do you guys live in a different reality where NASA doesn't exist? Do you know what NASA is? Okay, then you know what they do. You know what they do, okay?
You're not thinking
we
straight.
know what they claim they do. What does MUFON
I'm
do?
losing my mind, dude.
What does MUFON claim they do?
They claim, by the way, which we all know to be the case, they claim to be like an agency that's objective is to outer space exploration. We know this. Everybody knows that. Why am I telling you? Know
Everybody
this.
knows it. Everybody knows it.
Everyone knows this. Yes, everyone knows.
How do you know that?
Because they've been to outer space multiple times.
How do you know that? I'm asking you how you know that.
I'm losing my mind.
Asking you how you know that.
I guess you don't. Wait, you know there's video of like the first guy on the moon.
Question, dude. How do you know?
How do you know the video you just saw? How do you know the video you just saw?
Why are you over talking?
There's a video.
There's videos of Santa. So what?
I love it when you show them 1 foot observer height in the horizon way over 10 miles, and they just want to derail.
Did he just leave?
Talk about anything else. No, he's here.
He didn't leave. But if you do the math, counting
Whatever, dude.
10 miles,
Whatever.
he doesn't know distance to the horizon. But you're counting 10 miles. You know what that means? The radius is 67 times larger.
Miguel, you should learn before you speak. You understand what you're talking about, buddy. Listen.
Do you know distance to the horizon? Plus,
no, I don't know the distance.
Distance to the horizon. No. So I did say to you, go search Earth curve calculator. Okay, and you put after the side 1 foot. Distance to the horizon should be 1.22 miles.
Miguel, you need to pay attention to who you're talking to. This dude ain't gonna do any math. He ain't gonna do shit. He's like, look at the pictures. NASA's telling the truth. That's his evidence, dude, is a TV set. He looks at a screen for his truth. Dude, go back to staring at a screen and figure out all the truth you want. Go right back.
For all we know, the guy couldn't even spell the word math.
I do not spell math, you fucking
There's lots of pictures of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
You guys just it's crazy how you just in
There's
this
lots of
echo
pictures
chamber.
of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
You guys.
I'm not saying every video is real. Oh my god.
Dude, NORAD tracks Santa. NORAD tracks Santa with satellites in space. So Santa's real.
Endo. I'm just too smart for you. You're actually just retarded, okay? My point is very simple. My point is very simple.
No, you don't understand. This is called an argument. It's called reduction to absurdity. If we use the principles you're using to discern truth, you can reach absurd conclusions.
That's not true. That's not true.
Real. I just did it. There's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake. Is the same thing as saying there's lots of photos from space. They can't all be fake.
Yeah, I know, buddy. But the problem is, it's not from NASA. You do know that, right?
Oh, what distinguishes NASA?
NASA doesn't lie.
How do you know that?
You just do. What type of dumb question is that?
You just do?
It's a government agency.
Brilliant. Profound.
This guy must be from the Globe Earth Society.
Government doesn't lie.
The government's official policy is to lie.
No, it's
not. Okay,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. They argued it in front of the Supreme Court.
How do you know that?
The Solicitor General of the United States, Ted Olson, argued that the official policy of the United States is to not tell the public the truth.
Why?
Was that the Smith month, I think?
Because they don't have to. The only time the government has to tell the truth is in official statements that have a stamp, seal, signature, or something like that. But when they just get up on a podium and start yapping, they don't have to tell the truth.
Dude, you guys, you need to be educated on this topic before you talk about it, because it's very simple. If you do multiple research, you would know that.
It's very simple. You just watch TV.
Oh, yeah. Super simple. Like you have.
If NASA's fake, how come people haven't figured it out yet?
NASA's fake. Certainly.
If NASA lies, okay, then how come people haven't figured it out yet?
We have.
We have figured it out.
We are figuring it out.
Was it only you guys as the genius that figured it out? Nobody else? Good joke. Good one, buddy.
No, there's 12 Earthers that figured out how the other shit's fake. Go watch some of the Apollo detectives, right? They're all globe Earthers. They figured it out.
Wait, Einstein, he's like one of the smartest people. The black guy that. What? What do you mean? He did the most.
How do you know Einstein's one of the smartest people?
He just is. What?
Right,
what do you mean?
Like you're 10 years old.
I know, like he just is. Dude, you just see dicks.
Wait, are you saying Einstein is dumb? Is that what you're saying?
No, I asked, how do you know he's a smart person? How do you know that?
It's gonna be based on his work, right?
Oh, you read his work?
I don't read his work. I just know the general idea of it.
Really? Tell us about it.
So I think what's like the big special thing is like his idea of like relativity and like a gravity is, or like general relativity, special relativity. Yeah.
What's the stress energy?
I think prior to him, we used to believe?
What does K stand for in the space-time metric?
You said what?
What does K stand for in Einstein's stress energy density?
Buddy, this isn't a knowledge competition. I'm just saying he's a smart person and he believes in outer space.
You don't know that, dude. You don't know that.
Wait, you're saying he doesn't believe in outer space? He
Well,
does.
he doesn't now. He's dead. He's dead.
Einstein
Well,
married his cousin and has a patent for a blouse. Like, I give a fuck about Einstein.
Okay, how about the Stephen Hawking's, like the video you just sent? Okay, him.
The meat puppet.
Yeah, he believes in outer space. You can call him whatever you want, but he's like one of the smartest people too. So I don't know why you're hating.
Really?
I don't know space.
You think a retard is the smartest person? That says a lot.
You believe he's retarded?
No one heard Stephen Hawking talk since 1973.
No, I'm talking about the disabled guy. I forgot his name.
Yeah,
Can you prove it was him operating his little voice box?
Heard him talk after 1973.
That doesn't mean anything, by the way. You're just being ableist.
Oh yeah,
asshole.
So did he learn sign language?
God.
Did Hawking learn sign language? How did he communicate his intelligence?
Disableist.
He had ALS. He couldn't fucking move. What are you talking about?
Wait, so you think he's not even smart and he's just a disabled guy?
Why should I think he's smart?
He's
Because they said on his screen, this retarded person's smart.
How about the black guy? The very smart black guy that is
The
known. I
black
forgot his
guy.
Neil
Yeah.
deGrasse Tyson.
him.
Plus, if you think that you can properly interpret, or anybody can properly interpret fucking Stephen Hawking after his ALS kicked in, like, how, dude? Have you
He has
ever
a
heard
machine.
him?
He has a machine. Guys, this is the future, buddy.
He has a machine. What does he do with the machine? Does he
He
type?
talks through it. That's not going to be his way of like talking, communicating, whatever.
So he mumbles.
How does he do that?
Spits out vocal, audible
I don't know,
vocal.
maybe he's connected to his brain or something. I don't know.
Oh, so you don't know?
That's fucking not.
You guys are
So you
so
don't
idiots.
know.
You're so idiots.
Are
dude.
we idiots, or are you
You're
just fucking
gullible.
stupid and believe
and you
everything
want to
you're
appeal?
told?
And you want to appeal
Hey,
to Neil
Heather.
deGrasse Tyson, right? You're talking about the guy who said you don't see curvature of the Earth from 120,000 feet.
Did he say that?
That's
Yeah.
yeah. He said that stuff is
I mean,
flat.
does he work at NASA? Does he work at NASA right now?
No,
Oh,
works at the Hayden
Okay, then he's
Planetarium.
wrong. Okay, because NASA is very clear.
He
Oh my
works
God.
at a planet. He works at the Hayden Planetarium in New York City.
Okay, but NASA's gonna be the infallible, like, perfect thing that knows about our space.
Awesome.
And-
I did post an engineer.
NASA was infallible.
I did post
Yes,
an engineer.
outer
He's talking
space.
about engineer from NASA. He's talking about flat Earth. How about that? I did post it.
If NASA's so infallible, why is Christy McCall's guts all over the Atlantic Ocean?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. It's random questions.
Yeah, she was in the space shuttle when it exploded.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
They're infallible? Was that a plan? So they did that on purpose?
I'm not sure,
If they're infallible, that means they did that on purpose.
dude. That's not what I mean. Stop being weird.
That's what infallible means.
You know what? I don't care anymore. Fuck you.
It means you don't make mistakes. That means the shuttle blowing up was on purpose.
Okay, the point is they're
Wasn't
good
a
at what they
mistake.
do. They're good at what
How
they
do you
do.
know that?
Because there's
Yeah, fooling
videos,
you.
there's pictures. They send men out to space. They send
they're
animals to
great.
space.
They're great at fooling suckers. They're great. They're awesome. Hey, I got some beachfront property in Arizona. Want to buy some?
Dude, come on.
Cheap, man. Also,
Wait,
got
there's a video, by the way.
reviews. And
Wait,
like
there's a guy named Dan Knows.
recently. So I'll give it to you at a discount.
Yeah, that his name is Dan Knows Everything or something. He talks about actually it would have been way harder to fake the videos instead of like actually go there. And
How stupid are you, dude?
like we didn't have this technology for that. Do you understand what I'm
Really?
saying? Yeah.
First of all, that's false. Okay. Second of all, the idea that it's faker to do it's more expensive to do the thing than fake the thing, that's just dumb on its face.
No, dude.
Okay, here's your challenge. Is it cheaper to make a car or make a fake car?
I don't know. How the
You
fuck am
don't
I
know.
supposed to know? Yeah.
Anything. Anything that you could possibly make, manufacture, do. Is it more expensive to do the thing or fake doing the thing?
Oh wait. Okay, is the
You
by the
have
way,
no brain, dude. You fucking are brainless.
is Stan? I'm reading the thing right. Stanley Kubrick. Is he Jewish?
What?
Then I could maybe then they are. Wait, is NASA filled with Jews? Hold on.
Oh, here we go.
You said
Take an
it.
easy way out. I'll say some stuff about the juice so I get banned. So I don't have to take the L because I'm a fucking pussy.
Well, plus take this L with you, right? So a second ago, Indio asked you if it's easier or if it's more expensive or cheaper to make a real car or a fake car, and you don't know. So how the hell would you be able to know for sure if it's cheaper or easier to build a fake or real rocket? Because that you hold a pretty strong stance on. How do you know that? Because the guy told you? Why do you believe him?
I don't believe them anymore because it seems like there's a lot of Jews that work at NASA.
Yeah.
Here we go.
What a
Damn.
pussy. You are a pussy, dude.
I'll be right back. This is weird.
You're a pussy, dude.
They were perfect and infallible a minute ago.
Loser.
Yeah, until like you tell them about the fucking shuttle exploding, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, that would have had to be on purpose.
He left.
Well, they did do it on purpose, but whatever.
He left.
The least knowledgeable guy in the room. Funny how he just chased his tail.
The black guy. You know the black guy? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right after calling him an ableist. Oh my lord.
That was great, man. He shot himself in the fucking foot. You know? Holy crap.
Do you believe the black guy? No!
Black guy is saying he's a pear shape.
Dare you?
Were we supposed to say yes because he was black? Was that his point?
Well, you're not allowed to disagree with black people. That's racist.
Call me that then. That word has lost its luster for many years.
Man, how long were you guys putting up with that guy?
Like 50 minutes or something.
Like an hour? Holy.
Dude, he didn't even know what a horizon was. Oh my god, he didn't know what a vomit comet was. He didn't know anything, yet he was professing that he's smarter than everybody here.
Yeah, I heard the horizon.
The government can't lie. It's NASA. They're a government agency. They can't lie.
Yeah, I heard the horizon bit.
He's just taking the piss, that guy.
Didn't he say there's several horizons? The one in the front, and the one in the back, something.
Oh no, he admitted it. He admitted the horizon was in the back. He finally did.
Oh, at the end, okay.
Nice. He's actually lost every debate in every room that I've been in where he was in there.
Of course, he doesn't even try to argue. Just takes the piss.
Yeah, and everyone that I've heard, like, each time he sounded like he was going to cry the entire time. No different tonight. Like, literally. I feel bad for the guy.
He must be in like a debate class and he just, probably shouldn't be.
I do sincerely love it when you get Globers in here like him and you pull out the Black Swan and they just want to pretend they don't understand and it's stupid and they don't want to talk about it. He doesn't even want to try to understand it at all. Have you noticed that? Then you break out the Earth curve calculator and drawings. Miguel even posted a picture, a screenshot capture. And it's like, you can't have a 10-mile observer height. It's like, oh my God, you're not even listening, dude.
Exactly.
And then he's like, you can't. And then I'm like, dude, it's 1 foot observer height. Oh, you guys are so stupid. No one's 1 foot. I'm like, dude, you're laying on your belly looking through a telescope, you dunce. And then he still just talked right past it.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, I actually, earlier I was debating somebody who wanted to work for the James Webb Telescope crew, right? He wanted to be on there. And so, like, we got into discussing the James Webb Telescope and how it's impossible to look back towards, and see the moments right after the Big Bang and that sort of stuff. And then he tried telling me, like, well, you know how big the mirrors are on that fucking thing? They're like 1.3 meters thick, bro. And I'm like, Are you sure? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, are you sure they're not like 1.3 meters wide? He's like, oh, yeah, wide. And I was like, because I really don't think thickness would have anything to do with, like, how far a telescope could see. But I could be wrong.
Thickness of the reflector. Oh, shit.
And this is somebody who wants to go work there, dude. And then he's like, I guess he like studied different light spectrums, like that's his area of study. And he tried telling me that different light spectrums supposedly somehow move like faster, even though they're like, just photons.
You know what? I don't believe it. If a guy says that reflector's 1.3 meters thick and thinks that has something to do with it, I don't think he knows shit about light.
Right, exactly. And I'm just like, and he's like, well, you would have to study blah, blah, blah spectrometry. And I'm like, really? So I have to study spectrometry in order to Google how fast the speed of light was, like the other day. Interesting. Just because I wanted to be like, perfectly accurate in my calculations to show that the James Webb could never look back there and see it. And then he tried telling me that a light year is light would travel 5.8 billion miles. I was like, are you really sure about that? Like, you studied like spectrums of light, like you study this at college, and you're telling me it's 5.8 billion? You're not like missing 3 zeros there?
Since it's quiet, I thought it was funny how everyone was talking about Stephen Hawking and no one could understand a word he's saying. And the guy obviously has not seen that video. I think most of us listening have seen that video. I even posted it. It didn't get any play, though. But, it's just like, and then the guy's like, oh, the universe is so large that,
Yeah, I saw that. Sorry, I cut out a second ago. I want to ask quickly, what do they actually claim about how the James Webb Telescope works? Or what are they saying it's actually doing?
Well, they say that it can, like, the claim is that they're going to look back at, or they have looked back. I don't know if they have or have not yet, but the claim is that they can, with the James Webb Telescope, look back at the moments right after the Big Bang. And I'm like, well, right now we have like a guesstimation of like, billions of years. So it's supposedly 13.8 billion years ago. We don't have that like down to like the minute, so you probably couldn't guess like what the minute after it would be. So that's fallacy number one, I suppose. Number two is that the James Webb Telescope would actually have to be on the other side of that light as it's incoming to it in order to see it. And the problem I have with that is that teleportation's not like a thing yet, so we can't really teleport to the edge of the universe in order to see it, which would be 8.11 times 10 to the 22, times 10 to the power of 22 miles away from where the Big Bang happened. That's problem number two. Number three is that you would then have to pinpoint a marble from that distance, right? So that's problem number three. Like, I don't know anything that accurate. You know what I mean?
Is that is the James Webb Telescope what produced that that background radiation map? The colorized map.
That was before.
Oh, that was before the James Webb. Okay.
Yeah.
And
so they're using.
Didn't they recently update the estimate from 13 billion years to 26? They doubled it, I think.
Oh, did they? I don't know. Like last I looked, it was supposedly 13.8.
Let me see if I can find that article, but I'm getting a quick flash of something I thought I read a few years, within the last year or two, that they doubled it to 26.8 or something. Hold on. Let me check quickly. It's been a while.
Dude, that'd be wild.
Let me see. Hold on. New research puts age of universe at 26.7 billion years as per phys.org. Yeah, July 13th, 2023.
Wow. I wonder if they recognize that. I don't know. Wild.
Let me post it in the chat there.
Grok hasn't caught up yet. It's 13.8.
It's in the chat.
26.7. Well, I'll have to do the calculations for that one too, so I can, give them either or.
ChatGTP is late to the new party.
Either that, or they have read this article and they're just determining it's not correct. But then again, how would they ascertain that? Like, so many questions.
No, I didn't leave it on. Yeah, that would be weird how they would ascertain. I think it has to do something with like inflation and like the supposed rate of expansion or whatever inflation, right? And then you just kind of do it in reverse or something. I don't know. And maybe the cosmic background radiation. I wonder if that article goes into that, if that had something to do with it or not. But, and then that's another thing, like they always talk about, like the guy was talking about redshift, and I'm like, you do realize that according to your theory of expansion and inflation, that, the star never actually moves toward the Earth. So you can't really have redshift because of that. I think that, like, yeah, the guy who didn't he like win the Nobel Prize or something for that?
Wait, wasn't that Einstein?
For redshift? No, I think it was somebody else.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure the guy won like the Nobel Prize. I'll have to look into that. But like, he totally forgot about expansion, right? And that everything that's farther away supposedly is like moving away faster. And so, like, the rate at which it's moving away is way faster than the rate at which it was supposedly moving towards the Earth. So that means it's consistently moving away from the Earth, meaning that Redshift's like just full of crap because it could never move toward the Earth.
Einstein won a prize for the photoelectric effect.
That's it.
Prize. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's see who or did the guy who came up
By the way, guys, where the hell has QE been? It's been like 3 or 4 weeks or more.
You know, I had that same thought not long ago. I have no idea. I'm just pondering that. Usually around this time, you know, he would have been off by now.
Yeah, he's posted videos on his YouTube channel since, but he just hasn't been
Is he
there for
okay?
a while.
Oh my god, it was Edwin Hubble.
Hubble,
Came up with the chip. Yeah. So he got a telescope named after him. Dope. I wonder if like what I can get named after me for disproving it.
What was that plane? What was that plane called? That was the mirror image of the same technology, the Hubble. I forget what it's called.
Sophia telescope.
Sophia. That's it. Sophia. Yeah.
I'll just tell him I'll accept that because I disproved his whole thing there. Like, I kind of want the Hubble renamed to the Shamandal.
Shamandal.
Yep. Yeah, it was originally German, but you know, they moved to the States and modified it.
Yeah, Miguel posted it. That's a very good video. No one's seen it. That video's epic.
Who let the chat die?
I thought it was you. Destroyed it.
What? I found it this way.
I know it was happening before, and now nothing. There you go, Ethan Chris.
Same stuff, different day.
Yeah. How's the family, mate?
They're doing good. Most everybody's asleep right now. It's alright.
You all right?
There's some stuff. Well, I'll message you.
Yeah, sweet. So I'm just driving, mate. That's why I sound a little bit distracted.
Oh, then you can wait to respond because pay attention to the road. But I'll explain something. I don't really want to talk about it on the stream. It's
Yeah,
just
sweet.
medical things.
Yeah.
Related to a loved one.
What ended up happening with that kid that came in that was very, what's that, arrogant.
I left before the end of it, but I assume that at some point he was humbled.
Delusional. I think he was trolling anyway, wasn't he?
A lot of them think that flat Earth is just a meme, so they come in here to troll. They don't take it seriously at all until you explain to them that it's actually a serious conversation. They come in with all the stupid pictures and weird assumptions.
Yeah, flat earthers are dumb, right?
It's the
All of
weirdest
us.
thing is when
All
they
of
act
us.
like they're going to school you, and you know more about their worldview than they do. That's one of the things. That's what I'm saying. I think it's funny when people end up humbled.
Yeah, I like that. But I like it when they can say, you know what? I didn't know all of this stuff. I've actually learned something today. Of course, most of the time it doesn't happen because, you know, kind of the ego gets in the way and it's, I can't be like no less than a flat earther. Flat earthers think the earth is flat, so they must be dumb. So I can't admit that that flat earther knows more than I do. That would make me dumb, wouldn't it?
Well, the ones who come in just for the sole purpose of trying to bully, that speaks volumes about their character. Because if they're based off of that assumption where they think flat earthers are dumb, then they're bullying somebody that they perceive to be of lesser intelligence than them. It's pretty fucked up.
You know, a lot of the guys that I've heard come in lately, I mean, plus or minus a few there, like this evening, you know, like the guy who's clearly not all that intelligent, is not, they're not stupid people. You know, they can articulate stuff, they have a good vocabulary, you know, they can navigate a conversation, but at some point, like you guys are saying, they seem to go off the rails a little bit, and they start getting defensive. They start, you know, not, comporting themselves properly. So, like, I hate to call these guys stupid or, you know, or whatever. I'm not saying you guys are, but in conversation, a lot of times, you know, that seems to be the attitude, or at least in post briefing, and it's not always the case. That's the real shame of it. You know?
Yeah, a lot of assumptions are made.
Yeah, that seems to go under their radar, and then their self-identity gets attached into it, and you know, it's too bad because, like I was saying, they're not dumb people.
They've taken their entire worldview for granted. Well, we all did. Everyone has.
Oh yeah, I get it. I was there. Took me a while. But yeah.
I like the ones.
Well, it must be a ball because it is, right?
Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome.
What up, my fellow flat earthers?
What's that? I'm not looking at the screen.
Nah, you gone.
Left? I thought it sounded like fucking Vlad, and then I thought he wouldn't say something like that. It's like ringing someone, saying hello, and then hanging up.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, of course it is. Hello, and then hang up.
Imagine this guy just bounced from room to room. He does that. Fuck.
Yeah. Hello, my fellow LGBTQ community.
So awkwardly, like, say hello and then step backwards back out of the door without saying another word.
Like me and CB talk about, like when people come in here, they don't talk or anything like that. They just kind of sit in the corner. It's like someone coming into your restaurant, not ordering anything but sitting at one of your tables and not answering. And if you say, "Oh, would you like anything?" Then you just
They're just
ignore
sitting
them.
there watching the staff, watching the customers. It's like, dude, are you gonna order anything?
Yeah.
People out, man.
I get picture of that. He sits down and you go up to him and can I get you anything, sir? He's like, no, I'm just good. I'm good.
No, that's worse. They don't even respond.
Or that, yeah.
That was Barry from last night.
Was it?
Yeah.
I thought I heard Barry have a good conversation yesterday.
Yeah,
maybe that was during the day. Actually,
Yeah, he was laughing about flat Earth earlier in one group, and so I was like, "Really? I thought you conceded last night."
Hmm. Yeah, I think it was Cyclone who got through to him quite well yesterday.
Yeah.
You're talking about the guy with the fat guy, right?
Yeah,
Big, double chin or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I laugh every time, man, when TB handles those guys. They come in, they're like, "Oh no, I'm just listening." See, what does he say? Oh yeah, this is a no listening panel.
No listening panel.
It's so stupid. There's like 40 people listening. What are you talking about?
Well, they want to listen, get a good listen in, and see if there's any point that they feel confident in arguing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they never open their mic. What's your name, sir? Blind Rage, is it?
Yeah, my name's Eric.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
On that kangaroo down the bottom.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you.
How long have you been in this topic for?
For about 8 years now, I think.
8 years. Okay.
Yeah.
The good old days when videos would just pop up on your YouTube, right?
Oh yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what led me to it, man. It was first one was
One after
allegedly
the other.
Dave. Yep.
Allegedly Dave. I used to love him. Remember he went on that he went on that Russian show?
I'm not sure if I've seen that one.
Yeah, he's he's in an interview with this Russian guy. You don't hear much from the Russian guy because obviously he's speaking in Russian. They had an interpreter, but he's a guy sitting there. He's got kind of long hair and maybe a beard or something like that.
Oh no, I didn't see that one. I've seen the one where he was on the. I think the guy was from the UK. That interview where he's all like, I think the guy had black hair. He was short hair, had a black suit on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That guy
Did
really.
you ever see that? Did you ever see that debate with him and that French astronomer?
Possibly.
Yeah, they were sitting outside in the cold. It looked like they were both shivering, but it was interesting. The French astronomer admitted that he didn't know anything, pretty much.
Nice. Yeah, he had that effect on people.
Yeah. Can you tell me why? And then he'd continue on. It's got a nice kind of soothing voice,
Yeah, I would say so. It seems like people believe people more for their voice than what they actually say nowadays.
Yeah, I think so.
Just like, Obama, he was a good speaker.
Yeah, charismatic.
Yeah, good voice for it too. But when it come down to doing stuff, not so much. I gotta say, I think like Jordan Peterson though, he's really good. Like, not only does he act like he uses logic, he can phase it well, and he's got a great voice for it.
You think so? I always thought the guy sounded like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, just a hint of that in there, but his voice is very distinct. Like, if you hear his voice, you know it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like because I've read his books and I listen to them sometimes, and he narrates his own books too. So you actually get him reading his own books. It's good, it's really good. Because he emphasizes the words in the correct place where he knows that they were meant to mean something. So instead of someone else generically reading your book, he's the narrator.
That's cool.
Some good life lessons in those books.
Well, imagine. Yeah, I haven't read them yet. I don't know. Reading's not my strong suit. Yeah, so Blind Rage is literally like 90-ish% blind.
Oh, okay. Well, I would suggest the audio book then.
Yeah.
Him on Audible. Him reading it.
Yeah, I have to check that out. I've watched a lot of his YouTube stuff. A lot of his interviews.
His lectures and stuff like that. I like his older stuff when he's lecturing in the university in his classrooms. A lot of that stuff's really good.
Oh, yeah, no.
Before he was famous.
Well, I did get. I only watched one of those recently, but yeah, that was the first one of his lectures. Oh my god! Oh, so that guy who was wanting to work with the telescope earlier, I asked him what a focal length is. He had no idea.
These people don't know anything.
Oh yeah. I even got into like detail on like another guy was bringing up like pendulums and stuff, and I was like, you do know that like everything about the pendulum, how it's constructed, like does affect like, you know, how it would swing, right? And he's like, well, yeah. And I was like, so like maybe the knot on the end of the rope might have a little something to do with how the rope would swing, right? Like where it kind of attaches to what it's swinging from.
Yeah, there's lots of things. They don't work all the time either. More than not, they don't get the right readings. They just put that down to, they just say, well, it wasn't set up correctly. So it's only set up correctly if it gets the right readings, like a 1 out of 10, right? Or even less than that.
That sounds like Tyson Foods.
Yeah, well, it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right?
Right.
Otherwise, if it was detecting the Earth's spin, then it would detect the same motion at every point on Earth. That's the same all the time from different parts on Earth, depending on latitude.
Yeah, like proportional results, right?
Yeah, but it would be the same every time if it was detecting the Earth spinning.
one thing I was thinking about when it said that these pendulum tests or whatever, they don't get the same results each time. Are they talking about instances of a test in the same, like with the same pendulum in the same setup over the course of a day or two or a week or whatever? Or are they talking about, oh, I'm going to do one test with this one pendulum, then go somewhere else and do another test on another pendulum? Or is it a mix of both? Because it would seem stupid that you guys would do one test on one pendulum,
Yeah,
right?
no, they do them. They do them many in one place.
How the fuck do they get those results on the same one?
Well, they don't. If it works out, they say, "Oh, this must have been set up right when we got this result."
So say I do tests over 5 days on the same pendulum in the same, coordinate at the same place,
and you get one that matches. Then that one that matches was set up correctly, and all the others were not set up correctly.
But that's what boggles my mind. How do you have a different setup on the same pendulum? Like it's just at rest, and then you start. Like, you know what I mean? 'Cause it's not like they have to dismantle the thing and put it back together and make
They pulled the rope
or something.
They pulled the ropes like slightly to the left.
Yeah, that one we mustn't. Yeah, that one we mustn't have. We mustn't have dropped that one properly that time. Or
God damn it!
So next time when someone says, "I'll look at these results for the pendulum," just say, "Well, can you tell me how many times they did it and what were the results of each result? What were the results of each test?"
Yeah, right. What is your margin of error on pulling the rope back, like before it swings? Because contractually speaking, an eighth of an inch of deviation is good, right? Do you guys believe the same thing there, or how does that work?
Well, I mean, that's hard to gauge because over what radius, right? If you have a
no. I'm saying as they're pulling it back, like if it shifts like an eighth inch to the left or right, is that still like considered good or?
Oh, well, that's what I mean.
I don't know. Like you want a 0, wouldn't you? Like.
Yeah. Well, ideally, you have it as close to perfect as possible. Let's say you have a mini pendulum. If that thing exists, all right, a tabletop one, an eighth of an inch would only be.
The rope has the suspender, right? The rope or the wire has to be a certain length. It has to be over a certain length.
Right. Okay. Well, let's say you take the minimum, whatever it is, right? X. Right. Okay. 1/8 of an inch represents what? 1 degree. Let's say over the entire span of the. Maybe more. It could be wrong, right? But if you take a bigger pendulum, that same 1/8 of a degree could be 1/8 of an inch could be half a degree or even smaller than that, right? If you picture a large room with a giant radius with a pendulum swing in the middle, right? So it's hard to gauge that. Usually things are measured in or determined in terms of relative margins of error, which are percentage based. So if you have a radius of 20 feet or whatever, 2 feet, if you're 2 feet off, what? Fucking 20 degrees or 15 degrees or something like that. That's like 10 or some shit.
Yeah,
well, that's if you get the right results in the first place, right?
Exactly. So they can say if they fall within 5, 10, 15 degrees after the entire thing did the round, oh well, it's good enough.
Outside? Do they do these outside?
I don't think so.
Nah.
No. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the wind would probably, in their eyes, fix it.
Think of stuff inside as well. You've got climate control, yeah. Like if you're in a warm place or a cold place, you got heating, cooling.
Oh yeah. HVAC going,
Yeah, you got, and most of the bigger ones are run by electromagnets. So you've got to set it to a 0, right? So the zero would be the spin of the Earth. So if you set, because you've got two magnets on either side of the pendulum, so if you set one a little bit stronger than the other, the only way you're going to know is when you run the pendulum, right? And then they go, oh, okay, we need to decrease the power on the one on the left-hand side. But what's your
Don't they
zero?
know?
Your zero is 15 degrees per hour, right? On the pole. So for them to zero the pendulum, if it's run by magnets, they've got to make it turn at a certain rate, right? Because that's their zero.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and actually, yeah, some of the magnets keep going while it's swinging, right? To keep it swinging, actually, which is funny.
That's right.
And then it's like, at the same time, do they like forget that magnets have like magnetic fields that expand like left and right as well? You know, like.
Yeah, that's right. And then it's been seen to go the wrong way sometimes on eclipses and things like that.
Oh, watch out!
Yeah, I remember India bringing that up last. He was in here talking about that. That it's not like it's very bad. Okay, the results. It's not even like they get the right results 80% of the time, and 20% they fuck up. You know what I mean? Like that would be okay. You know, there's something to consider. But apparently, it's not even as good as it's a coin toss.
Nah,
you know.
Yeah.
Like fuck me, you know. And one thing that always escaped me when I started hearing that a lot of these things are mechanized, it's like if we're doing that now with all these contraptions that are, you know, rigged up with all these, you know, all these gadgets and shit. What the fuck did this Foucault guy do hundreds of years ago, or whenever he was around?
He did fuck all.
Yeah. He like spent, you know, 2.5 days measuring to make sure it was precisely like in the correct position before he let it go, and then, you know, he had to make sure that when he released it, like, you know, that couldn't possibly have, you know, swayed it a little bit. And yeah.
Yeah, and how long could it possibly go for?
Probably
2
just
hours or something like that?
I wouldn't even give it that much. I'd say probably a matter of minutes.
Unless the thing was fucking giant, you know, if it was like fucking several buildings wide or something, or that was the swing, and it takes like 10 minutes for it to swing back and forth, you know? I don't know. That's crazy, though. And it was all analog for him, right?
Yeah, and they say a frictionless. It's hanging from a frictionless point, right? So how frictionless could something be in that era? You know?
Yeah, that'd be wild to see.
What year are we talking? Like 1700 or something?
I'm not sure. I'm driving at the moment. Otherwise, I'd look it up.
Hey, listen, if it's frictionless, right, you wouldn't even need to swing it. All you'd need is spikes, two spikes sticking out of either side of either where it's attached or at the bottom of the pendulum, and then just leave it hanging, and that should process. You should see that turn. Shouldn't
ball
you?
At the bottom.
Right,
Yeah,
so
like
the spike should orient differently, right?
Like the moon does.
Because it's
like
frictionless, right?
Oh, yeah. If it's perfectly frictionless, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I think they would argue, though, that because you can't get a perfectly frictionless thing, having the momentum, you know, that they would have calculated that would have like enough energy to, you know, do its round or whatever, knowing that device is, has friction, but only to a certain degree that is sufficient to withstand the amount of energy that's going through it while it is running. I think that would be
Well, then they can't claim it's spinning either.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, But the part about it being frictionless, I think that's probably their out.
You know what's really funny is like, what if you put a, they got like clocks, right? So using the same concept of this, they have a clock that like literally floats in the air, right, with magnets and stuff, and it's not like required to like stay in one position. I mean, it would be able to shift if it was moved. And like I would have to say that the base of the clock would rotate with the Earth, but the top portion of it wouldn't in that scenario, and therefore it would appear that this clock would like rotate, right? But they don't.
On the pole, though.
The what?
Only on the pole.
Oh yeah, well, I mean they would as well, like on the as long as you're not like really close to the equator.
What do they say about Foucault's pendulum being on the equator? And nothing happens?
It wouldn't do anything. Nothing happens.
Yeah, it wouldn't do anything. And like imagine it being at the pole. Like you probably like in theory, if it was done really well, you wouldn't even have to like move it, right? It would move on its own.
How the fuck would that thing not freeze up? They're like, okay, I'm gonna do a Foucault pendulum test. Okay, let's set up, boys. Let's come back tomorrow. Come back, it's fucking, icebergs and shit or icicles hanging off the thing. Oh, God damn it, didn't move a fucking inch.
Well, that's like where the supercomputer concept came about, was during one of these tests at the pole,
Yeah, running computers at super cold temperatures there apparently speeds shit up.
Right. And they were like, yeah, we're getting all these calculations here. It's awfully fucking cold. I wonder if, like, this is how quantum computing works, man.
Well, that's what they say, right? They do have these devices that are super cold,
Yeah.
But it's so highly isolated. Like, it's only that cold within, like, a small, probably a fist size volume, where the chip is.
Right. Wow, that's funny. You'd think we'd have, like, debaters just jumping at the chance to get in here and prove how dumb we are.
Now, I was wondering the same thing. Like, do you guys normally expect the short bus to arrive around this time or what?
Man, like, I don't know. I think I might have to go troll around in some of the rooms real quick and get them over here.
I mean, it's custom late. Well, it's custom for me to hear things start happening late, but I'm never really cognizant of the time. Maybe 2 or 3 in the morning, but it's 2 for me now. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Usually, well, I hardly ever see them, in here, and usually it's like 1 or 2 at a time lately. I remember at one point there was like, where we were getting like 5 or 10 at once last year.
Yeah. The debate bros come in,
I think most of them got schooled and they were like, man, warning their new friends that started at school, hey, don't go in that room, dude. Don't do it. Let's see. I'm going to go troll real quick and just see if I can get at least one in here.
All right. That's a cool guy.
A little bit of a nut, but he's all right.
I missed that. What? A bit of a what?
Bit of a nut. Yeah, so if you could make a frame with with the gimbal or whatever, and your bearing, it was all perfectly frictionless, right? Essentially, you'd just let that frame rotate around whatever's hanging from it, and you could have like markers on it and whatever, spikes sticking out of it would show that it's it's rotating. You wouldn't have to swing anything. You should just like hang there freely, hang there independent of anything else. And if the Earth's turning around it and underneath it, that whole frame should just turn around it, right?
I think they would probably have to do something like that in a vacuum, if anything. Otherwise, the pieces sticking out, indicating that it is rotating, would probably have like air resistance. You know, the surface area of the things, whatever they are. You know. But yeah, theoretically, you know.
The hell is going on in here?
And we are live.
Dude, get over at politics so we can use the soundboard.
Is anybody in there?
Yeah, it's like 4 people, but I mean.
Sounds good. Let's go.
All right, so you want to make us move for your selfish reasons. All right?
Facts. Yes, bro. Of course. Duh.
Yeah, where the fuck are we?
We're in politics and religion.
religion.
My
CB
God,
is one of like a
the names
major
are all the same. I can never tell.
I know, right?
Go ahead,
No, we should
Jake.
jump over there. Let's jump over, right?
I'm down.
We might have to move the YouTube. Let's make sure there's a YouTube over there. There is a backup. Flatload Writes YouTube's over there. We can have Helio move it.
All right.
What do we do?
See you over
What
there.
do we do? We just summon them by name? Like, the fuck, are they listening all the time?
Helio! You just gotta hit him with one of those.
Yeah, move the bot.
Helio, move the fucking bot, dude.
Okay.
Nice. He's usually pretty good about it, surprisingly.
God damn.
Yeah, let's pop over, chat. Let's get over there, and then I'm finishing up some work, but then I can actually cook for a little bit.
All right, let's go.
All right, cool. All right, I'll see you over there.
See you there.
Yeah.
Did I get anybody? I guess not. Damn it.
front.
Yeah, where's the dusty little...
Oh, shit, it was funny. But what's interesting is I was having a chat to some of the older people there that are running some of the stores. And this one lady was telling me they don't even teach it at schools as the Roswell incident. They are going out of their way to make sure it's not even being taught. So it's just slowly being erased from history.
Ah, right.
And that's what she said. Like, first off, it was the alien landing, and then it was the Roswell hoax, and then Roswell incident. She said it's not even been taught as that anymore. But she said she was about, this is back in 2014, and she looked like she was about 80. And she was saying, I do find it interesting that up on the Mesa where it like touched down and dragged a bloody great big scrape mark across the ground, this was claimed to be a weather balloon with a balsa wood reflector on the bottom of it. She said, seriously? The amount of force to drag a line like that little balsa wood thing would have just been ripped to shreds. So something pretty solid hit the ground. They don't know what it was because it was all cleaned up. But she said, if you do yourself a favour and go into the actual proper museum next door, you will get to see, they've got it pinned up on the wall, the early morning newspaper, because they used to release them multiple editions throughout the day. So one early morning and one after lunch edition. And yeah, they're both a little bit different from what the early morning one said and what the afternoon one said. Yeah, a bit different. So yeah, it was pretty cool. It's just one of the bucket list things. Go there. Tombstone, Arizona. That was another one.
Yeah, you got to watch them weather balloons. Oh man, they destroy a house.
But yeah, it was just interesting the way that she said how they don't even teach it as schools as like the hoax or the incident or anything. They are doing their best to make sure that it's not spoken of. It's just sort of the town itself is the last remembrance of this, and that's how it's going to slowly fade out of history.
I guess when you can't make up any more bullshit stories, you just say, fuck it, we're just not going to talk about it anymore.
That's one way of doing it.
Is it worth going to...
Sorry, I'm going.
Is it worth going to Roswell, or would you give it a miss next time I go over?
I'd go back again. Because you can always go and see other stuff. So for me, Roswell, I was only there for like a day and a half. That was about it. I wasn't there that long. But as with most of those larger towns, if you go and check all the stuff out, you could probably be there a week. So, yeah, I'd go back again. Just to suss out all the bits that I missed. Because a lot of my trip consisted of me going to the local town, doing some of the local stuff, checking their shit out, and then going to the local bar and just having a talk with people there, and yeah, which works quite well when you've got an Aussie accent. Just cruise on in. G'day, mate. You're from Australia? Yep. That's how it works. No, I got to meet some pretty cool people on the way.
It does. I heard you mention Paint Your Wagon. I remember seeing like they mocked that on The Simpsons, that one Simpsons episode.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And I was watching it and I was laughing at it, and I laughed at them mocking it. I'd never heard of it, never seen it. I was, what? All these famous actors in this fucking musical western, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, but
pretty well known.
But they're over exaggerating, right? And then and then I saw clips from it, and I was like, "Holy shit! They were not
Really
over
understand the reality
exaggerating."
of the true basis of life. Why? Because the Earth is round. And we're never gonna
Okay, slow
accept
down,
that.
slow down. You were just talking over someone.
Touch some grass.
Oh,
When
wow.
you touch some
Hey.
grass, I'm pretty sure you're gonna see how round the world is. Unlike your flat mothers that gave birth to you. I'm sorry, that's
Okay.
the truth.
You've never seen
now
the
that
Earth
you've
is round.
The world is round.
You've
And
never
how do you
seen that,
know?
you spaz.
You've never seen the world being flat. Where's the
Yes,
world being flat?
you
No,
have
it's not.
too.
The,
You
the
just haven't
Earth is
opened
not
your
flat.
eyes. You
The
dumb
Earth
blonde.
is round. The Earth is round.
The Earth is
Just like
round.
all the other planets.
Keep
The Earth
chanting
is
it.
round.
The Earth is round. The Earth is
The
round.
Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Thank you.
Nasaluya.
Thank you. We don't need
Nasaluya.
tinfoilers that wears their fucking shit on their head and walking around. We don't need that. It's 2025. Wake the fuck up. It's the reality. You're living
Okay,
on.
can I ask a
you're
question?
living
Okay,
based
slow
on
down.
what?
Whoa.
Go
Down.
ahead, colonizer. What do you want to say? Tell me. Let me hear you. Let me pretend I care. Go ahead.
Okay. Let you pretend you care. Why
Are you
is it
gonna
when you come?
continue, or you're just gonna like laugh?
Are you going to shut the fuck up for 5 seconds?
Okay. You don't
Why
have to
is
be
it
rude now.
every time you come in here, it's just a consistent chant? You come in, you go through
You
this
should have
massive
banned me, but
spiel.
you didn't. You want me.
What?
You basically want me to be here.
Well, actually, we'd like you to shut the fuck up. That's about all. You can stay as long as you like, as long as you don't go talking over the top of people, which is exactly what you did when you first come in. T-Dub was having a yarn with someone else, and you just come in with your little spiel that you read out every friggin' time you come in here. Now, you've made a claim that the Earth is round, yet we heard that. What we'd like you to do is put your big boy pants on and prove it. Okay? Don't just go, the Earth is round. Any muppet can come in here and read a script. We want to know, how do you verify, validate, or prove that it's round? Without just chanting it again, and hopefully someone will catch on to what you've repeated.
Okay, before I catch on to what you were saying, let me give you a brief example for how the people in here really criticize and understand the
Right. We don't care about the matter. All we want, you've made the claim that you live on a ball. The Earth is round. We all heard it. We want to know, how are you going to prove that it's round? What have you got? What do you do on a daily basis that says, oh my God, I can only do this because it's a ball?
Okay, yeah. So let me just clarify. All of you guys here are flat earthers.
We don't care what we are. We're interested in your claim and how you're going to back it.
You know what? How about you shut the fuck up and fight some kangaroos, you fucking Australian, you fucking Aussie? How about you go fucking
that
fight
the
some
best
kangaroos,
you've got?
bitch? Fuck you. Yeah.
Go
yeah,
and
mute me
fight
with
some
your Vegemite
kangaroos.
fucking sandwich, bitch. Yeah, exactly. Keep talking, ho. No. You want to fucking mute me every single
Go back to your chicken rituals.
Go and breathe so your head doesn't pop or some fucking thing, I don't know. You're going to do yourself a mischief. Every time you come in here, whinge, the Earth is round, and then it's all about us. We don't care. If you want to wear a little pink skirt on Sundays, that's awesome. What we want is you to back up your claim of the Earth is round. Really, really simple. If it's truly round, you will own this shit.
Okay, May, I'm gonna tell you why. So basically, right, the Earth is round, and not only that, to prove my claim is you love me, May, you love me. Every time I join here, apparently you unmute me because you're obsessed with me. You want me. Just say that. It's not that deep. It's not that hard. Just admit
We're
to yourself.
obsessed with you.
Huh? You're obsessed
We're
with me.
obsessed with you.
What happened to the proof?
I am your universe. You worship
Where's
me.
the proof?
This world you're living in is basically because.
Yeah, hurry up. More globe proof, less self praise.
If we're worshipping you, why is it we just zip quietness? What do you reckon? Daddy issues?
Something issues.
More than daddy issues there, I think. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Could you imagine living with that?
If I took that home, if I took that home to my parents, I don't know who'd get slapped first, me or it.
Jazz is like, "Can I get your number?"
Why are you single? I just haven't found someone I hate enough yet to give a fucking house to. Daz, you're up.
I heard that when Chuck Norris goes to a feminist rally, he takes his washing.
That's a good one.
And he's ironing. Thanks, ladies.
Well, I heard when he goes to a feminist rally, the sandwich is already made for him.
They're already there.
I heard he doesn't have to lift the seat either.
My wife just said that.
That's fucking tough.
Did you ever hear Chuck Norris talking about when he met the tiger?
Yep, favorite story.
I'll see if I can chase up the video and chuck it in the chat.
Remember it? If you find it, I won't spoil the story.
I heard Chuck Norris taught Yoda how to float, and he made the Chucky doll after him if he was that small and a doll. Just a rumor, though.
a Chucky Norris doll. I heard that there's a counseling service for aliens that have been kidnapped and probed by Chuck Norris.
They call it off-planet intelligence, OPI. I heard Chuck Norris modeled the Earth after his chop, karate chop, flat. Sorry, it's kind of a stretch, but I wanted to see if I could try.
It's called the Dead Sea because Chuck Norris killed it.
I thought he stared at it and it died. All seriousness, speaking of the Middle East, have you guys heard about the line? That project they're building, the 110-mile long structure?
Yes, they've started it.
Yeah, it's also flopping. You guys hear it's flopping? He over-delivered. They can only build like apparently 10% of it or something. It's flopping hard. They're like, there's too much sand, too much excavation. They didn't account for the curve. Because again, I mean, let's be real about the dimensions, right? We all know that the Earth is not in fact curved. However, a structure that's 100 miles in length would reveal a 1.26 mile drop, 6,600 feet over that length of the structure. But real news regarding the structure again is that it's flopping on its face. He's overpromised.
Yeah, sand wouldn't be the best foundation, I'd imagine. So it'd be sinking, I suppose. Far out.
Hey, what's going on? Hello?
Welcome.
What's up, man?
G'day. Yeah.
I was fucking in this chat yesterday, right? And I was listening for a little bit, and I was watching some of the videos and things like that. And I suppose, listen, I can buy the idea that the world is flat, but it's almost like I can't buy it because it's like, if the world is flat, then everything else that I know could be a lie, you know?
Yep.
Ah, yes. Welcome to our world.
And that just makes me think to myself, it's not worth looking into this because this is the type of shit that sends people insane, you know?
No. That's the whole truther thing. If I've been lied to about one thing, what else have I been lied to about? And a lot of people landed in here because of that.
Is this the only thing? Like, I'm not sold on the idea yet. Okay, the evidence. I mean, I can look at the evidence and say, right, okay, this evidence suggests that the world is flat. Okay, and I'm okay with that because I'm an open-minded person. But I can't believe it. You know, this is such a crazy novel thing to me. It questions the entire fabric of my understanding of the world. You know, and
That's why so many people melt down because, they flip out in here, man. You sit back and wait for some random glober to come in there that's full indoctrinated plus, and you just watch the meltdown. It's spectacular.
But listen, okay, I can understand why though. You know.
Yep.
Can you not understand
Cognitive dissonance. Yeah, I know. Every single person in here has been through the same thing. Some people, everyone reacts differently. Some people like yourself are just like, oh my God, I can understand it. I can understand it. Other people will come in here and abuse the absolute shit out of everyone in here because it's our fault that we told them that it's measured flat. Other people like myself, I spent about 3 weeks doing laps across my lounge room. I don't know how I didn't wear track into the boards, man. But I never jumped in here and ripped it up anyone. It hits everyone differently. Some people, it takes them a long time before they even get it, up to a couple of years. As one guy had said, it took him about 3 years before everything just clicked into place.
Sure. So, I suppose my only big question, right? Because I'm happy to watch the videos and learn a bit more and things like that. Because it seems almost like an unbeatable argument, you know? And I say that as I don't know everything about what you talk about, and I don't know about all of the measurements and all the physics and shit. But it seems like you can never beat a flat earther in a debate, you know. And there has to be a reason for that, you know. There has to be a reason why nobody can say, look. But okay. Here's my question to you, right? See all these people that went up to fucking space, all these celebrities and all of these astronauts and everything like that. I suppose my question is, are they all just lying?
LOL.
Yes. Yeah.
And if they are just lying, then why? And who's telling them to lie? Are they the people that are deciding they're lying?
Here's an idea.
People giving them
Check
the money.
it out, mate. This is what we'll do. I'm going to stick you in my car and I'm going to drive you around the block 6 times. And then I'm going to hand you $5 million. And all you've got to do is tell everyone you've been to space. Would you do it?
Of course I fucking would.
There you go.
Exactly. Why would they lie? You just gave us the reason, brother.
And I suppose as well, there's all of these. There's quite a lot of people in on these space launches and in on these. You've probably heard these questions a million times. I'm just asking because I want to know the answer. You know.
Or types. Really?
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
There's thousands and thousands of people in on these, involved in these launches, whether they're fake or real. How has nobody said anything? Even the people who,
there has been whistleblowers. Yeah. The problem is,
can I see?
They don't get put on the 7 o'clock news. That's the problem.
Can I see? Do you have a link? No, I don't believe you. I just want to read it. You know.
I have actually another reason I'd like to throw to you to consider as to why would they lie. Your PFP, your profile picture, is a reason why they lie as well. Just letting you know.
What?
Your profile
Alien.
picture. What is your profile picture of?
It's an alien, but it's a nut.
Very good. Well done. Good job. Okay, aliens can't exist if there's no outer space, right? Right.
For sure.
Exactly.
So you're telling me there's aliens?
Oh my.
Hold on. What if aliens
Okay,
do
so-
exist with a flat Earth model? They're just interdimensional beings, not specifically extraterrestrial aliens. Like
Well, you're
Ghost
just moving the
Rider aliens and shit.
goalpost now, bro. You're just, hey, see that
No, it's
goalpost?
not,
You
'cause
just moved
here's
it
an
all
idea.
kinds. Go ahead.
I have a plan for you that might kind of move you a certain direction. What if?
Well,
and
you're
this is
not the
actually what I
one
thought
with
you were
the
saying
alien in
first.
his profile
Could
picture. I
you
was
say
actually
that
speaking
potentially
to
could
the
you
other
agree
guy,
that
not
this
you,
is
but that's
possible
cool.
that
Go ahead.
aliens are staging all this against us, and this is all just an attack?
Right. So, one person
This
at a
is how
time.
it's-
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead,
thank
Matrix,
you.
brother. Thank you.
I was just going to say one at a time. There was no need to try to overrun him. It's called 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. We got nothing but time, brother.
So good. That was awesome. Well done, Matrix. So that's the point, right? If we study the second law of thermodynamics being entropy, we know that we're dealing with a closed system. We have the validation of the pressure measurement. So with that, right, in order for us to even start believing in spaceships and propulsion system without an effective medium for that spaceship to engage with, the story of aliens starts to fall apart on its face. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Killy.
Don't understand why you muted me, but okay.
Because we try, it's conversation, right? So it's really difficult if someone's
Yeah, and I didn't even
asking
finish the
questions and
sentence.
you're
I
going to
didn't
jump
interrupt
in and be
anybody.
like,
I just
hey,
asked
I'm
a
going to
question.
jump and start talking just like you just did now, right? I'm going to start talking while somebody's in the middle of a sentence or in the middle of a question or the middle of an answer. These are issues when it comes to audible engagement.
Do you have a question for us, Torture?
Yeah, I was in the middle of asking one.
Well, I was in the middle of talking. Yeah, go ahead. Please ask your
Well,
question.
actually, you
Now that
were
aliens
talking to
is
me
what
when I
has
was trying to
left.
get my question out. I recorded it. I have proof. You don't got to try to lie to me.
Buddy, this
So
room's
let's
recorded.
met up
Check
more
the top.
questions.
Go ahead.
So I can ask my question again if you want me to, but I have to be able to get it out. I'm not
Let's
going to start
met
speaking
up
if I
more
can't finish
questions.
speaking.
Speak.
Can you ask the question again?
Ask
I'm
it.
asking, what if aliens are not extraterrestrial beings, but instead they're interdimensional beings that are trying to fool the population of the Earth, and so far it's worked for many thousands of years to convince people the Earth is round, when really that's just a hallucination, because it's arguable that everything could be a hallucination, because even science affirms some concepts of magic, which is kind of funny, because magic is possible. I mean, you could telepathize with people pretty effectively. You can open wormholes with your hands, technically, according to science. You know, electrons can teleport in time travel.
you were going to
So
say
it wouldn't
that.
be outside of the realm of
Slow
belief
down, bro.
in science.
Yeah, dude.
This could be a hallucination or simulation.
Okay,
Or
so
something else.
which bit out of all of that, which
That's
bit
actually
would you
what I
like
believe.
to
I think the
answer
Earth could be
first?
flat.
The whole alien bit at the start? That's something you would have to verify, prove, whatever.
Well, that's why I'm asking you guys if you guys have
Yeah.
any thoughts specifically on that yourself, because I don't. I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
no.
I believe the Earth could definitely be flat for that reason.
What if
That's
the
my
aliens?
justification.
What if they come
What
from the
if?
Hold on, TT, I gotta turn you up.
What if?
TW, you're
What
like kind
if?
of muffled. I didn't hear if you were talking to me. I'm sorry.
Fucking hell, bro! Slow down,
if?
man. Relax.
Relax. I'm just telling you I couldn't hear you. I'm not really sure why you told me to relax. I seem pretty calm.
What if you weren't speaking and you could have heard T-Dub?
No. He's really muffled, bro.
Yeah.
I'm recording. I have proof that I'm not insane.
Yeah, you can
You're not
record the
making
shit
me
out of
delusional.
it. Guess what? We record it too. If you scroll up, it's called YouTube Bot 2, and there's another one called 24/7 Live. So we're more than comfortable with the recording side of it. So if you wish to record it, you are more than welcome to do so. Or you can just jump on YouTube and check it out yourself. Okay?
I probably need to drop out and come back in.
There's nothing wrong with your voice, T-Dub. If he's got a problem listening to you, that's because he's got too much yap. What's this? I'm not going to hear you yap. Oh. What's this? You're going to have a cry already? So you think you're going to come in here and preach to us about all random shit that should have, would have, could have's that you're not going to verify, and then you're going to sit back and go, I told them flat earthers. You're a numpty. Please, try harder. Have you got any proof for or against the shape of the earth? That's all we want.
Besides this one time at Bandcamp stories.
Moving on. Thank you. Next.
That's what we said.
What? Do you use a voice changer, bro?
Your mic is really muffled, T-Dub. Just saying. Just saying.
There's nothing.
Is it better? Is it going to hear me now?
It is actually better. Yeah. I can hear you fine now. Yeah.
I like how he has to wait for someone else to talk before he talks. I find that very interesting.
Seriously, sounds like an AI or something. There's just something weird and creepy about his voice. That or he has the best damn mic in the world.
You could open a wormhole with your hand. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, but I don't know. Can you think of anything cooler than being able to do that? Just, what is this, guys? A big good party trick. It's like, oh, what am I going to do with all this trash? Hang on. Chuck it in there.
Where does it end up, though?
Not my
So
fucking house,
somewhere there's another guy who can open a wormhole with his hands and this shit just flies out of it. And he throws it back. I don't know.
Like wormhole
It's like that movie.
tennis.
Yeah, something, I don't know, just ends up in like Bang Jong Malkovich, just ends up in a yeah, they just go to this like Port Adelaide or something.
I'm just trying to work out the whole hand waving thing. Is it like at school when they do the clapping game? Miss Mary Mac, or dressed in black? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. And as fast as you go, the wormhole opens up.
That's how fat kids get to the tuck shop so easy.
I was going to say that's what she said. For kids.
Alright, so what has Vivace put out there for us? If heavy things sink and light things float, why can't we stand on the side or top of the dome? What dome? When I jump, why don't I fall sideways towards the dome instead of straight down? What pushes us towards the flat ground and not the dome? Yeah, what dome? Anyways, whilst he's working that out, I'm going to go back to my game.
I think that movie being Jordan Malkovich, I think the first script was being Robert De Niro, and then he didn't want to do it, so I was like, being Al Pacino, it's like, no, he turned it down. Oh, jeez. Being Robin Williams, he
And then
turned
they
it down
said,
too.
what about someone that's gay?
Oh, fuck your bitch ass, you flag.
Oh, wow. Fresh cope.
Well, at least he's got a 45-minute red flag. See you later, kid.
Yeah.
Rude little pricks that just come in and stuff. Fucking talk. No social etiquette.
Oh, if I was 10, I'd be doing that all the time, man. I used to love doing that when I was 10. I used to love making prank calls and stuff. Nick knocking and, all that stuff.
Yeah, I guess so.
Used to tie like toilet paper across the road, but I thought I'd tie cassette tape and had more of a scare sort of thing. Yeah. Cassette tape. Except for the last minute, looks like Y on that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that probably wasn't very smart, but the 70s is how we rolled, we used to just ride around with our helmets and stuff and ramps. We're always into ramps, jumping over, stuff. Evel Knievel stuff.
Yeah, shitloads of fun doing that sort of shit, man.
I sucked at it, but some of my brother used to fly. He used to go over this ramp and just fucking fly, and I just crashed all the time. But yeah, some people could really take off. Yeah, I was dyslexic on the bike.
Hello? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, shoot.
Yes.
I thought you guys always believed in the firmament. Or is this the joke like another idea?
Well, the gas that we breathe requires containment. So I don't know what it is, what to call it, but there needs to be some solid containment for us to be able to breathe gas pressure. So you won't hear flat earthers go, oh, there's a firmament, which is in the Bible, and it's this color and that, texture. Just say, no, just the gas needs a container.
Yes. But where's the container?
Well, that's just what I said. We don't know where the container is. You don't need to know. It's necessary to have a container to have gas pressure. So there must be a container. We don't know where it is or what it is or how thick it is, what it looks like, what it's made of. That's all irrelevant.
Oh. Okay,
it's required to have gas pressure. Sorry?
So you guys don't know where a container is, but you guys do believe there is a container that's containing all the air in.
Yeah.
Right?
I believe you have a mother and father somewhere. I don't need to go and find them to prove that you exist. I'll just accept that you have a mother and father. You don't have to track them down or anything, And if you can't find your mother and father, know where they are. It doesn't disqualify you as being in existence.
And we have the validation of the
get him in here, man.
The measurement of pressure. You know about the measurement that we validate the pressure with?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you're asking for how we sustain the evidence of containment, right? And that's with a measurement of pressure. Just like a basketball has 8 pounds per square inch inside of it and requires it to be contained so it can be functional, we have a validation of a measurement which requires a container.
Okay.
Like you realize that if you have a measurement, it demands literally you have to validate that with an explanation as to how it exists, correct?
Yes.
Right. So if you have something, you can measure it, you can validate it that way, then you need to figure out how this thing exists. And unfortunately, the idea of an open system falls apart on its face when we investigate the claim of how we can have a measurement of pressure and the claim of an open system, i.e., outer space.
Oh, thank you for answering that question. Can I ask another question?
Yeah, but what you need to do is stop asking us if you can ask questions. That's what we're here for. Go ahead, brother.
Do y'all don't not believe anything from the government, or there's specific topics about the government that y'all don't believe in?
We like to investigate them. This is why, like, we're here and we enjoy when people bring evidence and questions forward so that we can talk about it and figure out how these claims that the government makes came to be. What are the appeals that they're making? Let's talk about it, figure out their foundation for them to make their claims that they're...
Anybody. Goes for anybody. Government aren't particularly special, right, or an exception or anything. If they make claims, they're going to be held to account like anybody else, as if they were just anybody else.
Well said.
Okay. What are you guys' thoughts on the pandemic, COVID-19?
Oh no.
Yeah, can't talk
Violation
about
of
it.
TOS.
Yeah, you can't talk about it.
Yeah, we don't talk about that in here, bud.
Okay,
That was easy.
Let's take earlier, we had our friend in here with his profile picture of an alien. So we take the claim of aliens existing and we start to investigate how aliens can exist in a closed system. That would be an example of somebody saying something and us saying, hey, let's investigate the claim.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Can it be verified? Can it be tested? Can it be measured? Can it even be observed, what they're talking about, you know? All that good stuff. Or does it require pure faith on your part to just say, well, I don't see why they'd lie to me, so I'll just go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sheep going into the slaughterhouse. The shepherd's saying, inside is a magical world of rainbows and unicorns. Fairy dust. It's going to be fine, sheep. It's going to be fine.
Yes.
One good example would be the TR3B. Are you familiar with the TR3B, Vivace?
Oh.
So the TR3B is a triangular spacecraft that people have seen flying around the skies, and it has a configuration of 3 lights. Looks like a triangle. Now the idea is TR3B, this spacecraft that is not really understood by man. And when we look at the TR3B, figure out that the technology actually exists, the government actually has a lot of patents, and how the TR3B works, anti-gravity technology. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there's an alien inside of the TR3B flying the TR3B. So investigate what is the claim, how did it get there, what is the foundation it stands upon. And if that foundation is built of sand, it's probably going to get washed away.
Why would they lie? Because you're gullible.
Aliens, that's why. Get them.
You think about it, right? If no one was gullible, no one would be able to, like, pull the wool over anyone's eyes.
Exactly. Eat the lies, big spoon. Yum 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 yum.
That's right. Here comes the International Space Station.
Gobble 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 gobble.
What are you guys' thoughts on the weather balloon experiment?
The what experiment? Oops, sorry.
Weather balloon experiment.
Weather balloons? Oh my.
The horizon remains flat and level regardless of altitude unless you use a wide-angle lens at fisheye to give that curve. You're not going to get curvature without it.
But you know that it can't. Well, it doesn't have to have a fish lens, right? A fisheye.
It's not at a high enough altitude.
It's on 100,000 feet. You can look at that far. You can see the curvature.
We've got footage from that altitude. What?
Yes, and at that altitude, it's flat. It's flat at a higher altitude than even that. What are you
Well, you
talking
can
about?
see it. You can barely see the curvature. Maybe you can't see it clearly, but you can barely see it because of how big the
Perhaps you could share what you're talking about so we could have a look. Then maybe we can see.
Okay, I can send you a video.
So no video.
What happened? Did we get the footage or what?
Yo, get my bag. Yo, get my bag.
Right.
Get my bag.
All right, he's gone.
He's a sad, strange little man. I'll catch you later, guys. I'm gonna go do something.
Catch up.
I'm gonna need to go lie down. See ya.
Catch, bro.
to both.
You're open to both.
I'm not saying like one or the other. Like I don't really know.
Why don't you know? You've
A lot. I don't know a lot.
have a look.
I don't know a lot. Like that's why I joined here because I find it interesting.
You didn't even realise you could talk a second ago.
I know.
Amazing what you can learn.
Yeah. I'm gonna just let you know I'm kind of stupid, but yeah.
No, don't say that. No, we won't have that. Not yet, anyway.
Don't put yourself down. You were force-fed the same crap at school as we. The only thing we've done different to you is we've gone and looked at the stories we were told at school and gone, hang on a minute, let's go and have a look at this. That's what we've done. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, when we go out into the real world and we're told, hey, it's a ball with a given radius and we can't find any curvature, that does leave us with somewhat of a conundrum. Because with a ball, there's supposed to be curvature. So if there's no measured curvature, you can't really have a ball, can you?
No, you're right. That makes sense.
It's that simple. So how's this for something to think about? Water, you know?
Yeah.
We drink it, swim in it.
Mm-hmm.
Fish live in it. Anyways, is flat and level when it's at rest. We all know this. We were taught this as kindergarten kids. We were shown it. Now, how can you have a ball if 72% of it's flat and level?
Oh.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That does leave a little bit of a problem.
I don't understand physics though. It's like that. But at the same time, yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good
It's
point.
crazy stuff, eh? What's the other one? Gas pressure. How can you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without a barrier to separate them?
I don't know.
You can't.
Oh, you can't.
For example, when you open a can of soft drink or a soda, you guys might call it. You crack a can, what happens? You hear the air rushing out. That's a high pressure system, and it's trying to balance itself by the air going to a low pressure system, which is outside the can. Yeah?
Right, yeah.
So here we are breathing 14.1 psi air at basically sea level, also known as, I think it's about 720 or 740 torr. It's just another measurement. But allegedly, space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr. So if there's space, that means there has to be a barrier in between so that the air doesn't just nick off.
Wait. I don't know if you guys heard about this recently. This has nothing to do with the flat Earth, but this has to do with like space exploration. They had just recently discovered a wall at the end of our galaxy. And
Wall at the end of our galaxy. So that's just cool stories, isn't it? How would you verify
not like a wall, not like a stone brick wall. It's like a stone. It's not like a stone brick wall or anything. It's a wall of heat that's like 50,000 Kelvin, like really really hot. It's like we can't leave the galaxy. Apparently.
You think about it though. Just take your time. Just have a think about it. How would they verify or validate or prove that story?
You know, that's a good point. This is a good point.
And this is most of the problem with all the really cool space stories. It's like, hang on a minute. We've got a cool story that comes from this group, and all we're asking is proof. Validate it, verify it, prove it, back it up. How do you prove to us that this is true and correct? Like they said when they went to the moon, they brought back space rocks. That's great. They brought back moon rocks. That's friggin' awesome. And they gave some of them to, what was it, the Dutch royal family? They went and got them tested, and it was petrified wood.
What?
See, this is the problem. We get told these stories. We see on the television them going through the act. Here's the little space rock. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. And all of a sudden, people are checking shit out, and it's not lining up. They were told moon rocks, they get petrified wood.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of little things like that. But yeah, space is fake and gay, so.
So, like, that's, like, so interesting now because, like, when you're, like, saying that to me, like, because, you know, I don't know if you can relate with this or not, but, TikTok and Instagram Reels and all that stuff, if I'm on it too long, I get to the side where it's conspiracy theories. Right? If I'm on it too long, I always get to the conspiracy theory side, and it always like makes me reevaluate my whole life. And like, there's some stuff where like you go and it's like you can't return from it, right? And there's certain stuff that you hear. Yeah, there's certain stuff that you hear and you find out, and I'm like, oh my god, damn, you're onto something because like
when you're hearing those stories, just treat them as stories. When you hear them, you ask yourself, how would we prove that that's true or false? Like real simple stuff. If I said to you, I've got a purple tree in my backyard, you'd go, that's bullshit. And I'll go and take a photo of it and show you. I'll put it online and show you. And you'd go, yeah, but it could be CGI or it could be doctored or it could be something. And the next way I can go, not a problem, come around my house, check it out. See, I can get you over here and show you this purple tree. Now, how do we prove that space is real? How do we prove that all these cool stories they've got are real? It's not like you and me can go there.
Yeah, that is a good point. How do we prove that that stuff is all real? Yeah.
Well, we just break it down to basics. You can only do so much at ground level, all right?
Right.
So what do we know about our given environments? We know that we can't have high-pressure air systems next to a low-pressure air system without a barrier to separate them. That's not allowed. It's a law. So if they've got a vacuum up there and we've got high pressure here, that means there's something in between. There has to be. If there's not, entropy, the gas is just it's gone. We ain't breathing. That's what would happen. So one of them is not real. We know we're here breathing. We know we're real. You're here, I'm here, everyone else is.
Right.
So somebody's telling lies. We know for a fact that we're here breathing, so that's not a lie. So it's highly probable it's the other side of it. So is there really a vacuum up there? And there's all these other little bits here and there that don't quite add up. Like they tell you all about the ISS and how there's astronauts in the ISS doing science experiments and all this cool shit. Just more cool stories. But yet, at our home server, we've got about 6 hours of ISS mishaps where they're using wires, using green screens, using CGI, where they're fading in fluffy animals and weird stuff like that. One of them, there's a dude brushing his teeth, and what they did was they sped the video footage up of him brushing his teeth, so it didn't have to sit and watch him brush his teeth for 5 minutes. But what they forgot to do was speed up the background. So here's this dude brushing his teeth in full double time, and the background is still moving and doing all its shit at slow motion. There's just little things like that. And there is hours of just random weirdness where shit just don't add up.
Do you think that we live in a simulation?
Well, if it's a simulation, whoever created it is one sick and twisted motherfucker.
I agree with you on that, though. I think they're sick and twisted for sure.
I don't know about the simulation side of it. But you're in here for a reason. That reason you probably don't know yet. It's like you've seen the movie The Matrix.
Yeah.
You are Neo before you've worked it out.
This is so interesting, though. Like, I really appreciate you guys welcoming me with open arms. Because this is so cool. This is so interesting. Like, so when you said entropy, like, the fact that there's, like, a vacuum up there, but we're breathing down here, that really, I never even thought about that. That's actually a really great point. Very great point.
So what you will get a lot of people go, yeah, but what about the gas pressure gradient? Because we all know as you go higher and higher elevation, there is lower and lower pressure. But the problem is before you can have your gas pressure gradient, you have to have gas pressure. And the antecedent to that is containment. So they can try to sell their little gradient all they like, but at the end of the day, they need gas pressure in the first place. And they can't have that if there's no container there. That's right. If you take that container away, and there's that mad vacuum on the outside. I'll give you an example. Have you ever seen a car tyre explode?
Yes.
Right, so the air that's inside that tyre wanted to get out in a hurry, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's what would happen to us if there was no containment. That air would want to get out, except the difference being your car tyre's blown up to about, 30, somewhere between 30 and 38 PSI.
Right.
What are we breathing again? 14. So it's only a little bit of a difference. So if you go from 14 to negative, I don't know, what is it? 10 to the 17. So there's 17 zeros on the end of this number. That would be one hell of a bang when the air takes off.
Yeah, oh my gosh. This is so interesting now, because I'm just like, because I have a space friend, right? They're super into space. I'm gonna talk to them about this. I'm gonna be
Just
like,
be careful. Just be very careful. Some people aren't as chill as you. They will have an absolute meltdown because a lot of people can't handle it. You're sitting back going, wow, that's cool. And you're taking your time with it. Some people just go into full flip out mode. So just be ready for it. They might have an absolute meltdown and they'll attack you, call you lots of rude names and shit. But yeah, I'm just warning you.
I mean, because at the end of the day, Matrix, the way I see it is no matter what, like even if I'm headed towards an impending doom, or we all are, or like whatever the fuck. The way I see it is I always have myself, so I'll be okay. So I try not to overthink on shit and not how you say like be afraid too much, but also I understand like there's a healthy amount of fear, but then there's like fear mongering that's like that the news does that all the time.
Yep. That does that for a reason. So let's have a think about this now. How many times have you heard on the news that there's an asteroid coming or some bullshit about dinosaurs or evolution and all these other crazy things? You don't have to worry about any of that anymore. You can just sit back, put your feet up, whilst the next door neighbour's doing a bit of a stock take and packing everything into his bunker to make sure he can survive the next imminent attack from asteroids. You can sit back and go, it's all bullshit. I've got nothing to worry about.
It's just, I feel like, the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of how this all feels. In like a fucked up way. Like,
you're absolutely right. Because that's exactly what's sort of like. Yep. you feel like Truman in that show. You just haven't quite worked it all out yet. You know something's not right, but you just don't know what it is. That's you, Neo.
Damn. This is cool though. Damn. So wait, do you guys sleep call in here?
Do we?
Is it like a community? Like I didn't know. Like, do you guys like sleep call in here, or like is everyone here awake?
It all depends on what time it is. At the moment, it's probably the most chill time because all of the US guys are, or most of them, probably asleep. Every now and then, a couple wake up, and there's a few Aussie boys floating around. There's normally a couple more actually, but give it another 2 hours. A lot of the US guys, the early ones, will wake up, or the night shift boys will be finishing, and they'll come in, and you get to have a chat to them. But yeah, it just depends on what time of the day you're in here.
Oh yeah, because I didn't sleep last night because I was scared about like stuff with. I don't know if I'm allowed to share about it here, like with the world and everything.
There's a lot of stuff you're not allowed to talk about. The crap that's happened over the last 5 years, we don't talk about that in here. So.
Okay, that's chill.
The latest drama, I guess. Yeah, I think we get that.
Oh, hello, Daz.
Hello.
Wait, are you Australian?
Yeah, I'm an Aussie as well.
Oh, dope. Yeah, I'm American, but like, you know, I'm chilling, bro. Like this is interesting though. Like honestly, this has been the best. Like, cause you know, like whenever like I'm thinking about like others, like it just like it's so overwhelming. Like this is like, dang. Like when you were saying like it's petrified wood, like the vacuum thing, like all of these other examples, I'm like, yeah, I'm convinced.
Do you want us to really? We'll kick it up a bit harder. Hold on, I'll go and grab you a little video that you can watch. Probably that one there. What do you reckon? The 28 mile laser test. Let's go copy the link. Post that in there for you. Post, launch. Inside chat. There's a little video there you can watch. 28 mile laser test. So here's the deal. If we're on a ball and it's got a radius of 39, 59 miles, like we're all force-fed at school, you'd be able to predict where that horizon is using a formula. So based on your elevation, the horizon should be in a very particular spot. So if you're 1 foot tall, based on the formula of the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22, that would put your horizon at 1.22 miles. But the problem is, we've got long-range observations and this laser test showing otherwise. So I'll grab one of our many observations. Where's my folder? That one right there. So have a look at this image. I'll just chuck this picture up here when it gets loaded. Loading. And I got the right one. So check this out. You can see the 2 oil rigs there.
Oh, wait, sorry. The video is like so. Sorry.
The second one's
louder.
not a video. The second one's not a video.
Wait, let me see.
So you can see the picture of the oil rigs there.
Oh yeah, I can.
All right, cool. Where is the horizon in that image? Up the front, in the middle, up the back?
You know, that's a really good question. Like, because it's kind of confusing, but I'd say it's at the back.
You're right, it is at the back. There's nothing confusing about it. It's not a trick question. It's up the back. So what's the horizon? Where the sky appears to meet, that's the furthest distance, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Or water, in this case. That's it. It's nothing fancy. It's just, yeah, it makes a line. Horizontal line. But anyways, it's up the back. Now, the problem we've got is we know that this image is taken from 1 foot off the ground. All right? And we know where it was taken from. And we also know, because those oil rigs are fixed, they're not moving anywheres, the distance to those oil rigs. So when we know our elevation of 1 foot times 1.22, or square root of 1 times 1.22, 1.22. So you don't even have to be really good at maths for this stuff. Anyways, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Now, 1.22 miles should be cleanly in front of both them oil rigs. So those oil rigs are just markers. So they give us a bit of a distance marker. And as you said, the horizon's up the back. And we agree with you, it is. It's clearly up the back, comfortably behind the back oil rig.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if that's the case, how can we be on a ball of 39.59 miles if the horizon is, as we can all clearly see, well and truly beyond 1.22 miles? Like, we'd have to be on a ball with a radius of, like, I don't know, 250,000 miles just so that picture rings true.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
That's just one of many long-range observations. There's some absolute screamers out there. I found another one. Where we got it? When it loads up. When I find it, I should say. That's another one. That's pretty cool. The wind farm one. I don't know if you can read that or not, but yeah, they've got the windmills. What is it? 8.4 miles, 8.8, 9.3, 9.8, 10.8, 11.2 miles, and the horizon's still behind them. Crazy stuff. Clearly behind them.
Yeah, so this is enough for like somebody like that was like a super like, you know, into like NASA and like super into like you know, like certain stuff, like even after like, oh, there was like this one book, like really, really old book. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this here, but there was this really, really old book of like geography. That's like how like the countries like how big they actually are, like how they actually look, like really, really old maps. Because something about like the Rockefellers and something else, no, not Rockefeller, like Rothschild. Something about them, like they did something with the school system.
Sponsored it.
Something about like I don't know. I'm just like gathering like from like old like videos that I've seen like conspiracy, but these
There's heaps of those out there.
yeah, it was so crazy like seeing how I think it was
Remember what I said earlier?
the 40s or the 20s. Sorry.
Remember what I said earlier? Just treat them as stories. How do you verify and prove and validate that video? They might be true to true documentaries,
right?
But how do you verify that? How do you prove that is true and correct?
By the pictures that you're showing me.
So your level of evidence is pictures, cool. So a lot of the guys, you'll probably hear them, if you've got an extreme claim, then you should match it with extreme evidence. If you've got a very basic claim, like for example, I've got a ginger cat, then me holding my ginger cat and a photo of that would more than suffice my claim of I own a ginger cat. I don't own a cat, by the way, before everyone gets excited. But it's a really simple claim, which can be backed by really simple evidence. So when you have a look at the more extreme claims, the evidence that backs them should be a little more extreme than, hey, here's a photo.
Oh, true. Okay. Okay, I get where you're coming from. Also, it's 7 a.m. here and I haven't slept, so I should probably go to sleep. But it was
that
great
US
to
crowd
hang
that
out
hasn't
with
got
you.
up yet.
Bro. Bro, this
But
is. I'm gonna have some great dreams. Some great dreams. They're all lucid too.
it is definitely a sleeping stream. So yeah, you can come in here and pop yourself on mute. You can sit in here for as long as you like. No one's going to bother you. You just listen, fall asleep if you like. Yeah, so it's any time you can do that. Yeah.
Just so you know, sometimes this channel is a little more heated than what it is.
Okay.
You've been warned. Now, sometimes this is it just goes off its head in here. People get very upset, like me. But nah, it's actually nice to have someone that's really chill that just wants to come in here and learn stuff. So I won't hold you up any longer. If you wish to go and have a snooze, so be it. But yeah, you're more than welcome to pop back in whenever.
Thank you, Matrix. I guess I'll just I'll mute myself. I'll just listen. Like y'all be in my dream of like whatever. I've had like some crazy dreams about like not nuclear explosions or anything, but like crazy like planetary shit. Like it's been great. I've had some crazy dreams, memorable to beautiful explosions and shit. But I don't think that means anything. But yeah, good night.
All right. Just so you know, if you're just going to sit there on mute, a lot of the time if there's not much in here, it'll be quiet. So people are just waiting for the next volunteer to pop in. Peace.
Oh, okay.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Hey, my man.
4, 5, 7. What's up, dude?
Not much,
And
brothers.
today's show is brought to you by the number 3959 and the letter R.
Oh my. R equals 3959. Oh, crud.
R.
I dropped my earpiece. No.
R.
So, you got that drop over distance to sustain that 3959 claim?
Oh no, that wasn't a claim. That was just what the numbers of today's show was. That was it.
I know my camera's on. Check this out. Hi, guys. Peep this, homies. Wait, hold on. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I just came out of the pool, man. Wait. Dang it. Okay, there it is. You guys see that?
Blurry tower in the distance.
Yeah, do you see the cranes?
They're not swinging, are they?
Interesting.
Why not?
Full call.
They should be swinging.
Full call pendulum. What you got to say about that, huh? You got your little 20-foot mast plugged into your power delivery system inside of your museum in your closed system that people have to pay to look at. But yet I got this big 2 of them, actually 3 of them right in front of me that should be doing the same thing. But guess what? They're not. They're just sitting there doing their job. And when the crane operator's not using them, they just sit there motionless because they're attached to a motionless plane. Oh my. Okay, I'm done being dramatic. And the other thing was, while I was in the pool swimming, I was observing water seeking its level. Even when people were splashing in it, all the water drops would go up in the air and then they would come back down into the pool. It's crazy. Water continuously seeking its level. My. And before I was observing water seeking its level, I was fighting gravity, picking up weights, picking up objects that weighed stuff, lifting them, infusing my own muscles with the weight, and then releasing those same weights back down to the ground where they would find their place at rest back on the weight rack. Gravity, where are you? Is someone dreaming of planets land in the sky? What?
No, just before you popped in, Mello was having a chat to us. Pretty chill, quite interested subject. And yeah, that's what she said.
Interesting. So planets synonymous with land in the
She will.
sky.
She said it wasn't that she dreams of them, she's been having. So, yeah. Poor thing. But, anyways. The nightmares will end soon, little one.
Presuppositional awareness is key. You have to have a good foundation to come up with these visions. I wonder if the people who work for NASA dream of land in the sky. One day there will be land in the sky for us to build civilizations upon. One day. Might be a good beginning for a Star Trek movie or a Star Wars movie. You know, it has all the scrolling text in a galaxy far, far away.
But it never snows here in the cities, only up in the mountains, not like in the States we have it snowing in the city and that. Mm.
Yo, did you guys hear about what happened in Africa on Tuesday? Monday, Tuesday?
Negative.
Ice. Literally, roads were covered in ice. First time ever. It's never happened before. My buddy Delta from another community was sharing pictures in one of our get-togethers on Tuesday. The roads were covered in ice, boys. First time ever.
Yep, it's coming to an end. We're going to get to witness it.